Mystical versus religious experience, exploring profound encounters with the sacred. Researched by Sachin J, Karnik. Please see disclaimer at the end. The researcher recommends reading this text from beginning to end to ensure a continuous understanding without skipping sections. For this reason, a table of contents has not been included, encouraging uninterrupted reading or listening. While often used interchangeably, mystical experience and religious experience refer to distinct yet overlapping phenomena in human spirituality and faith. Understanding the nuances between them requires examining the nature of the experience itself, its interpretation, and its context within broader religious frameworks. Religious experience is a broad term encompassing any subjective experience that is interpreted through the lens of a religious framework or has religious significance for the individual. These experiences can be incredibly diverse and may include a sense of awe and wonder when contemplating the divine or the cosmos, feeling a profound sense of peace or comfort during prayer or worship, experiencing conviction or calling related to one's faith, perceiving the sacred or divine presence in everyday life or nature, feeling a sense of dependence on a higher power, experiencing forgiveness, redemption, or moral transformation. Essentially, a religious experience is any encounter or feeling that an individual attributes to a religious or spiritual reality, often reinforcing or shaping their beliefs and practices within a specific tradition. Mystical experience, often considered a type of religious experience, is typically characterized by a more intense and often transformative sense of unity or union. This union can be with the divine or God in theistic traditions, an ultimate reality or the absolute, nature or the entire cosmos, a profound sense of interconnectedness with all things. Key characteristics frequently associated with mystical experiences include ineffability. The experience is often described as being beyond words, making it difficult or impossible to fully articulate in ordinary language. Noetic quality. Mystical experiences can feel like a direct apprehension of truth or a gaining of profound knowledge or insight, often of a reality not accessible through ordinary means. Transiency. While the effects can be lasting, the peak mystical state itself is often temporary. Passivity. The individual may feel as though the experience is happening to them rather than being willed or initiated by them. Ego loss. A common feature is a diminished sense of the separate self or ego, leading to a feeling of being absorbed into something larger. While mystical experiences are often interpreted within religious contexts and can deepen or transform religious belief, some scholars argue that the core experience of unity or altered consciousness can occur outside of a traditional religious framework. However, historically and culturally, mystical experiences have been closely associated with religious and spiritual paths as a means of seeking direct communion with the ultimate. In essence, religious experience is a wider category that encompasses a variety of subjective encounters with the perceived sacred, while mystical experience is a more specific and often more intense form characterized by a profound sense of unity, ineffability, and a noetic quality. Mystical experiences can be powerful religious experiences, but not all religious experiences are mystical. The interpretation and understanding of both types of experiences are heavily influenced by the individual's cultural and religious background. What is the role of the mind in these experiences? The mind plays a fundamental and multifaceted role in both mystical and religious experiences. As subjective phenomena, these experiences are inherently processed and interpreted within the individual's consciousness. Here's a breakdown of the mind's involvement. The locus of experience. At the most basic level, both religious and mystical experiences occur within the mind of the individual. They are subjective states of awareness, feeling, and perception. The mind is the arena where these profound encounters unfold. Interpretation and framework. The mind is crucial in interpreting the meaning and significance of these experiences. Individuals draw upon their existing beliefs, cultural background, religious upbringing, and personal history to understand what they are experiencing. A similar subjective feeling might be interpreted as a connection with God in one tradition, an experience of Brahman in another, or a realization of emptiness in yet another. The mind provides the framework through which the ineffable is given form and meaning. Altered states of consciousness, particularly in mystical experiences, the mind often enters altered states of consciousness. These can be induced through various practices such as deep meditation, prolonged prayer, fasting, chanting, or sometimes occur spontaneously. These altered states can involve shifts in perception, a distorted sense of time and space, a dissolution of the ordinary ego boundary, and heightened emotional intensity. The mind's capacity for these non-ordinary states appears to be a key factor in facilitating the unique characteristics of mystical experiences, such as the sense of unity or interconnectedness. Cognitive and emotional processing. Religious and mystical experiences involve intense cognitive and emotional activity. The mind grapples with profound feelings like awe, love, fear, bliss, or peace. It may process new insights or a sense of deep understanding, the noetic quality of mystical experiences. The mind integrates these emotional and cognitive elements, which can lead to significant personal transformation, changes in worldview, and a reorientation of values and priorities. Expectation and suggestion. While not the sole drivers, psychological factors like expectation, belief, and the power of suggestion within a religious or spiritual context can influence the likelihood and nature of these experiences. The mind, primed by faith and communal practices, may be more receptive to perceiving and interpreting events or internal states as religiously or mystically significant. Memory and narrative. After the experience, the mind works to remember, process, and integrate it into the individual's life narrative. This involves recounting the experience, despite ineffability, reflecting on its meaning, and potentially incorporating its lessons into daily behavior and spiritual practice. In summary, the mind is not merely a passive recipient of religious or mystical phenomena. It is an active participant, the stage upon which these experiences occur, the interpreter that assigns meaning, the system that enters altered states to facilitate deeper experiences, and the mechanism that processes and integrates these powerful encounters into an individual's life. The interplay between internal mental processes and whatever external or transcendent reality is perceived is central to understanding both religious and mystical experiences. Let's delve deeper into the concept of the mind as the locus of experience for both religious and mystical phenomena. When we say that these experiences occur within the mind of the individual, we are highlighting their fundamentally subjective nature. Unlike observing a physical object or event in the external world, which, while filtered through our senses and brain, refers to something with an independent existence outside of us, religious and mystical experiences are states of consciousness, internal to the person having them. Think of it this way. If you see a tree, the tree exists whether you are looking at it or not. Your perception of the tree is a mental event, but the tree itself is an external reality. In contrast, a feeling of profound connection to the divine, a vision of a spiritual figure, or a sense of losing one's self in a universal oneness are primarily internal events. They are not typically interactions with a publicly verifiable external object or phenomenon in the same way that seeing or touching a tree is. These experiences are subjective states of awareness, feeling, and perception. Let's break that down. Awareness. The individual becomes conscious of something they perceive as having religious or spiritual significance. This awareness might be a sudden insight, a prolonged state of contemplation, or an intense, fleeting moment. It's a state of knowing or apprehending that occurs within their consciousness. Feeling. A crucial component is the emotional dimension. Religious experiences often involve powerful feelings such as awe, reverence, love, fear, peace, joy, or gratitude. Mystical experiences frequently include feelings of bliss, ecstasy, interconnectedness, or profound tranquility. These are not abstract intellectual concepts, but felt realities, experienced emotionally within the mind and body. Perception, while not always involving the 5 external senses in the usual way, though some religious experiences might include visions or auditory phenomena, there is a form of internal perception. This can be a perception of presence, like feeling the presence of God, a perception of unity, seeing the world as interconnected, or a perception of profound truth or reality that is apprehended intuitively rather than through logical deduction. This internal seeing or apprehending happens within the mental landscape. Therefore, the mind serves as the arena, the stage or setting, where these complex interplay of awareness, feeling, and internal perception takes place. It's where the raw data of the experience, whether triggered by internal states, external stimuli interpreted religiously, or spiritual practices, is received, processed, and subjectively lived. The mind is the container and the processing center for these deeply personal encounters. This is why 2 different people might have outwardly similar experiences, e.g., praying in the same church, but have vastly different religious experiences. Their internal states, feelings, and perceptions, shaped by their individual minds, will differ. Similarly, while mystics across traditions might describe common features like unity, the specific feeling and awareness of that unity are filtered through and experienced within their unique mental framework. Is that fabrication of the mind or touching a true original reality? That is a profound question that lies at the heart of much philosophical, theological, and scientific debate surrounding religious and mystical experiences. There is no single, universally accepted answer, and perspectives differ widely. Perspective 1. Fabrication of the mind. From this viewpoint, religious and mystical experiences are seen as entirely or primarily products of the individual's brain and psychological processes. This perspective often draws on explanations from fields like psychology, suggesting these experiences can arise from deep emotional states, psychological needs, like a need for meaning or connection, suggestibility, or even psychological anomalies. Neuroscience, pointing to studies that show correlations between altered states of consciousness induced by meditation, drugs, or certain neurological conditions like temporal lobe epilepsy, and experiences described as mystical or religious. This perspective might argue that specific brain activity causes the subjective experience, which is then interpreted through a religious or spiritual lens. Sociology and anthropology, highlighting the role of cultural conditioning, religious upbringing, and social reinforcement in shaping the content and interpretation of these experiences. The mind, in this view, constructs the experience based on the available cultural toolkits of belief and understanding. Skepticism, questioning the veridicality of subjective reports that cannot be independently verified. Since these experiences are internal and often ineffable, proving they correspond to an external, true original reality is seen as impossible. From this perspective, the powerful feelings, visions, and senses of unity are genuine mental events, but they do not necessarily point to a reality existing independently of the experiencer's mind. They are real as subjective states, but are considered fabrications in the sense that their content does not correspond to an objective, transcendent reality. Perspective 2. Touching a true original reality. This perspective aligns with the interpretations of many who have these experiences and is central to numerous religious and spiritual traditions. It posits that the mind, during these experiences, is genuinely encountering or apprehending a reality that is fundamental, ultimate, or divine, and which exists independently of the individual's consciousness. Arguments and beliefs supporting this view include the subjective conviction of the experiencer. Many individuals report an overwhelming sense of encountering something undeniably real and objectively true, often more real than ordinary reality. They feel they have gained direct knowledge, the noetic quality, of a profound truth about the nature of existence or the divine. Transformative effects. These experiences often lead to profound and lasting positive changes in the individual's life, including increased compassion, altered values, and a deeper sense of purpose. Proponents argue that such significant transformation is evidence of a genuine encounter with a powerful, benevolent reality, rather than just a psychological event. Consistency across cultures and time. Perennialism debates. Some argue that the reported similarities in mystical experiences across diverse religious and cultural backgrounds, e.g., experiences of unity, ineffability, suggest a common encounter with a shared, underlying reality, even if the interpretation differs based on cultural context. Note, this perennial philosophy view is debated among scholars. Philosophical and theological arguments. Various philosophical and theological systems interpret mystical and religious experiences as moments of grace, revelation, or direct access to the divine or ultimate ground of being. They are seen as evidence supporting metaphysical claims about the nature of reality. From this perspective, the mind is not fabricating the experience, but is acting as a receiver or a portal capable of apprehending aspects of reality that are usually veiled by our ordinary modes of perception. The mind's role is to be open and receptive to this transcendent reality. Why the difficulty in disentangling? The challenge in definitively saying whether it's fabrication or reality lies in the inherent subjectivity of the experiences. We can observe brain activity, study psychological states, and analyze cultural narratives, but we don't have an independent, objective way to verify the content of the subjective awareness against a purported, true original reality. The experience is perceived through the mind, making it difficult to separate the medium from the message or the internal processing from a potential external source. Ultimately, whether one views these experiences as fabrications of the mind or as genuine encounters with a deeper reality often depends on one's starting assumptions, philosophical commitments, and personal beliefs. It remains a fertile ground for exploration and debate across many disciplines. From diverse perspectives within the field of positive psychology, the concept captured by beyond belief, the landscapes of mystical and religious encounters can be understood not as a validation of specific theological claims, but as an exploration of profound subjective experiences and their significant impact on human flourishing and well-being. Positive psychology focuses on what makes life most worth living, studying strengths, optimal functioning, and the factors that contribute to a meaningful and happy life. Here's how different facets of positive psychology view these landscapes of encounter. The perspective of subjective well-being and positive emotions. Positive psychology extensively studies positive emotions like joy, peace, awe, wonder, gratitude, and love. Mystical and religious encounters are often peak experiences associated with intensely positive emotional states. From this perspective, the interest lies in the experience of awe and wonder. These are frequently reported during encounters with the sacred, the vast, or the transcendent. Positive psychology researchers study awe as a discrete emotion that can humble the self, broaden perspective, and foster pro-social behavior. Religious and mystical experiences are prime elicitors of awe. Profound peace and joy. Many individuals report feelings of deep peace, contentment, or even ecstasy during or after these encounters. These are significant contributors to immediate subjective well-being and can have lasting mood-lifting effects. The broaden and build theory. Barbara Fredrickson's theory suggests positive emotions broaden our thought-action repertoires, allowing us to think more creatively and build personal resources. The positive emotions arising from sacred encounters could potentially broaden one's perspective on life's challenges and build resilience. The perspective of meaning and purpose in life. Finding meaning and purpose is a core pillar of positive psychology and a key component of eudaimonic well-being, living a life of purpose and virtue. Mystical and religious encounters often provide individuals with a coherent worldview. These experiences can solidify or transform an individual's understanding of their place in the cosmos, providing a framework that makes sense of life's complexities and suffering. Existential significance. Encounters with the perceived sacred or ultimate reality can imbue life with profound meaning, moving beyond belief, as intellectual assent to a felt sense of purpose derived from connection to something larger than the self. Motivation and goals. A clarified sense of meaning often leads to a renewed sense of purpose, motivating individuals towards goals aligned with their perceived values or divine calling, contributing to goal pursuit and life satisfaction. The perspective of character strengths and virtues. Positive psychology identifies character strengths as positive traits that are morally valued and contribute to individual and collective flourishing. Several strengths are particularly relevant. Spirituality. This is explicitly listed as a transcendent strength, the capacity to have faith, purpose, and meaning in life, often through connection to the sacred. Religious and mystical encounters can be seen as experiences that cultivate, express, or deepen this strength. Gratitude. A common response to feeling blessed or connected during religious/mystical experiences is profound gratitude, a strength associated with increased well-being and positive social relationships. Hope. Encounters that provide a sense of divine presence or a benevolent universe can strengthen hope, the belief that a good future is possible, which is crucial for resilience and goal pursuit. Love and kindness. While personal, these encounters can foster a sense of universal love or compassion, extending beyond personal relationships to all beings, reflecting strengths like love and kindness. The perspective of resilience and post-traumatic growth. Positive psychology examines how individuals cope with adversity and even grow from challenging experiences, post-traumatic growth. Religious and mystical encounters can contribute by providing coping resources. A sense of connection to a higher power or ultimate order can provide comfort, strength, and a framework for understanding and enduring suffering. Facilitating narrative reconstruction. These experiences can help individuals reframe traumatic events within a larger spiritual or meaningful context, aiding in recovery and finding positive meaning in adversity. Strengthening hope and optimism. A renewed sense of purpose and connection gained from these encounters can significantly boost hope and a positive outlook on the future, key components of resilience. The perspective of self-transcendence. Moving beyond belief can involve experiences of self-transcendence, where the focus shifts away from the individual ego towards something larger. Positive psychology recognizes transcendence as a pathway to flourishing. Diminished self-focus. Mystical experiences often involve a dissolution of the ego boundary and a sense of unity with the external world or divine. This reduced self-focus is linked to decreased rumination and increased feelings of connection. Connection to something larger. Both religious community and mystical union provide a sense of belonging and connection to something beyond the individual self, fulfilling fundamental human needs for relatedness and significance. In summary, from diverse perspectives within positive psychology, the landscapes of mystical and religious encounters represent powerful subjective phenomena that are rich sources of positive emotions like awe and peace. Fundamental to finding meaning and purpose, expressions and cultivators of core character strengths, like spirituality and gratitude, significant contributors to psychological resilience, and pathways to self-transcendence and connection. Positive psychology studies the experience itself and its measurable effects on human flourishing, offering valuable insights into why these profound encounters are so deeply valued and sought after across cultures and throughout history, regardless of the specific beliefs attached to them. Both mystical and religious experiences involve encountering a sense of the sacred, and both can be profoundly deep and impactful. However, the nature and focus of that depth often distinguish them. Depth in typical religious experience. In typical religious experience, the depth often lies in the intensity of the individual's connection to the divine or the sacred within a recognized framework. This depth can be characterized by relational depth. The experience deepens the personal relationship with a perceived divine entity, like God, Allah, etc. The focus is on connecting with another, a higher power, feeling their presence, love, judgment, or guidance. The depth is in the intimacy, trust, dependence, or awe felt towards this distinct sacred other. Emotional depth. Profound religious experiences can evoke intense emotions, deep contrition, overwhelming gratitude, fervent love, absolute trust, or a powerful sense of peace. Point 1. The depth here is in the intensity and sincerity of the emotional response to the sacred. Moral/existential depth. These experiences can lead to a profound understanding of one's place in the universe, a deep conviction about moral truths, or a stark awareness of human finitude and dependence on the divine. The depth is in the existential realization or moral transformation spurred by the encounter. Depth within structure. The depth is often experienced through or within established religious practices, rituals, doctrines, and community. The sacred is encountered in scripture, sacraments, prayer, or communal worship. The depth is found by plumbing the existing structures and meanings of the tradition. The depth in a typical religious experience, while profound, often maintains a distinction between the experiencer, the subject, and the sacred, the object of the experience. It's a deep encounter with something perceived as distinct from the self. Depth in mystical experience. In mystical experience, the depth typically refers to a different quality, a penetration to the perceived ground of reality itself, often involving a dissolution of the subject-object distinction. This depth is more about perceived unitive apprehension rather than relational encounter. Key aspects include unitive depth, the most hallmark feature. The depth is in the sense of oneness, unity, or non-duality. This might be a feeling of dissolving into the divine, merging with the cosmos, or realizing the interconnectedness of all things. The distinction between the self and the sacred seems to collapse or blur. The depth is the perceived absence of separation. Ontological depth. The experience feels like a direct apprehension of the fundamental nature of reality, the absolute, or the ultimate ground of being. It's a sense of touching or becoming aware of what truly is at the deepest level, often perceived as a unified, ineffable reality. Transcendental depth. The depth goes beyond the ordinary limitations of sense perception, intellectual thought, and the conventional sense of self. Point 2. It's an experience that feels like it transcends the material world and the dualistic mind. Direct/unmediated depth. While religious experiences can be mediated through symbols, rituals, or scripture, mystical experiences are often described as a direct, unmediated seeing or knowing of ultimate reality, bypassing typical cognitive or sensory channels. The sacred depths in a mystical experience are often described as plumbing the deepest level of existence or consciousness, reaching a state of unity or non-duality that transcends the relational or structured encounters typical of broader religious experience. It's not just feeling close to the sacred, but potentially feeling as the sacred or realizing the sacred is the fundamental reality of which one is a part. In essence, both types of experiences offer depth, but typical religious depth is often relational, emotional, and finds the sacred within or interacting with the world and the self, while mystical depth is more frequently unitive, ontological, and finds the sacred as the fundamental nature of reality, transcending the self and ordinary perception. Is a mystical experience best understood as an intensification of religious experience, or does it represent a qualitatively different kind of encounter with the sacred? Argument 1. Mystical experience as an intensification of religious experience. This perspective suggests that mystical experiences lie on a continuum with other religious experiences, representing the most intense, profound, and perhaps peak forms of encountering the sacred. Shared characteristics. Both involve a subjective encounter with what is perceived as a sacred or transcendent reality, often eliciting powerful emotions like awe, wonder, love, and peace. Gradual development. For many mystics, The deeper, more unitive experiences arise after years of engaging in more typical religious practices like prayer, meditation, and virtuous living. This suggests a progression in intensity and depth within the broader religious life. Increased intensity, aspects like the feeling of presence, emotional fervor, or sense of conviction found in religious experiences are often present in mystical experiences, but amplified to an extraordinary degree. From this viewpoint, a mystical experience is like turning the volume up to maximum on a religious experience, reaching a level of saturation where the boundaries of the self and the perceived sacred begin to dissolve due to the sheer intensity and focus. Argument 2. Mystical experience as a qualitatively different kind of encounter. This perspective argues that while mystical experiences are often associated with religious life and are intensely felt, their defining features represent a fundamental shift in the nature of consciousness and the perceived relationship with reality, making them qualitatively distinct. The unitive state, the core characteristic of many mystical experiences, is the sense of unity or oneness, often involving a dissolution of the ordinary subject-object distinction, the feeling of I experiencing God or the world. This move from a dualistic, relational encounter to a non-dual, unitive apprehension is seen as a difference in kind, not just degree. Transcendence of ordinary consciousness. Mystical experiences are frequently described as states that go beyond normal perception, thought, and language, ineffability, noetic quality. While religious experiences can offer new insights, mystical experiences may feel like accessing a different order of reality or consciousness altogether. Focus shift. The focus in typical religious experience is often on relationship with the divine, adherence to doctrine, or living according to divine will. The focus in mystical experience is often on direct apprehension of ultimate reality, the nature of being, or the fundamental unity underlying existence. Conclusion. While mystical experiences are undoubtedly intensely felt and often arise within a religious context, the prevailing view among many scholars and mystics themselves is that they represent a qualitatively different kind of encounter due to their unitive, non-dual, and often transcendental nature. They are not simply a more emotional or more intense religious feeling. They involve a fundamental shift in the structure of consciousness, moving from experiencing the sacred as a distinct other to experiencing a dissolution of boundaries and a sense of being one with, or directly apprehending the nature of, ultimate reality. So, while intensely religious, their defining characteristic sets them apart as a unique type of sacred encounter. Established religious beliefs, practices, and community contexts play a crucial, though somewhat different, role in shaping and distinguishing typical religious experiences from mystical experiences. While both occur within the broader landscape of faith and spirituality, their relationship with the formal structures of religion highlights their distinct natures. Role of established religion in typical religious experiences. For typical religious experiences, the established framework is often central to the experience itself. Interpretation and meaning. Religious beliefs provide the explicit lens through which an experience is understood as religious. Feeling a sense of peace might be interpreted as the presence of the Holy Spirit, Christianity, finding inner balance guided by Dharma, Buddhism, or experiencing Sakina, divine presence, Islam. Point 1. The dogma gives the experience its specific religious meaning. Facilitation through practice. Many religious experiences are intentionally sought or arise directly from engaging in prescribed religious practices, praying, attending worship services, participating in rituals like sacraments, studying scripture, or performing acts of charity. The structure and symbolism of these practices are designed to evoke a sense of the sacred, connection to the divine, or moral conviction. Point 2. Validation and community. Religious communities provide a shared language, collective rituals, and social reinforcement that validate individual experiences as genuine encounters within the faith tradition. Point 3. Sharing these experiences with others in the community strengthens faith and integrates the individual's subjective feeling into a collective understanding of the sacred. Point 4. The communal aspect of worship and fellowship is, in itself, a significant form of religious experience for many. Shaping the experience, the specific traditions, narratives, and relational concepts within a religion, e.g., God as a loving Father, a just judge, a divine king, shape how the divine is perceived and experienced relationally by the adherent. In short, typical religious experiences are often deeply embedded in, mediated by, and understood through the specific beliefs, practices, and social context of an established religion. They are about encountering the sacred as defined and facilitated by the tradition. Role of established religion in mystical experiences. For mystical experiences, the relationship with established religion is more complex. While often emerging from within religious traditions, the core mystical encounter itself can sometimes feel like it transcends the specific framework. Facilitation through contemplative practice. Many mystical experiences are facilitated by intense and prolonged engagement in specific contemplative practices developed within religious traditions, e.g., Christian contemplative prayer, Sufi dhikr, Buddhist meditation, Kabbalistic contemplation. Point 5. The religious context provides the discipline and methods aimed at quieting the discursive mind to allow for deeper states of consciousness. Interpretation, often post-experience, while the raw mystical experience, like a sense of pure unity or ego dissolution, might share phenomenological similarities across traditions. Its interpretation is almost always filtered through the mystic's religious background. A Christian mystic interprets the union as with Christ, a Hindu mystic as union with Brahman, a Buddhist mystic as realizing shunyata, emptiness, or Buddha nature. The religious beliefs provide the conceptual framework to make sense of the ineffable. Intensely personal versus communal. Mystical experiences are often described as intensely personal, solitary, and internal encounters, intensely personal or unitive. While the path to these experiences might be supported by community, the peak unitive state often involves a withdrawal from the external world and a focus inward or on a transcendent reality that feels beyond communal mediation at that moment. This contrasts with many religious experiences that are inherently communal, like participating in a rite. Potential challenge to doctrine, the unitive nature of mystical experience, where the distinction between self and divine or ultimate reality may seem to dissolve, can sometimes strain or even appear to contradict the dualistic doctrines common in many religions, e.g., the strict separation between creator and creation, or God and humanity. Historically, mystics have occasionally faced suspicion or even condemnation from religious authorities for expressing experiences that seem to blur these lines. Distinction. The key distinction in the role of established religion lies here. Typical religious experiences are often defined by and dependent on the specific beliefs, practices, and community for their form, meaning, and validation. Mystical experiences are often facilitated by religious practices and interpreted through religious beliefs, but the core unitive phenomenon can feel like it reaches a depth or state of consciousness that transcends the specific dualistic or relational framework of the religion, and the peak experience itself is frequently a solitary rather than communal event. Thus, while established religion is the fertile ground from which most mystical traditions grow and the language through which mystical insights are articulated, the mystical experience itself, particularly its unitive and intensely personal core, highlights a depth that sometimes pushes against the boundaries of established religious structures and interpretations, a characteristic less common in typical religious experiences. The concept of unity is indeed one of the most frequently cited and defining characteristics associated with mystical experiences, often standing out when comparing them to other profound religious encounters. What unity means in mystical experience. This sense of unity isn't always a simple feeling of closeness or connection, as might be found in many religious experiences, like feeling close to God during prayer. Instead, it often implies oneness, a direct experience of being one with the divine, the absolute, nature, or the entire cosmos. Dissolution of boundaries, the perceived separation between the self, the subject, and the external world or the divine, the object, breaks down. Loss of ego, the individual's usual sense of a separate, distinct ego or personality diminishes or disappears entirely, being absorbed into a larger reality. Non-duality, an apprehension of reality that transcends the usual dualistic way we perceive the world, mind/body, self/other, sacred/profane. Contrast with other profound religious encounters. Profound religious encounters certainly involve deep connection and emotion, intense love for God, overwhelming awe at creation, a powerful sense of being forgiven, or a clear feeling of divine presence. However, in many of these experiences, the fundamental distinction between the experiencer and the object of the experience, God, the sacred, is maintained. The depth is in the intensity of the relationship between distinct entities. You feel connected to God, dependent upon God, loved by God. Is unity a necessary component? This is where the discussion becomes nuanced. The argument for necessity. In the defining sense, many scholars and traditions use the unitive experience as the primary criterion that sets mysticism apart from other religious states. From this perspective, the core nature of a mystical experience lies precisely in this transcendence of dualistic perception and the apprehension of oneness or non-duality. Experiences lacking this unitive element, however intense or religiously significant, might be classified differently, e.g., as prophetic visions, charismatic experiences, or profound devotional states. Nuances and variations. While unity is central, some experiences sometimes classified as mystical don't fit a simple, merging model. For example, experiences of nothingness or emptiness in certain Buddhist or apophatic, negative theology traditions can be seen as mystical, representing a transcendence of conceptual reality rather than a merging into something. 6 However, these can still be interpreted as experiences of non-duality. The emptiness is not a void in the ordinary sense, but the lack of inherent separate existence, which is a form of non-dual insight. Extrovertive mystical experiences involve seeing the unity in or through the diversity of the external world, rather than an internal merging that excludes the external. 7 While still unitive, the flavor is different from an introvertive experience of pure consciousness. Conclusion. While there are variations, the sense of unity, broadly understood to include experiences of non-duality and the dissolution of the subject-object distinction, is widely considered the most characteristic necessary component that qualitatively sets mystical experiences apart from other profound religious encounters. Other religious experiences can be deeply relational, emotional, and transformative, but the specific feature of transcending the perceived boundary between self and the sacred, culminating in an apprehension of oneness or non-duality, is the hallmark of the mystical journey and what distinguishes its particular sacred depth from other forms of encountering the divine. It represents a fundamental shift in the mode of consciousness and the perceived structure of reality during the experience. Both mystical experiences and other profound religious feelings or insights can be challenging to articulate, but the noted ineffability of mystical experiences is often considered different in kind, not just in degree, due to the unique nature of the mystical encounter itself. The challenge of describing deep religious feelings/insights. Deep religious experiences, even if not classified as mystical, frequently strain the limits of language. This difficulty arises for several reasons. Intensity of emotion. Powerful emotions like overwhelming awe, intense love, profound peace, or deep conviction are difficult to fully convey through words alone. much like trying to describe the feeling of seeing a breathtaking sunset or experiencing profound grief. Complexity of insight. Spiritual insights or theological understandings gained through religious reflection or experience can be complex and multifaceted, making them hard to simplify or explain adequately to someone who hasn't had a similar experience or doesn't share the conceptual framework. The numinous and mystery. As described by Rudolf Otto, the encounter with the sacred often involves the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, a fascinating yet tremendous mystery. This inherent mysteriousness means the sacred feels wholly other and cannot be fully grasped or described using familiar terms. These factors contribute to a significant degree of ineffability in many profound religious experiences. The nature of mystical ineffability. Mystical ineffability shares these aspects of intense emotion and potentially complex insight, but its unique quality stems from the nature of the mystical consciousness itself, particularly the experience of unity or non-duality and the transcendence of ordinary perception. Transcending dualistic language. Ordinary language and conceptual thought are inherently based on distinctions and dualities, subject/object, self/other, this/that. A core feature of many mystical experiences is the dissolution of these boundaries and an apprehension of unity or non-duality. Trying to describe an experience where the distinction between I and the divine or the cosmos has collapsed becomes fundamentally problematic for a language built on that very distinction. It's not just hard to find the words. The experience itself seems to precede or lie outside the structure of language. Direct apprehension beyond concepts. Mystical experiences are often described as a direct, unmediated apprehension of reality or the absolute, a noetic quality. This apprehension may occur at a level deeper than or different from the conceptual processing that language relies upon. The experience is not thought about reality, but felt as a direct contact with it in a non-conceptual way, making post-experience translation into concepts and words exceedingly difficult. Loss of the referent self with the diminishment or loss of the separate ego, the usual reference point for description. I felt this. I saw that becomes unstable or absent during the peak experience, further complicating verbal articulation. Conclusion. Different in kind or degree. While mystical experiences are certainly ineffable to a very high degree due to their intensity and profundity, overlapping with the challenges of describing other deep religious feelings, the nature of the ineffability is often argued to be different in kind. This difference in kind arises because the core mystical encounter, particularly its unitive or non-dual aspect, seems to transcend the fundamental dualistic structure of ordinary consciousness and the language derived from it. It's not just a matter of inadequate vocabulary for a complex feeling, but a struggle to map a non-dual experience onto a dualistic linguistic system. Therefore, while degrees of indescribability exist across all intense subjective states, the ineffability of mystical experience is often seen as uniquely challenging because the experience itself goes beyond the conceptual and linguistic frameworks we normally use to make sense of and describe reality. Both mystical experiences and other profound religious feelings or insights can be challenging to articulate, but the noted ineffability of mystical experiences is often considered different in kind, not just in degree, due to the unique nature of the mystical encounter itself. The challenge of describing deep religious feelings/insights. Deep religious experiences, even if not classified as mystical, frequently strain the limits of language. This difficulty arises for several reasons. Intensity of emotion. Powerful emotions like overwhelming awe, intense love, profound peace, or deep conviction are difficult to fully convey through words alone, much like trying to describe the feeling of seeing a breathtaking sunset or experiencing profound grief. Complexity of insight. Spiritual insights or theological understandings gained through religious reflection or experience can be complex and multifaceted, making them hard to simplify or explain adequately to someone who hasn't had a similar experience or doesn't share the conceptual framework. The numinous and mystery. As described by Rudolf Otto, the encounter with the sacred often involves the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, a fascinating yet tremendous mystery. This inherent mysteriousness means the sacred feels wholly other and cannot be fully grasped or described using familiar terms. These factors contribute to a significant degree of ineffability in many profound religious experiences. The nature of mystical ineffability. Mystical ineffability shares these aspects of intense emotion and potentially complex insight, but its unique quality stems from the nature of the mystical consciousness itself, particularly the experience of unity or non-duality and the transcendence of ordinary perception. Transcending dualistic language, ordinary language and conceptual thought are inherently based on distinctions and dualities, subject/object, self/other, this/that. A core feature of many mystical experiences is the dissolution of these boundaries and an apprehension of unity or non-duality. Trying to describe an experience where the distinction between I and the divine or the cosmos has collapsed becomes fundamentally problematic for a language built on that very distinction. It's not just hard to find the words. The experience itself seems to precede or lie outside the structure of language. Direct apprehension beyond concepts. Mystical experiences are often described as a direct, unmediated apprehension of reality or the absolute, a noetic quality. This apprehension may occur at a level deeper than or different from the conceptual processing that language relies upon. The experience is not thought about reality, but felt as a direct contact with it in a non-conceptual way, making post-experience translation into concepts and words exceedingly difficult. Loss of the referent self with the diminishment or loss of the separate ego, the usual reference point for description. I felt this. I saw that becomes unstable or absent during the peak experience, further complicating verbal articulation. Conclusion. Different in kind or degree. While mystical experiences are certainly ineffable to a very high degree due to their intensity and profundity, overlapping with the challenges of describing other deep religious feelings, the nature of the ineffability is often argued to be different in kind. This difference in kind arises because the core mystical encounter, particularly its unitive or non-dual aspect, seems to transcend the fundamental dualistic structure of ordinary consciousness and the language derived from it. It's not just a matter of inadequate vocabulary for a complex feeling, but a struggle to map a non-dual experience onto a dualistic linguistic system. Therefore, while degrees of indescribability exist across all intense subjective states, the ineffability of mystical experience is often seen as uniquely challenging because the experience itself goes beyond the conceptual and linguistic frameworks we normally use to make sense of and describe reality. Someone can have a rich and meaningful religious life filled with powerful religious experiences without ever having what would typically be classified as a mystical experience. Here's why. Religious experience is broader than mystical experience. As we've discussed, religious experience is a wide category that includes numerous ways of encountering or relating to the sacred. Mystical experience, particularly in the narrower sense of a unitive or non-dual apprehension of ultimate reality, is often considered a specific type within this broader category, but it is not the only type. Meaning derived from various forms of encounter, a religious life gains richness and meaning from a multitude of sources and types of experiences. These can include relational encounters, feeling a deep, personal connection to the divine as a distinct being, e.g., feeling God's love, hearing a calling, sensing divine guidance. Emotional experiences, experiencing intense awe, reverence, gratitude, peace, or joy during worship, prayer, or contemplation of the sacred. Moral and transformative experiences, feeling profound conviction, experiencing forgiveness, undergoing a conversion, or finding the strength to live ethically based on one's faith. Communal experiences, feeling a powerful sense of belonging, solidarity, or shared purpose within a religious community. Experiences of the sacred in the ordinary, perceiving holiness, beauty, or divine presence in nature, art, or everyday events. Cognitive and insightful experiences, gaining deep understanding of scripture, doctrine, or theological truths that profoundly impact one's worldview. These non-mystical experiences are sufficiently powerful. The experiences listed above are deeply subjective and can be incredibly powerful and transformative. They provide a strong sense of connection to the sacred, imbue life with meaning and purpose, shape values, and offer comfort and strength in the face of adversity. A life rich in these kinds of experiences is undeniably a rich and meaningful religious life, even without the added dimension of unitive mystical states. Different paths to sacred depths. The sacred depths can be explored through various means. While mystical paths seek a depth characterized by unity and transcendence of duality, other religious paths emphasize devotional depth, ethical depth, relational depth, or intellectual depth within the framework of faith. All these can lead to profound engagement with the sacred. Cultural and individual variation. Not all religious traditions or individuals within those traditions prioritize or even seek mystical states. Many focus on virtuous conduct, faithful adherence to religious law, devotional practices, or social justice as their primary way of living a meaningful religious life and experiencing the divine. Therefore, while mystical experiences represent a unique and often intensely valued form of sacred encounter for those who have them, they are not a prerequisite for a deep, meaningful, and powerful engagement with religion and the sacred. The vast array of other religious experiences provides ample ground for a rich life of faith. The intention and method of seeking the experience play a significant role in distinguishing a religious experience from a mystical one, or at least in increasing the likelihood of one type of experience over the other. Here's how. Intention shapes expectation and focus. The intent with which someone approaches a spiritual or religious practice influences their state of mind and what they are open to experiencing. If the intention is primarily relational communion, e.g., using structured prayer to speak to God, express devotion towards God, seek guidance from God, the mind is oriented towards interacting with a distinct, albeit transcendent, entity. This intention aligns with and facilitates many typical religious experiences centered on a subject-object relationship with the divine. If the intention is transcendence, unity, or ego dissolution, e.g., using contemplative meditation to quiet the mind, seeking a state of pure awareness, aiming for union with the Absolute, the mind is oriented towards dissolving boundaries and apprehending reality in a non-dual way. This intention is explicitly aimed at the kind of consciousness shift characteristic of mystical states. Method cultivates specific states. Different spiritual methods are designed to cultivate different internal states and capacities. Structured prayer, rituals, study. These practices are often designed to foster faith, reinforce doctrinal understanding, build communal bonds, express devotion relationally, or provide moral guidance. Point 1. They facilitate experiences of peace, conviction, all within a traditional framework, and a sense of connection to the divine or community. These are characteristic of typical religious experiences. Contemplative meditation, intense asceticism, specific yogic practices. These methods are often specifically developed within mystical traditions precisely to alter ordinary states of consciousness, quiet the analytical mind, diminish the sense of the separate self, and facilitate the direct, non-conceptual apprehension of reality or the divine in a unitive way. Techniques like focused attention to the exclusion of all else, or non-judgmental awareness aimed at seeing the nature of mind, are intended pathways to the unitive states of mysticism. While a mystical experience can sometimes occur spontaneously, regardless of practice or intention, The deliberate cultivation of specific contemplative or ascetic methods with the explicit intention of achieving transcendence or union is strongly associated with the mystical path and serves to distinguish it from religious life focused primarily on relational or ritualistic engagement. Therefore, the seeking individual's intention and the specific method employed act as powerful factors that orient the journey towards either the diverse landscape of general religious experiences or the specific, often unitive, depths of mystical encounter. The perceived object, or, more accurately, the nature of the encounter with the sacred, is a key way to distinguish typical religious experiences from mystical ones. In many religious experiences, the encounter is perceived as being with a distinct divine entity or a sacred reality apprehended as separate from the self. The object is God, a specific deity, a spiritual being, or the sacred manifest in the world, like a holy place or event. The experience involves relating to this object, feeling its presence, communicating with it, prayer, receiving something from it, grace, guidance, judgment, or being in awe of it. The fundamental structure is typically dualistic, maintaining a clear distinction between the subject, the person having the experience, and the object, the divine or sacred entity/phenomenon. The depth of the experience is often in the intensity of this subject-object relationship. In mystical experiences, the encounter is more often perceived as an absorption into or union with an ultimate reality or ground of being, leading to a transcendence of the subject-object distinction. The perceived object is not encountered as a separate entity, but as the fundamental nature of reality itself, referred to variously across traditions as the Absolute, the One, Brahman, the Void, or even God experienced in a non-dual manner. The experience is one of being one with, absorbed into, or realizing identity with this ultimate reality. The boundaries of the individual self dissolve into this larger whole. The structure is typically non-dual or unitive, where the distinction between the experiencer and the experienced reality collapses. It's not I encountering the sacred, but rather experiencing as the sacred or realizing I am that. So, while both types of experiences involve the sacred, typical religious experiences are characterized by a profound, often relational, encounter with a perceived distinct sacred reality. Whereas mystical experiences are characterized by a unitive apprehension of or absorption into ultimate reality that dissolves the boundaries between the self and the sacred. Both profound religious experiences and mystical experiences can lead to significant and lasting impacts on an individual's life and worldview, often described as transformative. However, the nature and focus of these transformations can differ in ways that align with the nature of the initial encounter. Lasting impact of profound religious experiences. Profound religious experiences, short of mystical union, typically lead to transformations that deepen and reorient the individual's life within the context of their existing religious framework. The impact often focuses on strengthened faith and commitment. The experience validates beliefs, leading to increased conviction, trust, and dedication to the tenets and practices of their religion. Moral and behavioral transformation. Experiences like feeling divine love, forgiveness, or conviction often inspire a renewed commitment to ethical living, service to others, and aligning one's actions with religious values. Point 3. Increased resilience and coping. A powerful sense of divine presence or guidance can provide comfort, hope, and inner strength to navigate life's challenges and suffering. Deeper relational connection. The experience solidifies the individual's perceived relationship with the divine entity, leading to a more vibrant prayer life and sense of not being alone. Enhanced sense of belonging. Experiences within a religious community strengthen social bonds and the feeling of being part of something larger, contributing to well-being. Meaning and purpose. The experience reinforces the meaning found within the specific narratives, goals, and worldview offered by their religion. The transformation here is often about becoming a better or more devoted person within the established religious understanding of what that means. Lasting impact of mystical experiences. Mystical experiences, particularly those involving unitive states, can lead to transformations that are more fundamental, potentially altering the individual's perception of reality itself and their place within it, sometimes even subtly shifting their relationship to the established religious framework. The impact often focuses on fundamental worldview shift. The experience of unity or non-duality can lead to a lasting sense of interconnectedness with all things, seeing the divine or ultimate reality as immanent within the world, not just a separate entity. This can reshape their understanding of existence. Altered sense of self. The temporary dissolution of the ego can lead to a more permanent decrease in egocentricity, reduced focus on personal desires and fears, and a greater sense of humility and detachment. Increased compassion and altruism. The experienced sense of oneness with others often translates into a profound and lasting increase in empathy, compassion, and a natural inclination towards altruistic behavior, seeing others as part of the same ultimate reality. Diminished fear. Encountering a reality beyond the individual self can significantly reduce the fear of death, loss, and suffering by placing them in a larger, often perceived as eternal or unified, context. Changed relationship with doctrine. While often interpreted religiously, the direct apprehension of ultimate reality can sometimes lead mystics to reevaluate or reinterpret existing doctrines, particularly those that emphasize strict dualism, potentially leading to a more metaphorical or symbolic understanding of religious language. Profound sense of meaning. The experience provides a deep, often ineffable, sense of meaning and purpose derived from the direct apprehension of ultimate reality, which may transcend or provide a new lens through which to view the meaning offered by their specific religious tradition. Difference in nature of transformation. The key difference lies in the scope and nature of the transformation. While both are deeply impactful, profound religious experiences primarily transform the individual's relationship with the sacred and their life within the existing religious paradigm. Mystical experiences, particularly unitive ones, can transform the individual's fundamental understanding of what reality is, who they are within that reality, and their intrinsic connection to everything, potentially reshaping their perspective on and relationship to their religious framework itself. Point 6. Both lead to a more spiritual or more religious life, but the mystical experience tends towards a transformation rooted in the direct, unitive apprehension of ultimate reality, leading to a different kind of perspective on self, others, and the cosmos. If religious experience is indeed a broad landscape of encountering the sacred, encompassing the wide variety of ways individuals perceive, feel, and interact with the divine or transcendent within their faith or spiritual life, then mystical experience is best understood as a specific, often highest or deepest, peak within that landscape, but a peak that offers access to a qualitatively different dimension or view of the sacred. Here's why. It emerges from the landscape. Mystical experiences typically arise within the context of a religious life, often facilitated by practices like deep prayer or meditation found within the religious landscape. Mystics are usually individuals already traversing the paths of faith. It's not typically a phenomenon that occurs entirely unrelated to spiritual seeking or religious engagement. It shares the sacred element. Both religious and mystical experiences involve an encounter with what is perceived as sacred, ultimate, or divine. They share this fundamental focus, placing them within the same overarching domain of experience. It represents a culmination or apex. For many traditions and individuals, the unitive apprehension of mysticism is seen as a culmination or the most profound possible form of sacred encounter achievable in this life. It is a peak in terms of intensity, perceived reality, and transformative potential. However, labeling it merely an intensification or just one peak among others can be insufficient because qualitatively different nature, as we've discussed, the core experience of unity, non-duality, and the transcendence of the subject-object distinction distinguishes it in kind from the relational or awe-filled encounters typical of the rest of the religious landscape. The view from this peak is fundamentally different. It's not just a wider panorama of the same valleys and rivers below, but an apprehension of the underlying geological structure or even a different atmospheric layer altogether. Different mode of apprehension. It involves a mode of apprehending reality, unitive, non-conceptual, that differs significantly from the more relational, cognitive, or emotionally structured ways the sacred is often encountered in other religious experiences. Therefore, rather than being an entirely separate terrain, isolated from the rest of religious life, it is more accurately a unique and often culminating summit within the religious landscape. But it is a summit whose elevation and nature allow access to a distinct quality of sacred depth, the unitive, non-dual dimension, setting it apart from the experiences found on the slopes or in the valleys below. It's the peak where transcendence is most fully realized within the realm of sacred encounter. There is a fundamental point about the relationship between faith and mystical experience, especially given that mystical experience is often described as transcending or going beyond belief. It's a dynamic and complex interplay rather than a simple replacement of one by the other. Here's an exploration of that enduring relationship. Understanding beyond belief. When mystical experience is described as going beyond belief, it doesn't typically mean eliminating or disproving existing beliefs. Instead, it suggests a mode of apprehension that is different from and, for the experiencer, often feels more direct and certain than intellectual assent to propositions. Direct knowing versus assent. Belief involves accepting a statement or doctrine as true, often based on evidence, authority, or reason. Mystical experience, with its noetic quality, feels like direct knowledge or intuitive apprehension of reality itself, similar to how sensory experience provides direct knowledge of the physical world. It's perceived as experiencing truth rather than just believing about truth. Transcending concepts. Beliefs are formulated in language and concepts. Mystical experience, particularly the unitive aspect, is often described as ineffable, lying beyond the reach of ordinary language and conceptual thought because it transcends the dualistic framework upon which language is built. Going beyond belief means encountering a reality that cannot be fully contained or described by existing conceptual structures. Shift in certainty. For the mystic, the certainty derived from direct experience can feel more foundational and absolute than the certainty derived from faith alone. William James noted that mystical states are often absolutely authoritative over the individuals who have them. The enduring relationship between faith, belief/trust, and direct, unitive apprehension. Despite going beyond belief in its immediate phenomenology, faith maintains a crucial and enduring relationship with direct, unitive apprehension. Faith as the foundation and path for most who have mystical experiences within a religious context. Faith provides the initial motivation and framework for their spiritual journey. Belief in a transcendent reality, trust in the possibility of divine encounter, and adherence to religious practices like prayer or meditation serve as the path and preparation that can lead to mystical states. Faith provides the seeker with the concepts and practices needed to even embark on the journey towards unitive apprehension. Faith as the interpreter. The often ineffable nature of mystical experience requires a framework for understanding and integrating it. Existing religious faith provides the primary interpretive lens. The unitive experience is understood through the language and concepts of the individual's tradition, union with Christ, Fana and Baka with Allah, realization of Brahman, apprehension of Buddha nature, etc. Faith gives the experience its specific religious meaning and helps the individual make sense of the otherwise overwhelming or confusing encounter. Mystical experience authenticates and deepens faith. For the individual who has the experience, the direct, unitive apprehension can profoundly authenticate their faith. It moves faith from intellectual acceptance or relational trust to a lived, felt reality. This experiential faith can be deeper, more resilient, and less susceptible to purely intellectual doubts. It transforms faith from believing that to knowing this. Mystical experience can challenge and transform faith, while deepening the non-dual nature of mystical experience can sometimes strain or challenge the dualistic doctrines inherent in many faith traditions, e.g., the strict separation between creator and creation. This doesn't necessarily destroy faith, but can lead to a reinterpretation of beliefs, a move towards more metaphorical or apophatic, negative theology, language, and a focus on the aspects of the tradition that emphasize immanence or non-duality. Faith may be transformed into a more nuanced, less literalistic understanding. Faith provides the enduring context. After the peak mystical state subsides, faith often remains the enduring framework for living out the insights gained. It provides the moral compass, the connection to a supportive community, and the continued practice that sustains the transformed worldview and sense of connection in daily life. Faith helps the mystic reintegrate the extraordinary experience into ordinary reality. In conclusion, while direct, unitive apprehension is described as going beyond belief in the sense of being a non-conceptual, direct knowing that feels more real than mere intellectual assent. Faith, as belief and trust, is not rendered irrelevant. Instead, faith often serves as the necessary precondition and interpretive key for the mystical journey and is, in turn, deepened, authenticated, and potentially transformed by the mystical encounter. The relationship is one of mutual influence, where faith guides towards experience and experience reshapes faith into a more profound, lived reality. Awe is a powerful positive emotion characterized by encountering something vast that transcends one's current understanding, often leading to a feeling of smallness relative to that vastness. While present in both religious and mystical contexts, the subjective flavor of awe differs significantly depending on whether it's directed towards a distinct divine entity or arises from a sense of cosmic interconnectedness. Awe directed towards a distinct divine entity. When awe is experienced in relation to a distinct divine entity, like God in monotheistic traditions or a specific deity, the vastness is often perceived as residing in the entity's attributes. Vastness of power and majesty. The divine is seen as overwhelmingly powerful, omniscient, omnipresent, and utterly transcendent. The vastness is that of an ultimate being whose capabilities and scope are beyond human comprehension. Feeling of creatureliness. The corresponding sense of smallness is often experienced as creatureliness, feeling humble, dependent, and perhaps even slightly fearful or trembling in the presence of this immense power and holiness. Rudolf Otto's concept of the numinous, particularly the mysterium tremendum, captures this aspect of awe as a fearful mystery that evokes a sense of one's own nothingness in contrast to the divine's power. Emotional nuances. This type of awe is frequently accompanied by feelings of reverence, adoration, submission, gratitude for divine favor, and sometimes a profound sense of the divine's holy otherness. The encounter is deeply relational, even if the being is perceived as infinitely beyond full grasp. Awe arising from cosmic interconnectedness. When awe arises from a sense of cosmic interconnectedness or a unitive mystical experience, the vastness is perceived differently. Vastness of unity and scale. The vastness is in the sheer scale, complexity, and intricate unity of the cosmos or ultimate reality. It's the overwhelming apprehension that everything is fundamentally connected, part of a single, unified whole. Feeling of being part of a whole. The feeling of smallness is less about being a creature before a creator and more about realizing one's own tiny place within this immense, unified, interconnected system. It's a sense of the self's boundaries dissolving into something infinitely larger of which it is an inseparable part. Positive psychology research on awe notes that it often leads to a diminished focus on the self and increased feelings of connectedness. Emotional nuances. This type of awe is often accompanied by profound peace, wonder, intellectual humility, at the inability of the mind to grasp the totality, a deep sense of belonging, and a feeling of dissolution or merging rather than relational interaction. It tends to be less characterized by fear or reverence directed towards a separate being, distinguishing the experiences of awe. While both evoke the core components of vastness and a sense of smallness, the subjective experience of awe differs in the perceived object, a distinct, often personal, entity versus an impersonal or transpersonal unified reality. The nature of vastness, attributes of a being versus the scale, complexity, and unity of existence itself. The quality of smallness, creatureliness and dependence versus being a tiny, yet integral, part of a vast whole. The emotional color, relational emotions, reverence, fear of, versus more existential or ontological emotions, peace, belonging within. In essence, awe directed towards a distinct divine entity is often relational and emphasizes the transcendence and power of a separate being, while awe arising from cosmic interconnectedness in mystical experience is often unitive and emphasizes the immanence of the sacred within the unified fabric of existence. The concepts of grace in a religious context and the givenness or spontaneity often associated with mystical states both point to the idea that profound sacred experiences are not solely the product of human effort or will. However, they differ in their typical framing, perceived source, and scope. They can be seen as related ideas that describe overlapping phenomena, but potentially point to different kinds of origins. Grace in a religious context. In many religious traditions, particularly theistic ones, grace is understood as the unmerited favor, divine assistance, or benevolent influence freely bestowed by a distinct divine entity, like God, upon individuals. Perceived source. Grace originates from a personal, conscious, and benevolent divine giver. It is an act of will on the part of the sacred other. Nature. Grace is often described as a power that saves, sanctifies, guides, forgives, or empowers. Point to it can be a continuous presence in a believer's life, a specific moment of divine intervention, or the underlying force enabling spiritual growth. Relationship. The concept of grace is inherently relational, involving a giver, the divine, and a receiver, the human. Givenness/spontaneity in mystical states. The givenness or spontaneity of mystical states refers to the phenomenological quality that the experience often feels like it happens to the individual rather than being actively willed or manufactured by the ego. William James identified passivity as a key characteristic of mystical states. Perceived source. While a theistic mystic might interpret this givenness as grace from God, the experience itself, particularly in non-theistic contexts, might be perceived as the natural unfolding of reality, the true nature of consciousness asserting itself, or the realization of an ever-present ultimate reality that one simply becomes aware of. The source might be seen as impersonal or as the fundamental ground of being itself. Nature. This quality highlights that the entry into the unitive or transcendental state is often beyond the individual's control, arriving unexpectedly or as a culmination that feels bestowed rather than achieved through sheer effort alone, even if practices were undertaken. Relationship. The focus is less on a relationship between distinct entities and more on the unbidden nature of the state of consciousness or the apprehension of reality. Different explanations or different sources? These concepts are intertwined but highlight different aspects. Grace as a theological explanation for givenness. In theistic religious frameworks, grace often serves as the theological explanation for the givenness and spontaneity experienced in both typical profound religious encounters and mystical states. The feeling of receiving something unmerited and beyond one's own power is attributed to the benevolent action of a distinct divine giver. In this sense, grace is the why behind the what of the unbidden sacred experience within a theistic context. Givenness as a phenomenological description pointing to potential sources. the givenness or spontaneity is primarily a phenomenological description of how the mystical experience feels, passive, unbidden, not ego-driven. This phenomenological quality then requires an explanation for its source. While a theistic interpretation points to the distinct divine giver, grace, a non-theistic interpretation might point to the nature of consciousness or ultimate reality itself as the source of this unfolding or realization. Conclusion. Grace and givenness/spontaneity describe overlapping territory by emphasizing the non-self-generated nature of profound sacred experiences. However, grace, in its typical religious context, is a specific theological concept that attributes this givenness to a distinct, benevolent divine source, acting as an explanation. Givenness/spontaneity is a description of the subjective quality of mystical states, which can be interpreted through the lens of grace, pointing to a distinct divine source, or through other frameworks, pointing to a non-personal ultimate reality or the nature of existence itself as the source. Thus, while related, grace is often the specific theistic explanation for the phenomenological givenness that can characterize sacred encounters, including mystical ones, which might be sourced or explained differently in non-theistic contexts. Grace in a religious context. In many religious traditions, particularly theistic ones, grace is understood as the unmerited favor, assistance, or divine influence bestowed by a distinct divine entity, like God, upon individuals. Source. The source of grace is explicitly a personal, benevolent divine giver, separate from the recipient. Nature of the gift. Grace is a gift that is freely given, not earned through merit. 7 It can manifest in various ways, such as forgiveness, salvation, spiritual strength, guidance, or the capacity to live a virtuous life. Relationship. The concept of grace is inherently relational. It describes the dynamic between a divine giver and a human receiver. Scope. Grace can refer to a specific transformative event, like conversion, ongoing divine support throughout life, or even the general benevolent order of the cosmos seen as a divine gift. Grace is a theological concept that explains why individuals receive spiritual benefits or transformative experiences that they could not achieve on their own power. It points to the will and character of a distinct divine source as the origin of these experiences. Givenness or spontaneity in mystical states. The givenness or spontaneity associated with mystical states, particularly the unitive experience, describes the phenomenological quality that the experience feels unbidden, passive, and not solely the result of the individual's deliberate effort or will. William James noted passivity as a key characteristic, where the mystic feels as if he were grasped and held by a superior power. Source, perceived while within a theistic mystical tradition, this givenness may be interpreted as grace from God. In other mystical frameworks, the perceived source might be the natural unfolding of ultimate reality, the realization of a pre-existing non-dual state, or the arising of a deeper consciousness that is fundamental to existence itself, rather than the action of a distinct personal giver. Nature of the experience. The givenness refers to the unbidden nature of the unitive state, the insights gained, noetic quality, or the dissolution of the ego. It's the experience itself that feels received, often unexpectedly, even if practices were undertaken to become receptive. Relationship. While the interpretation might be relational, grasped by God, the phenomenological experience of unity often involves the dissolution of the subject-object distinction, making the giver-receiver dynamic less pronounced during the peak state itself compared to typical experiences of receiving grace. Scope. Spontaneity often highlights the sudden, unearned nature of the peak mystical experience, although prolonged contemplative paths also cultivate a state of receptive givenness. Different explanations or different sources? These concepts are related in that both highlight the aspect of profound experience that transcends ordinary human effort and control. However, they function differently. Grace as an explanation for givenness. In many religious contexts, particularly theistic ones, grace serves as the primary theological explanation for the givenness, experienced in both typical profound religious encounters and mystical states. It attributes the source of the unbidden, transformative experience to the gratuitous action of a distinct divine entity. Givenness/spontaneity as phenomenological description. Givenness or spontaneity is primarily a phenomenological description of the mystical state itself. It feels passive. It happens to the individual. This phenomenon of givenness can then be interpreted through various lenses, including the theological concept of grace in theistic traditions or other philosophical/spiritual concepts in non-theistic traditions that point to different kinds of sources, e.g., the nature of consciousness, the absolute. Thus, while grace is often the explanation for the givenness within a specific religious framework, the phenomenological givenness of the mystical state can point to different perceived sources depending on the interpretive lens applied. Sometimes a distinct divine giver, grace, and sometimes the inherent nature of reality itself. They are related concepts addressing the non-self-generated aspect of profound experience, but grace is specifically tied to a relational, theological understanding of the source. Beyond the basic identification as a unitive experience, mystical states exhibit significant phenomenological variations. These differences in how the experience is subjectively perceived profoundly impact how they are interpreted, often through the lens of religious or philosophical frameworks. Here are some key phenomenological variations within mystical experiences and their impact on interpretation. Introvertive versus extrovertive mysticism. Phenomenology. This distinction, notably emphasized by philosopher Walter Stace, refers to the direction of attention. Introvertive. The mystic turns attention inward, withdrawing from the sensory world. The experience is of a pure, contentless consciousness, often described as a nothingness, void, or empty unity, where all multiplicity of sensory and conceptual objects is excluded. Extrovertive. The mystic looks outward through the physical senses into the external world, but apprehends a sense of unity within or through the multiplicity of objects. Point 4. They see the world as unified, perceiving the one, shining through the diverse phenomena of nature or the cosmos. Sensory content is present but transfigured by the sense of oneness. Impact on interpretation. These different orientations lead to distinct interpretations. Introvertive experiences might be interpreted as union with the transcendent essence of the divine or reality, emphasizing detachment from the material world as a path to the ultimate. They can align with apophatic, negative, theology, focusing on what the ultimate is not. Extrovertive experiences often lead to interpretations emphasizing the immanence of the divine or sacred within creation, the interconnectedness of all life, and the spiritualization of the natural world. They can align with cataphatic, positive, theology, finding God in the world. Unitive, oneness, versus nothingness/void experiences. Phenomenology. While often both considered non-dual, the content differs. Oneness/unity, a feeling of merging with or realizing identity with the divine, the absolute, or the cosmos, often characterized by fullness, love, or being. Nothingness/void, a sense of contentless emptiness, a lack of any distinct qualities or phenomena, often described as a darkness or a state beyond all conceptual grasp. Impact on interpretation. These distinct experiences of non-duality are interpreted differently across traditions. Oneness experiences often support theological or philosophical views of ultimate reality as complete, full, loving, or a unified ground of being, e.g., union with a personal God experienced non-dually, Advaita Vedanta's Brahman. Nothingness experiences are often interpreted as encountering ultimate reality as utterly transcendent, formless, or beyond all possible description or attribute, aligning with traditions that emphasize emptiness, shunyata in Buddhism, unknowing, apophatic Christianity, or the Ein Sof, Kabbalah. Sensory, visions/auditions. versus purely noetic/non-sensory experiences. Phenomenology. This relates to the presence or absence of perceived sensory content. Sensory. The experience includes perceived sights, visions, sounds, additions, smells, tastes, or physical sensations that are understood as part of the sacred encounter. Purely noetic/non-sensory. The experience is described as a direct, intuitive apprehension of truth or reality, noetic quality, without accompanying sensory input. 8. It can be a state of pure consciousness devoid of objects, including sensory ones. Impact on interpretation. The presence or absence of sensory content shapes how the experience is understood within a religious framework. Sensory experiences are often interpreted as direct communication or revelation from a divine entity, symbolic messages, or encounters with spiritual beings. They lend themselves more readily to narrative and depiction within religious art and scripture. Purely noetic or non-sensory experiences might be interpreted as a more direct, unmediated apprehension of ultimate truth or reality that transcends all form and symbolism. Some traditions consider these non-sensory states to be a higher or more advanced form of mystical realization. These phenomenological variations demonstrate that the mystical path is not a single, uniform experience. The specific way the transcendence, unity, or ultimate reality is apprehended, whether inward or outward, as fullness or emptiness, with or without sensory content, profoundly influences the language, concepts, and theological interpretations used to make sense of these encounters with the sacred depths. Different religious traditions offer distinct paths towards cultivating mystical experiences, and these paths profoundly reveal their underlying understanding of the nature of the sacred or ultimate reality. The practices and intentions embedded in these traditions are tailored to apprehend the divine or absolute as it is conceived within that specific framework. Let's explore a few examples. Sufism, Islam. The Sufi path, tariqa, is often described as a journey of love and devotion towards God, Allah. Practices include intense prayer, dhikr, remembrance of God, often through chanting or rhythmic repetition of divine names, meditation, asceticism, poetry, music, and following the guidance of a spiritual master, sheikh. Point 1. A key concept is fana, annihilation of the ego, leading to baka, subsistence in God. Reveals about the sacred. This path reveals a perception of God as the ultimate beloved, the source of all reality, who is both transcendent and intimately present. Point 3. The emphasis on love, remembrance, and annihilation of self in the divine suggests a sacred reality that is personal yet also the ultimate ground of being capable of drawing the individual into complete absorption. Kabbalah, Judaism. The path. Jewish mystical paths within Kabbalah involve deep study of esoteric texts like the Zohar, contemplation on the Sefirot, the 10 divine emanations or attributes, visualization techniques often involving Hebrew letters and divine names, and intense, focused prayer. The goal is often to understand and cleave to God, dvikut, sometimes involving a contemplative ascent through the realms of the Sefirot to gain apprehension of the Ein Sof, the infinite, the unknowable essence of God. Reveals about the sacred. This path reveals a perception of the sacred, God, as both utterly transcendent and unknowable, Ein Sof, yet also immanent and dynamically interacting with the world through structured emanations, the Sefirot. Point 5. The practices suggest a sacred reality that is complex, multifaceted, and can be approached through intellectual contemplation, symbolic understanding, and the manipulation of sacred language, ultimately leading to a paradoxical union with the incomprehensible. Zen Buddhism. The path, Zen, a school of Mahayana Buddhism, emphasizes meditation, zazen, as the primary means to enlightenment, satori. Point 6. This often involves seated meditation, focusing on mindfulness of breathing or contemplating koans. Paradoxical questions. Point 7. The path stresses discipline, present moment awareness, ethical conduct, and guidance from a master. The goal is to directly realize the fundamental nature of reality, often understood as emptiness, shunyata, and non-duality, transcending conceptual thought and the illusion of a separate self. Reveals about the sacred. In non-theistic Zen, the sacred is not a personal deity, but the ultimate nature of reality itself, Buddha nature, unconditioned, empty of inherent existence, and pervading all things. Point 8. The path of emptying the mind through meditation reveals a sacred reality that is accessed not by relating to an external entity, but by stripping away illusions and directly perceiving what is, emphasizing immanence and the potential for awakening within every being. Christian contemplation. The path. Christian mystical paths involve various forms of prayer and asceticism aimed at union with God. Point 9. Practices include Lectio Divina, prayerful reading of scripture, centering prayer, silent prayer using a sacred word to return to God's presence, contemplative prayer, resting in God beyond thoughts and images, meditation on the life of Christ, solitude, and guidance by a spiritual director. The focus is often on purification, deepening faith, hope, and love, leading to states described as spiritual marriage or indwelling. Reveals about the sacred. This path reveals a perception of God as a personal, loving, Trinitarian being, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, who is both transcendent and intimately present. The emphasis on love, relationship, and divine indwelling suggests a sacred reality that is encountered through personal relationship and grace, with the contemplative practices preparing the soul for deeper levels of communion and union with this divine other. Revelation in the paths. Across these diverse traditions, the path towards mystical experience reveals that the perceived nature of the sacred dictates the means of approach. Traditions viewing the sacred as a personal, loving entity emphasize paths of devotion, love, and relational prayer, Sufism, Christian contemplation. Traditions viewing the sacred as an impersonal absolute or emptiness emphasize paths of meditation, mental quieting, and insight, Zen Buddhism, some forms of Kabbalah. Traditions seeing the sacred as both transcendent and immanent may combine intellectual or symbolic contemplation with practices aimed at unitive states, Kabbalah, some Christian mysticism. The disciplines and practices are not merely techniques, they are embodiments of the tradition's understanding of reality and the most effective way to shed the limitations of ordinary consciousness and approach the ultimate sacred depth. There is a core question in the scientific and philosophical understanding of mystical experiences, one that directly relates to the mind being the locus of these phenomena and the debate about their veridicality. If altered states of consciousness, ASCs, are consistently associated with mystical experiences, what exactly is their function? Do they build the experience from the ground up, or do they simply open the doors of perception? There are two primary perspectives on how ASCs induced by practices or other means relate to mystical experiences. Perspective 1. ASCs fundamentally structure the mystical experience. This view aligns with a more naturalistic or reductionist interpretation. From this standpoint, the altered state of consciousness isn't merely a passive gateway, it's the active architect of the subjective experience. Neurological causation. This perspective emphasizes the significant changes in brain activity, neurochemistry, and network connectivity that characterize ASCs induced by meditation, psychedelics, or other methods. The argument is that these physiological changes directly cause the unusual perceptions and states. For example, research exploring the neural correlates of mystical experiences points to activity changes in areas like the temporal lobes, parietal lobes, and the default mode network, DMN, which is associated with self-referential thought and the sense of a separate ego. Construction, not reception. In this view, the brain in an altered state isn't receiving input from an external, transcendent reality. It's constructing a unique subjective reality based on its altered processing mode. The feelings of unity, timelessness, dissolution of self, and ineffability are seen as the direct output of the brain functioning in a non-ordinary way, potentially integrating existing memories, beliefs, and sensory input in novel patterns. Experience as a brain state. The mystical experience, while real as a subjective phenomenon, is fundamentally understood as a specific state of the brain. The characteristics of the experience are structured by the way the brain is functioning in that altered state. Perspective 2. ASCs merely make the mind receptive to an external reality. This view aligns with more traditional, spiritual, or perennialist interpretations. Here, the altered state is seen as a necessary but not sufficient condition, acting primarily to enable perception of a reality that exists independently of the ASC itself. The brain as a filter or reducing valve. This perspective suggests that in normal waking consciousness, the brain acts as a filter or reducing valve, a concept proposed by figures like Henri Bergson and Aldous Huxley. This filtering function is necessary for everyday survival, focusing our attention on the limited aspects of reality relevant to navigating the material world and maintaining a separate ego. Removing obstacles to perception. Practices like meditation or prayer, or the effects of psychedelics or near-death experiences, induce ASCs that temporarily lower or remove this filter. This allows the mind to become receptive to a wider or deeper reality, a spiritual dimension, ultimate reality, cosmic consciousness, or divine presence that is always present but usually blocked from conscious awareness. Experience as perception. The mystical experience is understood as a genuine act of perception, analogous to sensory perception, but directed towards a non-ordinary object or dimension of reality. The content and structure of the experience are seen as being provided by the nature of the reality being perceived, facilitated by the receptive mental state. The ASC doesn't create the object of perception, it merely enables the subject to perceive it. Conclusion. The debate over whether ASCs fundamentally structure mystical experiences or merely make the mind receptive is, to a large extent, tied to the larger question of the veridicality and ontological status of these experiences. Are they purely internal mental constructs, or do they represent genuine encounters with an objective transcendent reality? Scientific research can clearly demonstrate the neurological correlates of mystical experiences and ASCs, illustrating how the brain is functioning when these experiences occur. However, neuroscience, by itself, cannot definitively prove whether this altered brain state is creating the reality perceived or simply allowing access to a reality that exists independently. Interpreting the function of ASCs in mysticism often depends on philosophical assumptions about the nature of consciousness and reality itself. The subjective feeling of encountering an ultimate reality can be equally compelling under either interpretation. Consider the role of the body in these experiences. How do ascetic practices, physical rituals, or even neurophysiological factors interact with and potentially shape the subjective experience of the sacred? The human body plays a complex and integral role in the experience of the sacred, serving as a conduit, a site of discipline, and a physiological interpreter of profound encounters. Ascetic practices, physical rituals, and underlying neurophysiological factors all interact to potentially shape the subjective nature of these experiences. Ascetic practices and physical rituals. Throughout history and across diverse religious traditions, the body has been a focal point for practices designed to facilitate or enhance spiritual awareness. These can range from rigorous self-denial, asceticism, to highly structured physical actions, rituals. Asceticism. Practices such as fasting, sleep deprivation, celibacy, and endurance of physical discomfort aim to purify the self, detach from worldly distractions, and open pathways to the divine or ultimate reality. By intentionally altering the body's normal state and denying its instinctual drives, ascetics seek to transcend ordinary consciousness. The physical sensations, hunger, fatigue, pain, can paradoxically become triggers for heightened awareness, altered states of consciousness, and a perceived closeness to the sacred. The disciplined body is often seen as a vessel that, once emptied of mundane concerns, can be filled with spiritual insight or divine presence. Physical rituals. Many religious traditions incorporate prescribed physical movements, postures, gestures, and vocalizations. Examples include prostration in Islam, genuflection in Christianity, specific hand gestures, mudras, in Hinduism and Buddhism, chanting, sacred dances, and pilgrimages. These rituals are not merely symbolic, they actively engage the body in the act of worship or contemplation. Embodiment and meaning. Rituals can create a focused environment, channeling attention and intention. The repetitive or stylized nature of these actions can induce a state of flow or altered consciousness, where the separation between mind and body, or self and sacred, may seem to dissolve. Communal cohesion. Group rituals, involving synchronized movements and vocalizations, can foster a powerful sense of collective identity and shared experience of the sacred, often described as collective effervescence. Transformation. The physical performance of a ritual can be seen as a transformative act, not just representing a spiritual truth, but enacting it, thereby shaping the participants' inner state and their perception of the sacred. Neurophysiological factors. The relatively young field of neurotheology, or the neuroscience of religion, explores the neural correlates of religious and spiritual experiences. While not aiming to reduce these experiences solely to brain activity, this research sheds light on how neurophysiological processes might be involved in their subjective qualities. Brain activity during mystical experiences. Studies involving techniques like fMRI, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and EEG, electroencephalography, on individuals engaged in practices like meditation or prayer have identified changes in brain activity. For instance, alterations in the activity of the parietal lobes, associated with spatial orientation and the sense of self, have been linked to feelings of oneness and loss of self-boundaries often reported in mystical experiences. Changes in frontal lobe activity, involved in attention and concentration, are also noted. Neurochemical changes. Certain practices or experiences may trigger the release of neurochemicals that influence mood and perception. For example, endorphins released during intense physical exertion, as in some ascetic practices or ecstatic rituals, can induce feelings of euphoria. The role of neurotransmitters like serotonin and dopamine in spiritual experiences is also an area of ongoing research. Altered states of consciousness. Practices such as deep meditation, sensory deprivation, sometimes a component of asceticism, or, conversely, intense sensory stimulation, as in some ecstatic rituals involving chanting, drumming, and dancing, can induce altered states of consciousness. These states can be characterized by changes in perception, emotion, and sense of self, which are often interpreted as encounters with the sacred. The relaxation response and flow states, repetitive ritualistic actions, or deep contemplative practices can elicit what Dr. Herbert Benson termed the relaxation response, a physiological state of deep rest that counteracts the stress response. This can lead to feelings of peace and well-being, which may be interpreted as sacred. Similarly, the concept of flow, a state of complete absorption in an activity, can be experienced during engaging rituals or meditative practices, leading to a sense of transcendence. Interaction and shaping of subjective experience. The interplay between these bodily factors is crucial. Ascetic practices and rituals are not just mental exercises. They are embodied techniques that actively utilize and transform the physical self. The physiological changes induced by these practices, altered brain activity, neurochemical shifts, changes in autonomic nervous system arousal, can significantly contribute to the subjective qualities of the sacred experience. For example, the disciplined focus required in meditation, a mental and physical act, can lead to measurable changes in brainwave patterns and a subjective sense of calm and clarity, often described as sacred. The exhaustion and altered sensory input from prolonged fasting or a demanding pilgrimage can break down ordinary modes of perception, potentially opening the individual to experiences that feel profoundly different and sacred. The rhythmic chanting and synchronized movements in a group ritual can create a powerful sense of unity and emotional contagion, where the individual's experience of the sacred is amplified and validated by the collective. It is important to note that while neurophysiology can describe some of the mechanisms involved, it does not necessarily explain away the sacredness of the experience itself. For the experiencer, these bodily and mental shifts are often interpreted within a pre-existing religious or spiritual framework, which gives them meaning and significance as encounters with the divine, ultimate reality, or profound truth. The body, in this sense, becomes both the instrument and the resonant chamber for the experience of the sacred. How does the experience of the numinous, all mixed with dread, relate specifically to mystical experiences of nothingness or the void in traditions like apophatic Christianity or Buddhism? The experience of the numinous, as famously articulated by Rudolf Otto, characterized by mysterium tremendum et fascinans, a mystery that is both terrifying and fascinating, evoking awe mixed with dread, has intriguing points of contact and divergence with mystical experiences of nothingness or the void found in traditions like apophatic Christianity and Buddhism. While both types of experiences point to a reality transcending ordinary understanding and language, their phenomenological textures and theological/philosophical implications can differ significantly. Understanding the numinous. Otto coined the term numinous to describe the core of religious experience, which he saw as non-rational and distinct from ethical or conceptual aspects of religion. Key elements of the numinous include mysterium. The numinous is wholly other, entirely different from anything we experience in ordinary life. It is mysterious and beyond comprehension. Tremendum. This aspect encompasses feelings of awe, dread, fear, and a sense of one's own insignificance and creatureliness in the face of overwhelming majesty and power. It can evoke a sense of being overpowered or annihilated. Fascinans. Despite the dread, the numinous is also profoundly attractive, fascinating, and alluring. It draws the individual towards it with an irresistible power, evoking feelings of bliss, grace, and love. The numinous, therefore, is an encounter with a potent and wholly other reality that evokes a complex emotional response of fear and attraction. Mystical experiences of nothingness or the void. Apophatic, negative, theology in Christianity. Apophatic theology, prominent in Eastern Orthodox Christianity and influential mystics like Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite and Meister Eckhart, approaches God by negation. It asserts that God is beyond all concepts, names, and attributes that can be derived from the created world. God is not this, not that, neti, in a parallel Hindu formulation. The divine dark or cloud of unknowing. Mystics in this tradition speak of entering a divine dark or a cloud of unknowing where intellectual understanding ceases. This nothingness is not an ontological void in the sense of absolute non-existence, but rather an epistemological limit, a recognition that God transcends all human categories of being and knowing. Union beyond concept. The goal is often a unitive experience with this ineffable God, a union that is beyond intellect and sensory perception. This nothing is paradoxically the fullness of God, a dazzling darkness. Potential for awe and annihilation of self. The encounter with this transcendent nothingness can indeed be awe-inspiring. The tremendum aspect might manifest as the terror of losing one's conceptual grasp of reality and the dissolution of the ego or the limited self in the face of the infinite. The fascinans is the profound draw towards this ultimate, liberating reality. Meister Eckhart spoke of God as a desert or nothingness where the soul finds its true ground, a process that involves a radical self-emptying, kenosis. Buddhism, shunyata, and the void. In many schools of Buddhist thought, particularly Mahayana Buddhism, the concept of shunyata, emptiness or voidness, is central. Emptiness of inherent existence. Shunyata does not mean that nothing exists. Rather, it signifies that all phenomena, including the self, are empty of inherent, independent, or permanent existence. They arise interdependently and are in a constant state of flux. There is no fixed, abiding essence. Liberation from suffering. The realization of shunyata is considered liberating because it frees individuals from attachment to a false sense of self and the illusion of a permanent, independently existing world, which are seen as the roots of suffering, dukkha. Phenomenology of the void. The meditative experience of emptiness can be profound. It might initially involve a sense of groundlessness or even fear as familiar constructs of self and reality dissolve. This could resonate with the tremendum. However, the ultimate understanding and experience of shunyata are typically described in terms of peace, liberation, boundless compassion, and an unconditioned awareness. The fascinance here lies in the promise of liberation and the experience of reality as it truly is, unobstructed by conceptual overlays. Not nihilism. It's crucial to distinguish shunyata from nihilism. The Buddha himself refuted nihilistic interpretations. Emptiness is not a denial of existence, but a sophisticated understanding of the nature of existence. Relationships and distinctions. Similarities. Ineffability. Both the numinous and experiences of the void/nothingness are often described as ineffable, beyond the grasp of ordinary language and concepts. Transcendence of the ordinary. Both point to a reality or an understanding that radically transcends everyday experience and conceptual frameworks. Potential for awe. Both can evoke a profound sense of awe in the face of something vast, ultimate, or wholly other. Transformation of self. Both types of experiences often lead to a significant transformation in the individual's understanding of themselves and the world, often involving a diminishment or dissolution of the ego. Differences. Focus on otherness versus no self. Otto's numinous often emphasizes an encounter with a distinct, powerful other, often personalized as God. While apophatic Christianity maintains God's transcendence, the experience of the void in Buddhism, shunyata, is more about realizing the inherent lack of substantiality in all phenomena, including the self. It's less about an other and more about the fundamental nature of reality itself, which includes the absence of a permanent self, a natman/anatta. Emotional tone. Dread versus peace/liberation. While the tremendum, dread, is a core component of the numinous, the ultimate goal and often the prevailing experience in Buddhist realizations of emptiness is profound peace, wisdom, and compassion. While fear or disorientation can be initial stages in confronting emptiness, they are generally seen as obstacles to be overcome through insight. Similarly, in apophatic mysticism, while the darkness can be daunting, the ultimate experience is often one of profound union and love, a luminous darkness. The dread component in Otto's numinous can sometimes retain a stronger sense of fear before an external power. Ontological implications. The numinous, particularly in theistic contexts, often implies an encounter with an ultimate being. Apophatic nothingness still refers to God as ultimate reality, though beyond predication. Buddhist shunyata, however, directly challenges the notion of inherent being or ultimate substance in any phenomenon, leading to a radically different ontological perspective. It's a nothingness that is the very nature of things, rather than a nothing that is a characteristic of a transcendent being. Path and fruition. The numinous can be a spontaneous eruption of religious feeling or an experience sought through specific religious practices focusing on the divine. The path to realizing emptiness in Buddhism involves rigorous meditative training and analytical inquiry designed to deconstruct false views of reality. The fruition in Buddhism is often described in terms of enlightenment and the cessation of suffering, whereas the fruition of a numinous experience might be a deepened faith, devotion, or sense of divine presence. Conclusion. The experience of the numinous, with its potent mix of awe and dread before a wholly other mystery, shares with mystical experiences of nothingness or the void a sense of encountering the limits of ordinary reality and language. Both can be profoundly transformative. However, they diverge in their emphasis, emotional coloring, and ultimate philosophical or theological interpretations. Experiences of the void in apophatic Christianity, while speaking of nothingness, often point to the supereminence of God beyond all conceptualization, potentially retaining elements of the numinous awe and surrender before the divine. Buddhist experiences of shunyata, while initially perhaps unsettling, ultimately aim for a liberating insight into the selfless and interdependent nature of all reality, leading to peace and compassion rather than a sustained sense of dread before an external power. The nothingness here is not an attribute of a being, but the fundamental mode of being itself. Thus, while the numinous can be a component or a stage within or alongside these mystical paths, the specific characterization and ultimate understanding of nothingness or the void are shaped by the distinct frameworks of their respective traditions. Beyond simply increasing compassion, how might the unitive insight of mystical experience specifically inform or challenge conventional ethical frameworks based on individual identity and distinct moral agents? The unitive insight of mystical experience, often described as a profound sense of oneness with all existence, a dissolution of the boundaries of the individual self, and an awareness of fundamental interconnectedness, has radical implications for ethics that go far beyond simply increasing compassion. While heightened compassion is a natural outflow of such experiences, the unitive insight challenges the very foundations of conventional ethical frameworks, which are largely built upon the premise of separate, autonomous individual identities and distinct moral agents. Here's how unitive insight might specifically inform or challenge these conventional ethical frameworks. 1. Redefining the moral agent and moral patient. Conventional ethics typically assumes a clear distinction between the moral agent, the one acting, and the moral patient, the one being acted upon. Ethical rules and duties are often framed in terms of how one discrete individual should treat another discrete individual or entity. Concepts like individual rights, personal responsibility, and desert are central. Unitive insight challenge. If the fundamental reality is experienced as an undivided whole, the notion of a radically separate self, acting upon a radically separate other, becomes problematic. Interidentification. The mystical experience can lead to a deep interidentification where the suffering of another is felt as one's own, and the well-being of another is indistinguishable from one's own. This isn't just empathy, it's an ontological shift where the other is, in a profound sense, self. Blurring of agent/patient. Actions that harm another are, from this perspective, actions that harm oneself or the larger self. The motivation for ethical behavior shifts from adherence to external rules or calculated consequences for separate beings to an intrinsic expression of this recognized unity. The Golden Rule, for instance, takes on a more literal, experiential meaning. 2. Shifting the basis of moral motivation. Conventional ethics. Moral motivation can stem from various sources: adherence to divine command, rational principles, Kantian deontology, calculation of overall happiness, utilitarianism, virtue cultivation, or social contract. These often rely on an understanding of individual duties, rights, and consequences for separate selves. Unitive insight challenge. Intrinsic morality. Unitive consciousness may foster a morality that is not primarily rule-based or consequence-based in the traditional sense, but flows spontaneously from the direct experience of interconnectedness. Actions are right not because they conform to an external code, but because they are in harmony with the perceived nature of reality as a unified whole. Love as a foundational principle. The experience of oneness is frequently accompanied by an overwhelming sense of unconditional love and a deep-seated desire for the flourishing of all aspects of this unified reality. This love becomes the primary motivating force for ethical action, transcending calculations of individual gain or even abstract duty. As philosopher Alan Watts, interpreting Eastern philosophies, suggested, in a unitive state, the other is oneself. 3. Reevaluating individual rights and responsibilities. Conventional ethics heavily emphasizes individual rights, e.g., right to life, liberty, property, and corresponding individual responsibilities. These are seen as essential for protecting distinct individuals from harm and ensuring a just social order. Unitive Insight Challenge. From individual to collective well-being, while not necessarily negating individual well-being, the focus might shift towards the well-being of the whole, or the collective. The concept of rights might be reinterpreted not just as protections for isolated individuals, but as conditions necessary for the flourishing of the interconnected web of being. Expanded scope of responsibility. Responsibility may be felt more broadly, extending beyond immediate human interactions to encompass all sentient beings, ecosystems, and the planet as a whole, reflecting the deep awareness of interdependence. The sense of I am responsible could expand to I am responsible for the whole because I am the whole. 4. Challenging anthropocentrism and expanding the moral community. Conventional ethics. Many traditional Western ethical frameworks are anthropocentric, placing human beings at the center of moral concern. Unitive Insight Challenge. The experience of oneness often extends beyond the human species to include all of nature. This can lead to deep ecology ethics, a worldview where all life forms and natural systems have intrinsic value, not just instrumental value for humans. Ethical considerations naturally expand to include animals, plants, rivers, and ecosystems as part of the interconnected self. Moral standing of the non-human. The sharp distinction between beings deserving moral consideration and those that can be merely used is eroded. 5. Transforming the understanding of justice and harm. Conventional ethics. Justice often involves retribution, restoration, or the correct application of laws to address harm done by one individual to another. Harm is typically understood in terms of its impact on a discrete individual's well-being, rights, or property. Unitive Insight Challenge. Restorative rather than retributive focus. If all are interconnected, punitive approaches to justice might seem less coherent. The focus might shift more radically towards healing and restoration of harmony within the whole, rather than simply punishing an offender who is ultimately not separate. Harm as disharmony. Harm might be understood not just as an isolated incident affecting an individual, but as a disruption in the fabric of interconnectedness, a form of disharmony that affects the whole. Addressing harm would then involve restoring balance and connection. Potential challenges and nuances. Practical application, translating the profound, often ineffable, unitive insight into concrete ethical guidelines for complex societal structures can be challenging. Conventional ethics, with its clearly defined rules and principles, offers a more readily applicable framework for everyday moral dilemmas and legal systems. Risk of undermining individual accountability. Critics might argue that an extreme emphasis on oneness could potentially undermine individual accountability if not carefully nuanced. If all is one, who is responsible for specific actions? Most mystical traditions, however, do not lead to moral quietism, but rather to a heightened sense of responsibility, albeit from a different metaphysical grounding. Diversity of mystical experiences. Not all mystical experiences are identical, and the ethical implications drawn can vary. However, the theme of unity and interconnectedness is a very common thread. In conclusion, the unitive insight of mystical experience does more than just foster compassion. It offers a radical recontextualization of the self, the other, and the nature of reality. This can lead to an ethical orientation that is less about rules followed by separate agents and more about actions flowing from an embodied understanding of interdependence and a love for the totality of being. It challenges conventional ethical frameworks to consider a more holistic, interconnected, and perhaps less anthropocentric basis for moral thought and action, prompting a shift from an ethics of separation to an ethics of oneness. How do experiences of doubt, crisis, or the dark night of the soul fit within the broader landscape of religious and mystical life? Are these paradoxically also forms of sacred depth? Experiences of doubt, crisis, and the dark night of the soul are not only common but often pivotal elements within the broader landscape of religious and mystical life. Far from being mere aberrations or signs of spiritual failure, these challenging periods are frequently interpreted by spiritual traditions and individuals as paradoxical forms of sacred depth, difficult yet potentially transformative stages that can lead to a more mature, resilient, and profound faith or spiritual understanding. The dark night of the soul, a classic paradigm. The concept of the dark night of the soul, noche oscura, most famously articulated by the 16th century Spanish Carmelite mystic Saint John of the Cross, provides a key framework for understanding these experiences within Christian mysticism, with parallels in other traditions. Nature of the dark night. Saint John of the Cross described two main phases of the dark night. The active night of the senses. This involves the individual's active efforts to purify their attachments to sensory experiences and worldly consolations in their spiritual life. The passive night of the senses and spirit. This is a more profound and challenging state where God's presence feels absent. Spiritual consolations, feelings of devotion, and even the ability to meditate or pray in familiar ways seem to vanish. The individual may experience spiritual aridity/dryness, a sense of barrenness where prayer feels empty and religious practices offer no comfort. Desolation and emptiness, a profound feeling of being abandoned by God, leading to deep anguish and a sense of meaninglessness. Intense doubt, doubts about one's faith, God's existence, or the validity of one's spiritual path can become overwhelming. Purification. According to Saint John of the Cross, this painful state is not a punishment, but a profound purification orchestrated by God. It aims to detach the soul from spiritual gluttony, attachment to sweet feelings in prayer, and to purify it of deeper imperfections and attachments of the ego, preparing it for a more direct and unmediated union with God. Broader experiences of doubt and crisis. Beyond this specific mystical articulation, experiences of doubt and crisis are widely recognized in religious life. Crises of faith. These can be triggered by various factors: personal suffering, the problem of evil in the world, intellectual challenges to religious doctrines, moral disillusionment with religious institutions or figures, or developmental stages in an individual's psychological and spiritual growth. Spiritual dry spells or desolation. Many people of faith report periods where their spiritual life feels stagnant, uninspired, or devoid of the perceived presence of the divine, even without reaching the intensity of a full-blown dark night. Existential crises. These may involve questioning the ultimate meaning and purpose of life, which can intersect profoundly with one's religious or spiritual orientation, leading to periods of intense searching and uncertainty. Paradoxical forms of sacred depth. These experiences, while acutely painful and disorienting, can paradoxically lead to greater spiritual depth for several reasons. Authenticity and maturation of faith. A faith that has never been tested by doubt can remain superficial or immature. Wrestling with difficult questions and enduring periods of spiritual desolation can strip away simplistic or sentimental notions of God and spirituality, leading to a more robust, nuanced, and deeply owned faith. Moving beyond reliance on positive emotional experiences or external validations can foster a faith grounded in a deeper commitment and trust, even in the absence of sensible consolations. deepening humility and surrender. The dark night often involves a profound sense of helplessness and the failure of one's own efforts to attain spiritual enlightenment or feel God's presence. This can break down spiritual pride and foster a deeper humility and surrender to a reality or a will beyond oneself. It highlights the idea that the sacred is not something that can be controlled or manufactured by the ego. Purification of motives and attachments. As St. John of the Cross emphasized, these experiences can purify an individual's motives for seeking God or pursuing a spiritual path, moving from seeking spiritual rewards or consolations to seeking the divine for its own sake. They can help detach the individual from an attachment to specific experiences of the sacred or to particular concepts and images of God, opening them to a more transcendent and ineffable reality. Increased empathy and compassion. Having navigated profound doubt and spiritual pain can equip individuals with greater empathy and understanding for others undergoing similar struggles. It can break down spiritual elitism and foster a sense of shared humanity in the spiritual journey. Discovery of a transcendent ground. For some, the experience of the void or the absence of familiar spiritual supports can lead to the discovery of a deeper, more imminent, yet transcendent ground of being. When all props are removed, one might encounter a more fundamental reality or presence that was previously obscured by more overt spiritual experiences. Inayat Khan stated, "There can be no rebirth without a dark night of the soul, a total annihilation of all that you believed in and thought that you were." One Joseph Campbell echoed this. The dark night of the soul comes just before revelation. The darkness itself can become a space of encounter, where the divine is found not in the light of clear understanding or blissful feeling, but in the mystery of unknowing. Transformation and rebirth. Successfully navigating a profound spiritual crisis often leads to a sense of renewal or rebirth. The old self, with its limited understanding and attachments, dies, allowing a new, more expansive spiritual consciousness to emerge. This process, though agonizing, is seen as essential for profound spiritual growth and union with the divine in many mystical traditions. Gerald May, a psychiatrist who explored this connection, noted that such dark periods give depth, dimension, and fullness to the spiritual life. Conclusion. Experiences of doubt, crisis, and the dark night of the soul are far from being merely negative interruptions in religious and mystical life. They are often integral to the journey, serving as crucibles for spiritual transformation. While characterized by pain, confusion, and a sense of divine absence, these periods can paradoxically strip away superficialities, purify motivations, foster deep humility, and ultimately lead to a more profound, resilient, and authentic experience of sacred depth. They highlight that the spiritual path is not always one of continuous light and consolation, but often involves navigating darkness and unknowing to arrive at a more comprehensive and unshakable connection with the ultimate reality. These are not detours from the sacred, but are often the very terrain through which deeper dimensions of the sacred are revealed. If mystical experience is interpreted through religious frameworks, how does this process of interpretation potentially limit or shape the expression of an experience that is often described as ineffable and beyond concepts? The interpretation of mystical experience through religious frameworks presents a profound paradox. It provides an essential means for understanding, articulating, and integrating an experience often described as ineffable and beyond concepts. Yet in doing so, it inevitably shapes and potentially limits its expression. The raw, unmediated mystical encounter is frequently characterized by a sense of directness, immediacy, and a transcendence of ordinary cognitive categories. However, once the mystic attempts to communicate or even make sense of this experience for themselves or others, they typically turn to the language, symbols, doctrines, and narratives provided by their religious tradition. Here's how this process of interpretation can limit or shape the expression. The ineffability problem and the constraints of language. Mystical experience, often described as defying ordinary language. William James, in The Varieties of Religious Experience, identified ineffability as a key characteristic of mystical states. The experience might involve a sense of oneness, timelessness, or an encounter with a reality so vast or different that words seem inadequate or distorting. Religious frameworks as linguistic tools. Religious traditions offer a specialized vocabulary, e.g., God, Nirvana, Brahman, Tao, Unio Mystica, Kesho, and symbolic systems, imagery, metaphors, allegories, to speak about the transcendent. While these tools are indispensable for communication, they are inherently limited. Limitations/shaping. Reduction. The richness and multifaceted nature of the raw experience may be reduced or simplified when forced into pre-existing conceptual boxes. Nuances and unique aspects of an individual's experience that don't neatly fit the established categories might be downplayed, overlooked, or even unconsciously filtered out by the mystic themselves. Translation, not equivalence. Language acts as a translation of the experience, and like any translation, it can lose some of the original meaning, tone, or intensity. The map, language, doctrine is not the territory, the experience. Cultural coloring. The available religious language is culturally conditioned. An experience interpreted through a Christian lens will be expressed using Christian terminology and will likely emphasize aspects congruent with Christian theology, e.g., union with a personal God, while the same core experience, if such a thing can be posited, might be expressed differently by a Buddhist emphasizing emptiness or non-self. Doctrinal expectations and confirmation bias. Religious frameworks as interpretive lenses. Religious doctrines provide a coherent system for understanding the world, the divine, and the nature of spiritual realization. These doctrines create expectations about what a genuine mystical experience should be like and what it means. Limitations/shaping. Pre-shaping of experience. The mystic's prior immersion in a religious tradition can subconsciously shape the experience itself, predisposing them to interpret certain sensations or insights in line with doctrinal teachings. Post-experience fitting. After the experience, there's a natural tendency to reconcile it with accepted dogma. If the experience contains elements that seem to contradict or go beyond established doctrine, these might be reinterpreted, suppressed, or expressed very cautiously to maintain orthodoxy and communal acceptance. For example, a Christian mystic experiencing a profound sense of non-duality might struggle to articulate this within a framework that strongly emphasizes God's transcendence and otherness. Emphasis on certain aspects. The tradition will highlight and value certain types of mystical phenomena over others. Experiences aligning with these value types are more likely to be reported, recorded, and transmitted, while others might be marginalized. The role of community and authority. Religious frameworks as communal structures. Religious traditions are not just sets of ideas, but also communities of practitioners with established authorities, gurus, priests, roshis, scholars, who often act as arbiters of genuine spiritual experience. Limitations/shaping. Validation and legitimation. To have their experience validated and understood, mystics often need to frame it in terms acceptable to their community and its leaders. This can lead to a standardization of expression. Fear of heresy or misunderstanding. Mystics who have experiences that deviate significantly from the norm may face censure, misunderstanding, or accusations of heresy. This can lead to self-censorship or attempts to force their experience into more conventional molds. Meister Eckhart, for instance, faced accusations of heresy for some of his more radical expressions of union with God. Guidance and interpretation. Spiritual directors or teachers, while often helpful, will interpret the mystic's experience through the lens of their tradition, guiding the mystic to understand and express it in certain ways, subtly shaping the narrative. The paradox of form and formlessness. Mystical experience as formless. Many descriptions emphasize a dissolution of forms, categories, and structures. Religious frameworks as form givers. Interpretation necessarily involves giving form to the formless, translating it into concepts, narratives, and symbols. Limitation/shaping. The very act of conceptualizing inherently structures and, to some extent, solidifies what might have been a fluid and dynamic experience. The attempt to capture the boundless in the bounded can make the experience appear more static or defined than it was. Despite limitations, interpretation is often necessary and valuable. It's crucial to acknowledge that while interpretation through religious frameworks can shape and limit, it also serves vital functions. Meaning-making. Frameworks help the mystic integrate the often overwhelming experience into their life and worldview. Communication. They provide a shared language for communicating, however imperfectly, with others. Guidance and discernment. Traditions offer wisdom, accumulated over centuries, for navigating the spiritual path and discerning the nature of various experiences, distinguishing genuine insight from delusion. Ethical integration. They provide ethical guidelines for how to live in light of the mystical insight. Preservation and transmission. Religious institutions play a role in preserving and transmitting accounts of mystical experiences, allowing them to inspire future generations. Conclusion. The relationship between raw mystical experience and its interpretation through religious frameworks is complex and tensional. The ineffable core of the experience, often described as transcending all concepts and forms, inevitably undergoes a process of shaping, selection, and potential limitation when it is articulated and understood through the specific lens of a religious tradition. The language, doctrines, symbols, and communal norms of that tradition provide the necessary tools for expression and integration, but they also act as filters and molds. This doesn't necessarily invalidate the interpreted experience or the frameworks themselves. Rather, it highlights a fundamental dynamic in the human encounter with the transcendent, the ongoing interplay between direct, formless experience and the forms of thought and language through which we attempt to grasp and share it. The mystic often walks a fine line, striving to remain true to the authenticity of their ineffable encounter while utilizing the available conceptual resources of their tradition, always aware that the expression is but a finger pointing to a moon it can never fully capture. How does the tension between the intensely personal nature of many mystical experiences and the communal requirements of established religion play out in the lives of mystics and their relationship with religious institutions? The tension between the intensely personal, often direct and unmediated, nature of mystical experiences and the communal requirements, doctrines, and structures of established religion is a recurring and dynamic theme throughout history. This interplay can manifest in various ways, ranging from harmonious integration to profound conflict, deeply impacting the lives of mystics and their standing within their religious institutions. The personal nature of mystical experience. Mystical experiences are typically characterized by their profound subjectivity and immediacy. Point one, they often involve direct encounter, a feeling of direct connection or union with the divine, ultimate reality, or the sacred, unmediated by clergy, ritual, or even scripture in the moment of experience. Ineffability. As discussed previously, the experience often transcends ordinary language and conceptual understanding, making it difficult to communicate adequately to others. Point 3. Noetic quality. A sense of gaining profound knowledge or insight that feels more real and authoritative than everyday understanding. Transcendence of self. A dissolution of the ordinary sense of self and its boundaries, leading to feelings of oneness or unity. This intensely personal and often overwhelming experience can become the ultimate authority for the mystic, potentially superseding or challenging external religious authorities. Communal requirements of established religion. Established religions, on the other hand, emphasize shared doctrines and creeds, a common set of beliefs and theological interpretations that define the community and its understanding of the divine and the world. Communal rituals and practices, prescribed forms of worship, sacraments, and devotional activities that foster communal identity and participation. Ecclesiastical structures and authority, hierarchies of leadership, priests, imams, rabbis, gurus, etc., responsible for interpreting scripture, administering rituals, and maintaining orthodoxy. Point 4. Moral and social codes, shared ethical guidelines and social norms that govern the behavior of members. Tradition and continuity, a connection to a historical lineage of teachings and practices. How the tension plays out. This inherent tension can play out in several ways in the lives of mystics. Harmonious integration and renewal. Enrichment of tradition. Mystics can be powerful forces for spiritual renewal within a tradition. Their experiences can breathe fresh life into established doctrines and rituals, reminding the community of the experiential core of its faith. Saint Francis of Assisi, for example, while radical in his approach, ultimately had his order approved by the Church and revitalized Christian devotion. Deepening understanding. Mystics may find that their tradition provides the necessary framework to understand, articulate, and integrate their experiences. The symbols, language, and contemplative practices of their religion can help them navigate and make sense of their profound encounters. Teresa of Avila and John of the Cross, for instance, remained deeply embedded within the Catholic tradition, using its theology to map the mystical journey. Role models and inspiration. Mystics who successfully integrate their experiences within their tradition often become revered figures, inspiring others to deeper faith and practice. Suspicion, scrutiny, and control. Challenge to authority. The mystic's claim to direct. Personal revelation can be perceived as a challenge to the established religious hierarchy and its role as the primary interpreter of divine truth. Point 8. If the mystic's insights diverge from orthodox teachings, this can be seen as particularly threatening. Concerns about subjectivity and error. Religious institutions may be wary of purely subjective experiences, concerned that they could be delusional, misinterpreted, or even demonic in origin. They often develop criteria and processes, like spiritual direction or formal inquiry, to test the authenticity of mystical claims. Pressure to conform. Mystics may face pressure to reinterpret or express their experiences in ways that align with established doctrine and communal norms. Their writings might be scrutinized or even censored. Teresa of Avila, for instance, wrote her works under obedience and faced scrutiny from the Inquisition, though she was ultimately cleared. Reform and innovation. Critique of formalism. Mystics, having experienced the vibrant core of religious life, may become critical of what they perceive as empty ritualism, legalism, or corruption within religious institutions. Their experiences can fuel movements for reform. Many Sufi mystics, for example, offered critiques of overly legalistic interpretations of Islam, emphasizing direct experiential knowledge of God. New spiritual paths. In some cases, the unique insights of a mystic may lead to the formation of new religious movements or schools of thought within or outside existing traditions, if the established religion is unable or unwilling to accommodate them. Conflict, condemnation, and persecution. Charges of heresy. If a mystic's claims or interpretations are deemed to fundamentally contradict core doctrines, they may be accused of heresy. This has historically led to condemnation, excommunication, imprisonment, or even execution. Examples include Marguerite Porete, burned at the stake for her book, The Mirror of Simple Souls, and Meister Eckhart, whose teachings were condemned posthumously. Point 10. Social alienation. Even without formal condemnation, mystics whose experiences or resulting lifestyles deviate significantly from the norm may find themselves alienated from their religious community. The mystic's dilemma. The mystic faces a difficult choice: remain silent, try to conform their message, potentially compromising its integrity, or speak out and risk conflict. Strategic navigation and accommodation. Careful articulation. Many mystics become adept at articulating their experiences in ways that are both true to their insight and acceptable, or at least not overtly heretical, to their tradition. They might use allegory, paradox, or esoteric language. Emphasis on orthopraxy. Some mystics, while having unconventional inner experiences, meticulously adhere to the outward practices and moral codes of their religion to demonstrate their faithfulness and avoid suspicion. Seeking institutional support. Some mystics actively seek the approval and support of religious authorities, understanding that institutional backing can help preserve and disseminate their teachings. Conclusion. The relationship between the mystic and their religious institution is rarely static or simple. It is a dynamic interplay shaped by the nature of the mystical experiences, the particularities of the religious tradition, the historical context, and the personality and choices of the mystic. While established religions often provide the fertile ground and initial framework for mystical pursuits, the intensely personal and potentially transgressive nature of mystical insight means that mystics frequently exist in a state of creative tension with institutional structures. This tension can be a source of profound spiritual renewal for the tradition, a catalyst for reform, or a point of painful conflict and rupture. The lives of mystics often illuminate the ongoing negotiation within religious traditions between direct experiential knowing and communally sanctioned truth. Explore specific historical instances where mystical claims came into conflict with religious orthodoxy. What does this reveal about the boundaries and challenges of integrating profound subjective experience into established belief systems? History is replete with instances where the profound subjective experiences and claims of mystics have clashed with the established orthodoxies of their religious traditions. These conflicts are deeply instructive, revealing the inherent tensions, boundaries, and challenges involved in integrating intensely personal, often ineffable, spiritual insights into structured belief systems that prioritize communal coherence, doctrinal stability, and institutional authority. Here are a few specific historical instances. Mansur al-Hallaj, c. 858 to 922 c. Islamic Sufism. Mystical claim. Al-Hallaj was a Persian Sufi mystic who, in a state of ecstatic trance, is famously reported to have uttered, Ana al-Haq, I am the truth. Al-Haq is one of the 99 names of God in Islam, implying ultimate reality. This utterance was interpreted by some as a blasphemous claim to divinity, blurring the absolute distinction, Tawhid, between God and creation that is central to Islamic orthodoxy. Conflict with orthodoxy. While some Sufis interpreted his statement metaphorically as an expression of annihilation of the self in God, Fana, the Orthodox Sunni jurists and the Abbasid authorities saw it as a heretical assertion of identity with God. Al-Hallaj also engaged in public preaching and was seen as a potential source of social and political unrest. Outcome. After a lengthy trial, Al-Hallaj was publicly tortured and executed in Baghdad. What it reveals. The unsayable. The difficulty of articulating profound unitive experiences within a theological framework emphasizing God's absolute transcendence. What for the mystic might be an experience of oneness or divine indwelling can sound like a claim of personal godhood to others. Fear of pantheism/incarnationism. Established monotheistic religions often have strong safeguards against anything perceived as pantheism, God is everything, or incarnationism, God becoming human in an unsanctioned way, as these can challenge the uniqueness and sovereignty of God. Social and political dimensions. Mystical claims that garner popular support can be perceived as threats to established religious and political order. Marguerite Porete, circa 1250, 1310 c. Christian mysticism. Mystical claim. Porete was a French Beguine mystic who wrote The Mirror of Simple Souls. Her book describes the annihilation of the soul in God's love, reaching a state of union where the soul is freed from virtues, the law, and even the Church's sacraments because it acts solely from God's will. She emphasized direct experience of God beyond the mediation of the Church. Conflict with orthodoxy, her ideas were seen as promoting antinomianism, the belief that grace frees one from the need to obey moral law, and undermining the authority of the Church as the necessary intermediary for salvation. She refused to retract her views or submit her book for censorship when ordered by ecclesiastical authorities. Outcome: Porete was condemned as a relapsed heretic and burned at the stake in Paris. What it reveals: challenge to sacramental authority. Mystical claims that emphasize unmediated access to God can devalue or seem to bypass the necessity of established religious institutions, their rituals, and their clerical hierarchy. Fear of antinomianism. The mystical experience of freedom and union can be misinterpreted or expressed in ways that seem to negate the importance of ethical behavior and religious observance, which are crucial for social and religious order. Gender and authority. As a woman writing and teaching theology with authority, Porete also challenged the gender norms of her time within the Church. Meister Eckhart, circa 1260 c. 1328 c. Christian mysticism. Mystical claim. Eckhart, a German Dominican theologian and mystic, preached and wrote about the birth of God in the soul, the ground of the soul, being identical with the ground of God, and the possibility of achieving a state of detachment. Abgeschiedenheit, so profound that one transcends even the concept of God to reach the Godhead, Gottheit, a kind of divine emptiness or nothingness. Conflict with orthodoxy. Some of his propositions, extracted from his sermons and writings, were seen as blurring the distinction between God and creatures, suggesting the soul could become God, or that God was not an absolute personal being in the way traditionally understood. His emphasis on the Godhead beyond God was particularly problematic. Outcome: he was tried for heresy by the Avignon papacy. He defended his orthodoxy, but died before the final verdict, which posthumously condemned several of his propositions as heretical or suspect. What it reveals: subtlety of apophatic theology. Mystics often use negative, apophatic language to describe God as beyond all concepts. This can be easily misunderstood as denying God's existence or key attributes when interpreted literally by those focused on cataphatic, positive theology. Philosophical versus experiential language. Eckhart was a sophisticated philosopher, but his mystical teachings aimed to evoke experience. The translation of these experiential insights into precise theological propositions acceptable to institutional bodies proved fraught with difficulty. The limits of doctrinal elasticity. Even highly sophisticated theological systems have boundaries beyond which they cannot stretch without perceived damage to their core tenets, like creation ex nihilo and the creator-creature distinction. Joan of Arc, circa 1412, 1431 c. Christian mysticism/prophecy. Mystical claim. A young French peasant girl who claimed to receive visions and guidance from saints, Michael, Catherine, Margaret, instructing her to support Charles VII and rid France of the English. Her claims were intensely personal and directly translated into political and military action. Conflict with orthodoxy. While initially accepted by the French court for pragmatic reasons, her claims were subjected to intense scrutiny. When captured by the English and their Burgundian allies, she was put on trial by a pro-English ecclesiastical court. They challenged the divine origin of her voices, accusing her of heresy for claiming direct divine revelation that contradicted their political stance, and for wearing male clothing, seen as against divine law and witchcraft. Outcome: she was condemned and burned at the stake. Years later, she was retried posthumously by the Catholic Church and declared innocent and a martyr. She was canonized in 1920. What it reveals: politicization of mystical claims. When mystical claims have direct political implications, they become entangled with power struggles, and their orthodoxy can be judged based on political expediency rather than purely theological grounds. Discernment of spirits. Religious authorities often claim the role of discerning spirits, determining whether a supernatural claim comes from God, the devil, or human imagination. This process is inherently subjective and can be influenced by external pressures. Vulnerability of the individual mystic. An individual, especially one without theological training or institutional protection, is highly vulnerable when their personal revelations are pitted against the power of an established institution. General revelations from these conflicts. These historical instances, among many others, reveal several critical points about the boundaries and challenges of integrating profound subjective experience into established belief systems. The ineffability gap. There's a fundamental gap between the raw, often non-conceptual nature of mystical experience and the structured, conceptual language of doctrine. Translation is always imperfect and potentially misleading. Authority and control. Religious institutions are inherently concerned with maintaining doctrinal coherence, social order, and their own authority as legitimate interpreters of divine truth. Mystical claims to direct, unmediated revelation can be perceived as bypassing or undermining this authority. Fear of heterodoxy. Orthodoxy provides stability and continuity. Experiences or interpretations that seem to contradict or significantly deviate from core tenets, e.g., the nature of God, the role of intermediaries, moral law, often trigger a defensive reaction. The problem of verification. Subjective experiences are difficult to verify externally. Institutions develop criteria for authenticity, but these are themselves constructs of the tradition and can be applied inconsistently or with bias. Social and political context. The reception of mystical claims is often heavily influenced by the prevailing social, political, and cultural climate. Claims that might be tolerated or even celebrated in one era or context can be condemned in another. The power of definition. Established institutions usually hold the power to define what constitutes acceptable or orthodox experience and expression, placing the mystic in a position where they must either conform, risk condemnation, or seek expression outside the mainstream. Ultimately, these conflicts highlight the delicate dance between the creative, potentially disruptive energy of individual spiritual insight and the conservative, structure-maintaining impulse of religious institutions. While institutions provide a container and a language for religious experience, they can also become rigid, limiting the very spirit they intend to nurture. The history of mystics in conflict with orthodoxy underscores the ongoing need for both humility on the part of the individual experiencer and a degree of openness and discernment, rather than outright rejection, on the part of religious institutions. How does the narrative structure an individual uses to recount their religious or mystical experience to themselves or others potentially alter or solidify the meaning and impact of that experience over time? The act of recounting a religious or mystical experience, whether to oneself through journaling or internal reflection, or to others through conversation or testimony, is a powerful process of meaning-making that can significantly alter and solidify the perceived meaning and impact of that experience over time. Far from being a simple retrieval of a static memory, narration is an active and ongoing interpretive act. The narrative structure employed, the way the story is framed, organized, and embellished, plays a crucial role in this process. Here's how narrative structure influences the understanding and impact of such experiences. Imposing order and coherence. Raw experience versus structured narrative. Mystical experiences are often described as fragmented, overwhelming, ineffable, or timeless. To recount them, an individual must impose a linear sequence, select key details, and create a coherent plot, often with a beginning, context leading up to the event, a middle, the experience itself, and an end. Its immediate effects or interpretation. Alter/solidify. This structuring process inherently translates the non-ordinary into an ordinary mode of understanding. By fitting the experience into a recognizable narrative arc, e.g., a journey, a struggle and resolution, a sudden revelation, certain aspects are emphasized while others might be downplayed or forgotten. Over time, this narrated version can become more real in memory than the potentially more chaotic original experience, solidifying a particular understanding of what happened. Selection and emphasis. Narrative choice. In constructing the story, the individual consciously or unconsciously selects which elements of the experience to highlight. This selection is often influenced by what they deem most significant, what they believe the listener wants to hear, or what fits a particular interpretive framework. Alter/solidify. Aspects that are repeatedly included in tellings gain prominence and are reinforced in memory, becoming central to the meaning of the event. Elements that are omitted may fade or be reinterpreted as less important. For instance, an initial feeling of fear might be downplayed over time if the dominant narrative focuses on subsequent feelings of peace and unity. Interpretation and meaning-making. Assigning significance. Narratives are not just descriptions, they are arguments for a particular meaning. The way an individual frames the experience as a divine intervention, a psychological breakthrough, a test of faith, a moment of enlightenment, shapes its perceived significance. Alter/solidify. As the experience is retold, the chosen interpretation tends to become more entrenched. If an individual initially felt confused but later adopts a narrative of divine guidance offered by their religious community, this narrative can reshape their memory and understanding of the initial confusion, perhaps seeing it as a necessary prelude to clarity. The story becomes a vehicle for integrating the experience into a broader belief system. Influence of audience and context. Tailoring the story. Individuals often adapt their narratives to their audience. An experience recounted to a sympathetic spiritual advisor might be framed differently than when shared with a skeptical friend or a formal religious congregation. Alter/solidify. The feedback and reactions received from listeners can influence future tellings and the individual's own understanding. Positive reinforcement for a particular narrative angle, e.g., "That sounds like a classic conversion experience," can encourage the individual to adopt and solidify that interpretation. Conversely, negative reactions might lead to modification or suppression of certain narrative elements. Integration with personal identity and life story. Identity construction. Narratives of significant personal experiences, especially religious or mystical ones, become integral parts of an individual's life story and identity. The experience is woven into the larger tapestry of who they are and how they came to be that person. Alter/solidify. By repeatedly narrating the experience as a turning point, a source of enduring values, or an explanation for subsequent life choices, its impact is solidified and amplified. The narrative helps to create a sense of continuity and purpose in the individual's life, with the mystical experience often serving as a key plot point. For example, someone might say, "Ever since I had that experience, I knew I had to dedicate my life to X." Use of cultural and religious scripts. Available schemas. Individuals draw upon culturally and religiously available narrative templates or scripts to make sense of and articulate their experiences, e.g., the dark night of the soul, narrative, the road to Damascus, conversion story, the shamanic journey, the Satora insight. Alter/solidify. Adopting such a script provides a ready-made structure and meaning. While this can be validating and help connect the personal experience to a broader tradition, it can also shape the memory of the experience to fit the script, potentially obscuring unique or incongruent details. The experience becomes an example of a known category. Emotional regulation and transformation. Reframing trauma or confusion. If an experience was initially frightening or confusing, narrating it over time can be a way to process and reframe these emotions. A narrative that emphasizes growth, learning, or ultimate positive outcomes can help mitigate initial distress and transform the perceived emotional impact of the event. Alter/solidify. A story that begins as a terrifying loss of self might evolve into a liberating experience of non-duality as the individual develops new narrative resources and understanding, solidifying a more positive and empowering interpretation. The truth of the narrative. Narrative truth versus historical fact. Narrative psychologists often distinguish between historical truth, what factually happened, and narrative truth, the meaning and individual constructs from an event. The narrative doesn't just represent the past, it actively creates a meaningful past. Alter/solidify. Over time, the narrative truth can become subjectively more potent and influential than the precise, and often inaccessible, details of the original event. The story's power lies in its coherence and its ability to provide meaning and guide future action. The narrative structure used to recount a religious or mystical experience is far from a neutral container. It is an active shaping force that organizes, interprets, and imbues the experience with meaning. This process can subtly alter the memory of the event by highlighting certain aspects and downplaying others, and it powerfully solidifies a particular understanding and its perceived impact over time. As individuals tell and retell their stories, to themselves and to others, they are not just reporting on a past event. They are continually co-creating its significance, integrating it into their evolving identity and worldview, and shaping its ongoing influence in their lives. The story becomes a living testament, a lens through which the past is viewed and the future is approached. Can a profound religious experience that is initially relational evolve into a mystical experience? If so, what marks that transition phenomenologically? Yes, a profound religious experience that is initially relational can indeed evolve or deepen into what is typically categorized as a mystical experience. This transition is not always sharply demarcated and can be a gradual unfolding, but it is marked by significant phenomenological shifts in how the individual experiences themselves, the divine, and the nature of reality. Understanding relational religious experience. A primarily relational religious experience often involves sense of a distinct other, the divine, God, a deity, an angel, a spirit, is perceived as a distinct being with whom the individual interacts or communicates. There is a subject-object relationship, an I-thou encounter, to use Martin Buber's terminology. Communication and interaction. Prayer is often dialogic, involving petition, praise, seeking guidance, or feeling a response. There can be a sense of being heard, loved, judged, or comforted by this divine other. Emotional connection. Feelings of love, reverence, gratitude, dependence, awe, or even fear are directed towards this perceived other. Personal identity maintained. The individual retains a strong sense of their personal identity as separate from, though connected to, the divine. Evolution into mystical experience. A mystical experience, while it can arise in many contexts, often involves a shift from this relational mode to one characterized by unity, immediacy, and transcendence. The transition might involve from relationship with to union with / as the feeling of being in a relationship with the divine begins to transform into a sense of merging, becoming one with, or even realizing oneself as an expression of the divine or ultimate reality. Deepening immediacy, the sense of mediation, through prayer, concepts, or even the perceived separateness of the divine, falls away, leading to a direct, unadulterated experience. Phenomenological markers of the transition. Phenomenologically, i.e., in terms of subjective, first-person experience, the transition from a relational to a mystical experience can be marked by several key shifts. Alteration in the sense of self. Relational, strong sense of I encountering thou. Transition/mystical, the boundaries of the I begin to blur, soften, or dissolve. There might be a feeling of expansion beyond the confines of the physical body and personal ego, leading to experiences of Loss of self, ego death, a temporary cessation of the ordinary, narrative self, sometimes initially frightening, but often leading to liberation. Unitive consciousness, a profound sense of oneness with the divine, with all of creation, or with the fundamental ground of being. The distinction between subject and object collapses. The I and the thou merge, or the I discovers itself to be an aspect of the thou. Transformation in the perception of the divine. Relational. The divine is often, though not always, perceived as an external, albeit intimately connected, personal being. Transition/mystical. Immanence over transcendence, or both simultaneously. The divine is experienced less as an external entity and more as an all-encompassing presence, an immanent reality pervading all things, including oneself. Or a simultaneous realization of the divine as both utterly transcendent and intimately immanent. Apersonal aspects. The personal qualities of the divine might recede, revealing a more impersonal, boundless ground, an infinite abyss, a divine darkness as in apophatic traditions, or a pure consciousness. This doesn't necessarily negate the personal, but subsumes it within a vaster reality. Shift in the nature of knowing, noetic quality. Relational. Knowledge of the divine often comes through faith, scripture, revelation understood as messages or answers to prayer. Transition/mystical. A direct, intuitive, and authoritative knowing, noesis, arises that is not based on inference or discursive thought. This knowledge feels self-evident and profoundly true, often illuminating the fundamental nature of reality, self, and the divine in a way that transcends previous conceptual understanding. Change in emotional tone. Relational. Emotions like devotional love, petitionary hope, gratitude, or filial fear are common. Transition/mystical. While awe may persist and deepen, the emotional landscape can shift to include profound peace/stillness, an unshakable calm beyond understanding. Ineffable bliss/ecstasy, intense joy, love, or rapture that feels boundless and unconditional. Sacred awe/numinous dread, a profound sense of the mysterium tremendum et fascinans, an overwhelming mystery that is both terrifying and alluring, especially in encounters with the raw power or otherness of the ultimate. Detachment, a serene detachment from worldly concerns or even from the previous emotional intensity of relational devotion, as the self finds its ground in something more fundamental. Experience of boundaries and reality. Relational, clear boundaries between self, world, and divine, though connection is emphasized. Transition/mystical. Interconnectedness, a vivid realization of the interconnectedness of all things. Timelessness/spacelessness, ordinary perceptions of time and space may alter or dissolve. Reality as illusory or secondary, the phenomenal world and the ordinary self may be perceived as less real or as a manifestation of a deeper ultimate reality. Examples and theoretical support. Many mystical traditions describe stages of spiritual development that reflect such a shift. For example, in Christian mysticism, the journey might move from vocal prayer and meditation, more relational, through effective prayer to contemplative prayer, culminating in unitive states. Saint Teresa of Avila's mansions of the interior castle describe a progression towards deeper union. In Sufism, the devotee's love for God, ishq, can lead to fana, annihilation of the self in God, which is a unitive mystical state, followed by bhaka, subsistence in God. The initial devotion, bhakti, to a personal deity in Hinduism can, for some practitioners, evolve into Advaitic, non-dual, realization of oneness with Brahman. Conclusion. A profound religious experience that begins with a strong relational sense of an I-thou encounter can indeed evolve into a mystical experience characterized by unitive consciousness, the dissolution of self-other boundaries, and a direct, ineffable apprehension of ultimate reality. This transition is marked phenomenologically by significant shifts in the sense of self, from distinct ego to boundless awareness, the perception of the divine, from external other to immanent and/or transcendent ground, the mode of knowing, from belief/communication to direct insight, emotional tone, towards profound peace, bliss, or sacred awe, and the experience of reality itself, interconnectedness, timelessness. This evolution signifies a deepening of the spiritual path, where the initial relationship with the divine opens into an experience of fundamental identity or immersion within it. If mystical experiences share a common core across cultures, the perennial philosophy debate, how does the diversity of interpretations then arise? What does this say about the relationship between experience and culture? This question delves into one of the most enduring debates in the study of mysticism, the tension between the idea of a common core to mystical experiences, often associated with the perennial philosophy, and the undeniable diversity of their interpretations across cultures. The perennial philosophy and the common core. The perennial philosophy, advocated by figures like Aldous Huxley, the perennial philosophy, Frithjof Schuon, Ananda Coomaraswamy, and to some extent Houston Smith, posits that beneath the surface variations of the world's religious traditions lies a single, universal truth or metaphysical reality. Mystical experiences, according to this view, are direct apprehensions of this ultimate reality and thus share a common core regardless of the mystic's cultural or religious background. This core experience is often described in terms such as a unitive consciousness, oneness with the divine, with all being, or with a transpersonal reality. Transcendence of the ego and ordinary spatio-temporal categories. A noetic quality, direct, intuitive insight into the nature of reality. Ineffability, difficulty in expressing the experience in ordinary language. A sense of sacredness, peace, or bliss. The challenge of constructivism. It's important to briefly acknowledge the main counterargument from scholars like Stephen T. Katz, a prominent constructivist. Katz argues that there is no such thing as a pure, unmediated experience. All experience, including mystical experience, is shaped from the outset by the mystic's language, beliefs, expectations, and cultural context. Therefore, the experiences themselves are different, not just the interpretations of a common experience. How diversity of interpretations arises, assuming a common core. However, if we proceed with the premise of the question, that there is a common core experience, then the diversity of interpretations can be understood as arising from the multifaceted process by which this raw, ineffable experience is processed, articulated, and integrated within specific cultural and individual contexts. Here's how. The ineffability of the core experience. If the core mystical experience is truly beyond concepts and ordinary language, then any attempt to describe or explain it must inherently fall short. It's like trying to describe the color red to someone born blind. The translation of this transconceptual experience into the conceptual currency of a particular culture will inevitably be partial and metaphorical. Outcome. Different cultures and religious traditions will offer different sets of metaphors, symbols, and analogies to point towards this ineffable reality, leading to diverse linguistic expressions of what might be a similar underlying experiential state. Language and conceptual frameworks. Humans think and communicate using language, and language is culturally specific. The available vocabulary and conceptual structures of a mystic's native tongue and religious tradition will profoundly shape how they articulate and even retrospectively understand their experience. Outcome. A Christian mystic might speak of union with God the Father through Christ, a Sufi of Fana Fi Allah, annihilation in God, a Hindu Advaitin of realizing Atman as Brahman, and a Buddhist of nirvana or shunyata. While perennialists might argue these point to the same ultimate experience, the linguistic and conceptual packaging is vastly different and emphasizes different facets. Doctrinal and theological filters. Mystics are usually, though not always, embedded within a specific religious tradition that has established doctrines about ultimate reality, the nature of the self, the path to spiritual realization, and the meaning of profound spiritual experiences. Outcome: the mystic will naturally try to understand and integrate their experience within this pre-existing framework. An experience of undifferentiated unity might be interpreted as union with a personal God in a theistic tradition, or as the realization of impersonal emptiness in a non-theistic one. The doctrinal lens filters and shapes the meaning attributed to the raw data of the experience. Cultural symbols and narratives. Cultures provide a rich tapestry of symbols, myths, archetypes, and narratives. These become the building blocks for interpreting and communicating profound experiences. Outcome: the visions accompanying a mystical state might be populated by figures and symbols from the mystic's own religious iconography, e.g., Christ, Mary, Krishna, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas. The structure of the experience might be recounted using familiar narrative templates from the culture, e.g., a hero's journey, a call to prophecy, a journey through spiritual mansions. Psychological and personal factors. Each individual brings their unique psychological makeup, personal history, expectations, and emotional sensitivities to an experience. Outcome: even within the same cultural and religious tradition, different individuals may emphasize different aspects of a mystical experience or draw different personal meanings from it based on their own needs, prior conditioning, and personality. The influence of practices and techniques. The specific spiritual practices and contemplative techniques used, e.g., particular forms of meditation, prayer, yoga, asceticism, can shape the nature of the experience and predispose certain interpretations. Outcome: a practice focused on devotion to a personal deity is likely to yield experiences interpreted in relational terms, even if a unitive element is present. A practice focused on non-dual awareness might lead to interpretations emphasizing emptiness or pure consciousness. What this says about the relationship between experience and culture. This dynamic reveals a deeply intertwined and dialectical relationship between experience and culture. Culture as the lens and language. Culture provides the indispensable tools, language, concepts, symbols, narratives, and normative frameworks through which individuals perceive, make sense of, articulate, and communicate their experiences. Without culture, a pure experience, if it exists, would remain largely unintelligible and incommunicable, even to the experiencer themselves over time. Experience as potentially transcending culture, perennialist view, if a common core exists, it suggests that human consciousness has the potential for experiences that, at their deepest level, may touch upon realities or states of being that are not entirely products of culture. This raw data of experience then interacts with cultural forms. Culture shapes the expression, not necessarily the entirety of the experience. Even perennialists acknowledge that culture dramatically shapes the expression and interpretation of mystical experiences. The debate often centers on whether culture also shapes the experience itself at its most fundamental level. A two-way street. While culture shapes how experience is understood and expressed, profound experiences can also challenge and sometimes transform cultural and religious frameworks. Mystics have often been reformers or innovators precisely because their experiences gave them a vantage point from which to critique or expand existing traditions. The indispensability of interpretation. Humans are meaning-making creatures. Raw experience, especially one as profound and disorienting as a mystical state, calls out for interpretation to be integrated into one's life and worldview. Culture provides the primary interpretive matrix. Pluralism in understanding. The diversity of interpretations arising from potentially similar core experiences suggests that no single cultural or religious framework has an exclusive monopoly on understanding or articulating ultimate reality or the full spectrum of human spiritual potential. It points towards a richness in the varied ways humans have sought to connect with and understand the sacred. In conclusion, if we assume a common core to mystical experiences, the diverse interpretations arise because the ineffable nature of this core necessitates translation into the specific linguistic, conceptual, doctrinal, and symbolic systems of particular cultures. This highlights that while human beings may share a capacity for certain profound transpersonal experiences, culture is the essential medium through which these experiences are given form, meaning, and communicability, shaping their impact on both the individual and their society. The relationship is not one of simple opposition, experience versus culture, but of complex, reciprocal influence. What is the role of imagination in religious and mystical experiences? Is it a tool for apprehending reality, a source of symbolic language, or a potential source of fabrication? The role of imagination in religious and mystical experiences is complex, multifaceted, and often debated. It is not easily pigeonholed into a single function. Rather, it can serve as a powerful tool for apprehending deeper realities, a vital source of symbolic language, and, undeniably, a potential source of fabrication or illusion. The specific role attributed to imagination often depends on the epistemological framework of a given religious tradition or philosophical perspective. 1. Imagination as a tool for apprehending reality, the true imagination. Several traditions, particularly in esoteric and mystical currents, posit a form of true imagination, Latin, imaginatio vera, as a legitimate cognitive faculty for perceiving realities that are inaccessible to ordinary sense perception or discursive reason. Mundus imaginalis, the imaginal world. Islamic philosophers like Ibn Arabi and Shirawardi, and later elaborated by Henry Corbin, developed the concept of the mundus imaginalis, alam al-mithal. This is understood as an intermediary ontological realm between the purely spiritual/intelligible world and the sensory physical world. It is a world of archetypal forms, images, and symbols that is perceived through the active or true imagination. For these thinkers, visions and symbolic encounters in this realm are not mere fantasies, but genuine perceptions of a subtle reality. Visionary experiences. Many religious traditions validate visionary experiences where individuals report seeing divine figures, angels, spiritual landscapes, or symbolic events. While modern psychology might interpret these purely endogenously, the traditions themselves often see them as authentic encounters mediated through a sanctified or divinely aided imagination. Saint Teresa of Avila, for example, distinguished between different types of visions, some being imaginative, seen with the eyes of the soul, yet still considered divinely originated. Creative cognition. From this perspective, imagination is not just recombining sensory data, but a creative faculty that can access deeper patterns, truths, or divine communications. It acts as a bridge between the human mind and higher spiritual dimensions. 2. Imagination as a source of symbolic language. Given that mystical experiences are often described as ineffable and transcending ordinary concepts, imagination becomes crucial for their articulation and communication. Metaphors and symbols. Mystics frequently resort to rich metaphorical and symbolic language to convey aspects of their experiences. Images of light, darkness, union, the mystical marriage, journeys, oceans, deserts, etc., are products of the imaginative faculty attempting to give form to the formless. These symbols are not meant to be taken literally but to evoke a sense of the experience. Sacred art and narrative. Religious traditions are replete with sacred art, poetry, music, and narratives that spring from imaginative engagement with the divine or ultimate reality. Sufi poetry, Rumi, Hafiz, Christian iconography, Hindu mandalas, and Buddhist visualization practices all harness the power of imagination to express and facilitate spiritual understanding. Personal meaning-making. Imagination helps the individual mystic to integrate their experience by weaving it into a personal narrative rich with symbolic meaning. The images that arise during or after an experience can become focal points for contemplation and understanding. 3. Imagination as a potential source of fabrication or illusion. This is the critical concern often raised by both religious authorities and secular skeptics. Imagination, in its everyday sense, fantasy, daydreaming, can indeed generate content that has no grounding in external or spiritual reality. Psychological projections, psychological needs, desires, fears, and unresolved conflicts can be projected outwards and experienced as seemingly external spiritual realities. Wishful thinking can lead to the fabrication of comforting visions or messages. Influence of suggestion and expectation, an individual's cultural background, religious indoctrination, or the suggestions of a spiritual teacher can heavily influence the content of their imaginative experiences, potentially leading to experiences that conform to expectation rather than authentic insight. Pathological states. In some cases, what is reported as a religious or mystical experience rooted in imagination might be symptomatic of psychological distress or disorder. Discernment of spirits. Recognizing this potential for fabrication, many religious traditions have developed elaborate systems for discernment of spirits, or for distinguishing authentic divine inspirations from mere human fancy or even demonic deception. These criteria often involve examining the moral and spiritual fruits of the experience, e.g., does it lead to increased love, humility, peace, its coherence with established doctrine, and the overall character of the individual. St. John of the Cross, for instance, was famously cautious about placing too much emphasis on imaginative visions, urging souls to seek God beyond particular forms or sensible consolations. Conclusion: a complex interplay. The role of imagination in religious and mystical experiences is not an either/or. It can be all three. It can be a faculty for apprehension, an organ of perception for subtle or spiritual realities, as some mystical traditions assert. It is undeniably a crucial source of the symbolic language necessary to articulate and communicate the ineffable. The most profound mystical texts are rich with imaginative symbolism. It also carries the inherent risk of fabrication where its products are mistaken for objective spiritual truth. The challenge, both for the individual experiencer and for religious communities, lies in cultivating and discerning the use of imagination. A disciplined imagination, or an imagination illuminated by spiritual insight, may be seen as a vital tool, while an unchecked or purely self-serving imagination can lead astray. Many traditions emphasize the need for humility, spiritual guidance, and rigorous self-examination to navigate the powerful, ambiguous, and indispensable faculty of imagination in the spiritual life. How do experiences of suffering or loss potentially open one to profound religious or mystical encounters? Is there a unique depth, accessed through hardship? Experiences of suffering or loss, while inherently painful and often unwelcome, hold a paradoxical power to act as profound catalysts for religious or mystical encounters. They can strip away the superficial layers of existence, compelling individuals to confront ultimate questions and potentially opening them to dimensions of reality and consciousness previously unaccessed. There is indeed a widely held notion, both within religious traditions and psychological observations, such as post-traumatic growth, that a unique depth of understanding, resilience, and spiritual insight can be accessed through the crucible of hardship. Here's how suffering or loss can open these pathways. Shattering of ordinary reality and ego defenses. Profound suffering often acts as a seismic shock to an individual's established worldview, their assumptions about life, and their sense of control. The structures of meaning that once felt secure can crumble. This breakdown of the familiar can dismantle the ego's ordinary defenses and habitual patterns of thought. When the self built on worldly success, relationships, or physical well-being is threatened or broken, a space can open up for something beyond the ego to emerge or be perceived. Confrontation with existential questions. Loss, Pain and the face of mortality strip away trivial concerns and force individuals to grapple with fundamental existential questions. Why is there suffering? What is the meaning of life and death? Is there anything beyond this material existence? This intense questioning can ignite a spiritual search, leading individuals to explore religious teachings, contemplative practices, or philosophical inquiries that might culminate in profound personal experiences or insights. Increased vulnerability, surrender, and openness. Suffering often brings a profound sense of vulnerability and helplessness. While frightening, this state can also foster a radical openness and a willingness to surrender preconceived notions or the illusion of self-sufficiency. In this state of raw openness, individuals may become more receptive to experiences of grace, divine presence, or transcendent comfort that they might have been closed off to during times of ease and perceived self-reliance. Detachment from materialism and superficiality. When faced with intense pain or the loss of loved ones, worldly ambitions, material possessions, and superficial pleasures often lose their allure. This forced detachment can redirect an individual's focus inward and towards more enduring, spiritual values. As attachments to the transient fall away, there can be a greater capacity to perceive or seek that which is considered eternal or ultimately real. The search for meaning and consolation. Humans have an innate drive to find meaning, especially in the midst of suffering that seems random or unjust. Religious and spiritual traditions often provide frameworks that can help individuals make sense of their pain, integrate it into a larger narrative, and find solace. This deep yearning for meaning and comfort can itself be a powerful impetus for experiences where one feels touched by a compassionate presence, divine understanding, or a sense of ultimate belonging. The wounded healer archetype and empathy. Personal experience of suffering can cultivate a profound empathy for the suffering of others. This expanded compassion can, in itself, be a spiritualizing force, connecting one to a sense of shared humanity and a deeper level of interconnectedness, which are often hallmarks of mystical awareness. Is there a unique depth, accessed through hardship? Many spiritual traditions and psychological perspectives suggest that hardship can indeed carve out a unique depth within the human spirit. Authenticity and humility. Suffering has a way of stripping away pretense, fostering a raw authenticity and a profound humility. Insights gained from such a state often feel more deeply earned and integrated than those acquired through purely intellectual pursuit. Resilience and spiritual strength. Navigating profound adversity can forge an inner resilience and spiritual strength that might not be developed otherwise. The testing of one's faith or spirit through hardship can lead to a more robust and unshakable conviction if the trial is successfully integrated. Wisdom born of experience. There's a qualitative difference between theoretical knowledge and wisdom born from lived experience, especially the experience of suffering. This wisdom often involves a deeper understanding of human nature, compassion, impermanence, and the true sources of peace. The Dark Night model. In mystical theology, particularly Christian, e.g., St. John of the Cross, periods of intense spiritual suffering, desolation, and purification, the dark night of the soul, are seen not as a sign of God's displeasure, but as an essential, albeit painful, process for detaching the soul from lesser things and preparing it for deeper union with the divine. This active or passive suffering is a path to profound illumination. Appreciation of light after darkness. Just as physical light is more keenly appreciated after being in darkness, experiences of joy, peace, or divine presence can feel extraordinarily profound and precious when they emerge after or during periods of intense suffering. The contrast itself can lend a unique depth and intensity to the positive spiritual experience. Caveats. It is crucial to state that suffering is not inherently ennobling, nor is it a guaranteed path to spiritual enlightenment. For some, extreme suffering or loss can lead to bitterness, despair, a loss of faith, or psychological trauma that closes them off rather than opens them up. The outcome often depends on various factors, including the individual's coping mechanisms, support systems, pre-existing belief structures, and their capacity to find meaning in their experience. Conclusion. Despite the pain they entail, experiences of suffering and loss can act as powerful, albeit often severe, gateways to profound religious or mystical encounters. They achieve this by dismantling old certainties, forcing engagement with ultimate questions, fostering vulnerability and openness, and diminishing attachment to the superficial. The depth accessed through such hardship is often characterized by a hard-won authenticity, resilience, wisdom, and a profound compassion that may be uniquely shaped by the intensity of the journey through darkness into a new or renewed sense of the sacred. Consider the concept of revelation. How might a religious experience of receiving revelation differ from a mystical experience of apprehending truth directly? The concepts of revelation and a mystical experience of apprehending truth directly, while both pointing to encounters with profound spiritual knowledge, differ significantly in their typical phenomenological characteristics, the perceived source and nature of the truth, and the role of the individual experiencer. Revelation in a religious context. Revelation, from the Latin revelare, to unveil or disclose, is generally understood in religious traditions as a process by which a divine or ultimate reality communicates truths, will, or knowledge that would otherwise be inaccessible to human reason or ordinary experience. Key characteristics often include: source. The truth is perceived as coming from an external divine source, e.g., God, Allah, Yahweh, a specific deity, an angel, the Holy Spirit. There is a clear distinction between the revealer and the recipient. Agency of the divine. The divine is the active agent in disclosing the truth. The experience is often one of being told, being shown, or being inspired by this external agency. Content. Revelation frequently, though not exclusively, has a propositional or informational content. This can include specific doctrines or theological truths, moral or legal codes, e.g., the Ten Commandments, Sharia law, prophecies about future events, the meaning of historical events or divine acts, instructions for worship or community life. Mode of reception. This can vary widely, including auditory experiences, hearing a voice, visual experiences, visions with specific content or figures, inspired thoughts that feel divinely implanted, or even dreams. The recipient often acts as a messenger, prophet, or scribe tasked with transmitting this revealed knowledge to a wider community. Authority. Revealed truths often form the bedrock of a religion's scriptures, dogmas, and authoritative teachings. They are typically seen as binding and definitive. Mystical experience of apprehending truth directly. A mystical experience, on the other hand, often involves a more immediate, intuitive, and unmediated apprehension of truth, typically concerning the fundamental nature of reality, the self, and its relationship to the ultimate. Key characteristics include: source. The source of the truth is often experienced less as an external communicator and more as an intrinsic aspect of reality itself, or as arising from the deepest level of one's own consciousness in union with or as part of the ultimate. The subject-object distinction regarding the truth may dissolve. Immediacy and directness. The apprehension is typically non-discursive and non-inferential. It's a direct seeing or knowing by being rather than being told. The truth feels self-evident and inherent in the experience itself. Content. The truth apprehended is often ineffable or difficult to articulate in propositional language. Concerned with fundamental ontological realities, e.g., the unity of all being, the illusory nature of the separate self, the identity of the soul with the divine, the emptiness, shunyata, of phenomena. Transformative of one's understanding of existence, rather than a set of specific instructions or facts, though such understanding can lead to ethical imperatives. Mode of reception. This often involves altered states of consciousness characterized by unitive states, a sense of oneness, a noetic quality, a deep feeling of having encountered objective truth, stillness of mind, transcendence of ordinary thought processes, a sense of illumination or awakening from within. Authority. The authority for the mystic often resides in the indubitable clarity and transformative power of the experience itself. While this truth may align with or illuminate aspects of their religious tradition, its primary validation is intrinsic to the encounter. Key differences summarized. Feature: religious experience of receiving revelation, mystical experience of apprehending truth directly, perceived source, primarily external divine agent actively disclosing, internal realization, awakening to inherent truth, or union with ultimate reality where source is immanent or non-dual. Nature of truth. Often propositional, specific, communicable, laws, doctrines, prophecies. Often ineffable, non-propositional, holistic understanding of being/reality. Role of individual. Messenger, conduit, recipient of divinely imparted information. Experiencer whose consciousness is transformed, locus of realization. Cognitive mode. Can involve sensory-like experiences, voices, visions, or inspired thoughts. Often involves non-conceptual awareness, intuitive insight, intellectual stillness. Focus. Divine communication of knowledge or will. Direct perception/realization of ultimate nature, transformative understanding. Relationship. Often an I-thou relationship with the revealer. Often an I am that or dissolution of I-thou into undifferentiated unity. Overlaps and nuances. It's important to recognize that these distinctions are not always absolute and experiences can blend elements of both. A mystical experience of union might be followed by an insight that feels like a revealed message. A visionary experience, a mode of revelation, could trigger a profound mystical state of oneness. Mystics often interpret their direct apprehensions of truth within the revelatory framework of their tradition, sometimes seeing their insights as a deeper understanding of already revealed truths. The interpretation of an event as revelation or mystical insight can also be shaped by the theological emphasis of a particular religious tradition. Some traditions may emphasize God's direct intervention and communication, revelation, while others may emphasize the path of inner realization, mystical apprehension. Conclusion. While both involve gaining profound spiritual knowledge, a religious experience of receiving revelation typically emphasizes the communication of specific truths or divine will from an external divine source to an individual. It often results in communicable doctrines or instructions. In contrast, a mystical experience of apprehending truth directly centers on an immediate, intuitive, and often ineffable realization of or union with ultimate reality, where the truth is experienced as inherent, self-evident, and transformative of consciousness itself. The former often carries a sense of being a message received, while the latter is more akin to an awakening achieved or a state realized. How might secular forms of intense subjective experience, e.g., flow states, peak experiences in nature, psychedelic experiences, be compared to mystical experiences, particularly if interpreted outside a religious framework? Secular forms of intense subjective experience, such as flow states, peak experiences in nature, and psychedelic experiences, share remarkable phenomenological similarities with mystical experiences traditionally described within religious contexts. When interpreted outside a religious framework, these experiences highlight a potential human capacity for self-transcendence and profound insight that is not necessarily dependent on supernatural beliefs, while also underscoring the crucial role of interpretation in defining the ultimate meaning and significance of such events. Defining the secular experiences. Flow states. Coined by Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, flow is a state of complete absorption in an activity, where one feels in the zone. It's characterized by focused concentration, a merging of action and awareness, loss of reflective self-consciousness, a sense of personal control or agency, an altered sense of time, and the activity being intrinsically rewarding. It can occur during creative pursuits, sports, engaging work, or even challenging conversations. Peak experiences. Abraham Maslow described peak experiences as moments of highest happiness and fulfillment, often characterized by feelings of awe, wonder, intense joy, and a sense of profound significance. They can involve feelings of unity with the environment, transcendence, illumination, and a perception of the world as good, beautiful, and true. These can be triggered by nature, art, music, intimate relationships, or creative moments. Psychedelic experiences, induced by substances like psilocybin, LSD, DMT, or mescaline. These experiences can involve dramatic alterations in perception, thought, and emotion. Common features include vivid imagery, synesthesia, profound emotional shifts, from ecstasy to terror, ego dissolution, or a sense of merging with the universe, deep introspection, and encounters with archetypal content. Research, notably from Johns Hopkins and other institutions, has shown that psychedelics can reliably occasion experiences that participants rate as indistinguishable from spontaneously occurring mystical experiences. Phenomenological comparisons with mystical experiences. Drawing on common characteristics of mystical experience identified by scholars like William James or Walter Stace, we can see significant overlaps. Ineffability. All these experiences, flow, peak, psychedelic, and mystical, are often described as being difficult or impossible to adequately express in words. Noetic quality. Participants frequently report gaining profound insights or a sense of encountering a deeper truth or reality, even if this truth is interpreted naturalistically, e.g., insights into one's own psychology. The interconnectedness of ecosystems or the nature of consciousness. Altered sense of time and space. Time may seem to speed up, slow down, or disappear altogether. The sense of ordinary space can also be distorted or transcended. Loss of self/ego dissolution. In flow, self-consciousness diminishes as one merges with the activity. Peak experiences often involve a feeling of transcending the personal ego, leading to a sense of being part of something larger. Ego dissolution is a hallmark of many high-dose psychedelic experiences, where the boundaries of the self seem to dissolve into a wider consciousness or unity. This closely mirrors the unitive states described by mystics. Sense of unity. Peak experiences in nature frequently engender a profound feeling of oneness with the natural world or the cosmos. Psychedelic experiences often report a sense of unity with others, with humanity, with the universe, or with an underlying ground of being. This is a core feature of introvertive mystical experiences. Intense positive emotions, overwhelming feelings of joy, bliss, peace, awe, reverence, gratitude, or unconditional love are common, paralleling the affective dimension of many mystical accounts. Those psychedelic experiences can also involve challenging emotions. Sense of sacredness or profundity, even without a traditional religious interpretation. These experiences are often imbued with a sense of sacredness, ultimate significance, or profound depth. Nature itself might be perceived as sacred, or the insights gained might feel deeply meaningful for one's life. Interpretation outside a religious framework. When these experiences are interpreted secularly, the key differences lie in the attribution of source, the ultimate context of meaning, and the subsequent integration. Attribution of source. Religious. The source is typically attributed to God, the divine, ultimate reality, or a transcendent spiritual dimension. Secular. The source may be attributed to psychological processes, the brain's capacity for extraordinary states, untapped human potential, Maslow's self-actualization. Neurobiological mechanisms, specific brain activity patterns, release of neurochemicals, e.g., DMT during near-death experiences, or the effects of psychedelic compounds on serotonin receptors. Natural phenomena, the inherent beauty, complexity, and grandeur of nature itself eliciting awe and wonder. The dynamics of consciousness, the experience may be seen as an exploration of the nature and potential of consciousness itself, without necessarily positing a supernatural entity. Ultimate meaning and context. Religious. The experience is often placed within a framework of salvation, enlightenment, divine purpose, or relationship with God, providing an ultimate metaphysical context. Secular. The meaning might be framed in terms of personal growth and well-being, increased self-awareness, creativity, reduced fear of death, greater life satisfaction. Connection and empathy, a deeper sense of connection to others, to humanity, or to the natural world, fostering compassion and pro-environmental attitudes. Philosophical insight, understanding the constructed nature of the ego, the interconnectedness of systems, or the subjective experience of reality. Aesthetic appreciation, a profound encounter with beauty, harmony, or sublimity. Integration and practice. Religious. Traditions offer rituals, contemplative practices, ethical codes, and communities to help integrate the experience and cultivate further spiritual development. Secular. Individuals may seek integration through journaling, therapy, continued engagement with the triggering activity, e.g., nature immersion, creative pursuits, mindfulness practices, often secularized, or by connecting with communities that value such experiences, e.g., ecological groups, philosophical societies, psychedelic integration circles. Implications of comparison. Shared human capacity. The similarities suggest a common neuropsychological capacity for self-transcendent experiences, which can be triggered by diverse means, intense concentration, overwhelming natural beauty, psychoactive substances, or religious practices. Role of interpretation. The profound impact of these experiences is undeniable, but their ultimate label, mystical, spiritual, psychological, and long-term significance are heavily shaped by the interpretive framework applied by the individual and their culture. An experience that one person calls union with God, another might call oceanic boundlessness, or a non-dual state of consciousness. Ethical and value orientations. Importantly, these secular profound experiences can also lead to shifts in values and ethical behavior similar to those reported in religious, mystical traditions, such as increased compassion, altruism, a sense of responsibility for others and the planet, and a reduced focus on materialistic pursuits. Conclusion. Secular forms of intense subjective experience like flow states, peak experiences in nature, and psychedelic experiences can phenomenologically mirror many core aspects of traditional mystical experiences, including ineffability, noetic insights, ego dissolution, and feelings of unity and profound positive emotion. When interpreted outside a religious framework, these experiences are understood through psychological, neurobiological, or naturalistic lenses rather than supernatural ones. While the attributed source and ultimate metaphysical meaning differ, the transformative potential and the perceived profundity of these experiences can be equally significant, suggesting a fundamental human capacity for self-transcendence that manifests and is made meaningful across a diverse spectrum of human belief and practice. What are the potential psychological pitfalls or challenges associated with seeking or undergoing profound religious or mystical experiences, such as disassociation, grandiosity, or disconnection from ordinary life? While profound religious or mystical experiences are often associated with positive transformation, insight, and enhanced well-being, the journey of seeking or undergoing them is not without potential psychological pitfalls and challenges. The intensity and nature of these experiences can sometimes lead to difficulties if not properly understood, integrated, or if the individual has pre-existing vulnerabilities. Here are some key potential psychological challenges. Ego inflation and grandiosity, spiritual narcissism. Instead of leading to humility and the transcendence of ego, a profound experience can sometimes be co-opted by it. The individual might feel they have become special, enlightened above others, or uniquely chosen. This can manifest as spiritual grandiosity, where one overestimates their spiritual attainments, or a messianic complex, believing they have a singular mission to save others. Chogyam Trungpa termed a version of this spiritual materialism, using spiritual practices and experiences to bolster the ego rather than dissolve it. This pitfall prevents genuine spiritual growth, which typically involves a diminishing of egocentricity. Disassociation, depersonalization, and derealization. Disassociation, the intensity of some experiences, especially those involving altered states of consciousness or ego dissolution, can lead to a feeling of detachment from one's thoughts, feelings, body, or environment. Depersonalization, a persistent or recurring feeling of being detached from one's own mental processes or body, as if one is an outside observer of one's life. Derealization, a sense that one's surroundings are unreal, dreamlike, or distorted. While transient experiences of this nature can be part of a mystical state, if they become chronic or distressing, they can impair functioning. Disconnection from ordinary life and maladjustment. Difficulty with reentry and integration. After a profound experience that feels vastly more real, meaningful, or blissful than everyday existence, individuals can struggle to return to and function effectively in their ordinary lives, jobs, and relationships. Devaluation of the mundane. Ordinary life may seem dull, pointless, or even illusory in comparison, leading to withdrawal, apathy towards worldly responsibilities, or a sense of alienation from those who haven't shared similar experiences. Social isolation. Difficulty communicating the ineffable nature of the experience or finding understanding from others can lead to feelings of isolation. Emotional and psychological instability. Heightened sensitivity and overwhelm. Some individuals report becoming extremely sensitive to sensory input, emotional energies, or the suffering of others, which can be overwhelming and difficult to manage. Anxiety and fear. Paradoxically, experiences of ego dissolution, confronting the vastness of reality, or encountering challenging archetypal content can trigger intense fear, anxiety, or existential dread, especially if there's a lack of framework for understanding them. This is sometimes referred to as a spiritual emergency or emergent psychosis if it becomes severe. Precipitation or exacerbation of mental illness. In individuals with pre-existing vulnerabilities, e.g., a predisposition to psychosis, bipolar disorder, or severe anxiety disorders. Intense spiritual practices or unsolicited profound experiences can sometimes trigger or worsen these conditions. Misinterpretation, delusion, and idiosyncratic beliefs. The symbolic or metaphorical content of visions or insights can be mistaken for literal reality, leading to distorted understandings. Individuals may develop highly idiosyncratic, elaborate, or delusional belief systems based on their interpretations, which can alienate them from others and from consensual reality. Spiritual bypassing. This involves using spiritual beliefs, practices, or experiences to avoid dealing with unresolved psychological wounds, emotional pain, trauma, or developmental needs. For instance, an individual might prematurely adopt an attitude of detached oneness to avoid the discomfort of interpersonal conflict or personal insecurities. Attachment to experiences and spiritual greed. After a powerful positive experience, individuals may become attached to replicating that state, leading to a spiritual greed or an endless seeking of spiritual highs. This can result in a neglect of other important aspects of life, frustration when such experiences don't recur, or a denigration of quieter, less dramatic forms of spiritual practice and growth. Physical and energetic imbalances in some traditions. Certain intensive practices aimed at inducing mystical states, e.g., some forms of yoga, breath work, or prolonged meditation, are sometimes associated in their respective traditions with risks of physical or energetic Imbalances if pursued without proper guidance or preparation, e.g., Kundalini syndrome in some interpretations. Factors contributing to these pitfalls. Lack of proper guidance, embarking on intensive spiritual practices or navigating spontaneous, profound experiences without an experienced and balanced guide or teacher can increase risks. Pre-existing psychological vulnerabilities. As mentioned, underlying mental health issues can be a significant factor. Intensity and abruptness. Very sudden and overwhelmingly intense experiences can be more difficult to integrate than those that unfold more gradually. Unsound practices or environments, engagement in cult-like groups, use of extreme or unverified techniques, or lack of a supportive and discerning community. Insufficient grounding, a lack of connection to practical, everyday life and responsibilities can make it harder to stay balanced. Conclusion. While the pursuit and occurrence of profound religious or mystical experiences can lead to remarkable growth and positive transformation, they are not without potential psychological challenges. An awareness of pitfalls such as ego inflation, disassociation, difficulty integrating into daily life, emotional instability, and spiritual bypassing is crucial. Healthy spiritual development often involves not just the seeking of extraordinary states, but also the careful work of grounding, discernment, psychological self-awareness, and balanced integration of these experiences into the fabric of a whole and functional life. Supportive communities and wise guidance can play a vital role in helping individuals navigate these potential difficulties. How do religious communities develop criteria for discerning genuine mystical experiences from psychological states, delusion, or fraudulent claims? Religious communities have, throughout history, grappled with the challenge of discerning the authenticity of mystical experiences reported by their members. This discernment is crucial for several reasons: to maintain doctrinal integrity, to protect individuals and the community from harm or deception, to guide genuine spiritual development, and to affirm what is considered a true encounter with the divine or ultimate reality. Consequently, many traditions have developed sophisticated, albeit not infallible, sets of criteria and processes for this purpose. These criteria often fall into several broad categories: doctrinal coherence and conformity to scripture/tradition. Alignment with core beliefs. A primary test is whether the content of the mystical experience or the insights and teachings derived from it aligns with the fundamental scriptures, established doctrines, and theological framework of the religious tradition. Experiences or claims that starkly contradict core tenets are often viewed with suspicion or as originating from a source other than the divine as understood by that tradition. Christological focus. In Christianity, for many Christian traditions, a key criterion is whether the experience draws the person closer to the person and teachings of Jesus Christ and the accepted understanding of the Trinity. Continuity with past saints/mystics. Does the experience resonate with or fall within the spectrum of experiences reported by revered figures, saints, or mystics whose lives and experiences have already been vetted and accepted by the tradition? Moral and ethical fruits. By their fruits you shall know them. Transformation of character. This is perhaps one of the most universally applied criteria. A genuine mystical experience is expected to lead to positive and lasting changes in the individual's character and behavior. Does it cultivate virtues such as humility, as opposed to pride, arrogance, or a sense of spiritual superiority? Love and compassion, increased love for God or the ultimate, and for others, leading to selfless service and kindness. Patience, peace, and joy, a deeper inner peace and joy that is not dependent on external circumstances, and patience in adversity. Obedience and faithfulness, within the tradition a deeper commitment to the ethical and spiritual practices of the faith. Avoidance of vice. Conversely, if an experience leads to increased egoism, licentiousness, divisiveness, disregard for moral law, antinomianism, or harm to oneself or others, it is generally considered suspect. Psychological and emotional stability of the claimant. Soundness of mind. Religious communities often look for evidence of the individual's overall psychological stability, common sense, and emotional balance. While profound spiritual experiences can be intense and temporarily unsettling, a persistent pattern of irrationality, severe emotional disturbance, or an inability to function in daily life might raise concerns about delusion or psychological disorder rather than authentic mysticism. Absence of grandiosity. As discussed previously, a genuine experience is often expected to lead to humility, not an inflated sense of self-importance or a messianic complex. Nature of the experience itself. Phenomenological clues, used cautiously. Sense of peace and clarity. While some experiences can be initially overwhelming or even terrifying, the mysterium tremendum, a genuine divine encounter, is often believed to ultimately bestow a profound sense of inner peace, clarity, and spiritual light, rather than persistent confusion, agitation, or darkness. St. Ignatius of Loyola's rules for the discernment of spirits, for example, offers detailed guidance on distinguishing consolations and desolations originating from good versus evil spirits. Order and coherence. Experiences that are excessively bizarre, chaotic without resolution, or purely frivolous might be questioned. Spiritual consolation versus mere emotionalism, distinguishing deep, lasting spiritual joy and peace from transient emotional excitement or sentimentality. Witness and assessment by the community and spiritual authorities. Spiritual direction. In many traditions, e.g., Catholicism, Eastern Orthodoxy, Sufism, individuals reporting mystical experiences are encouraged or required to discuss them with an experienced spiritual director, confessor, or guide, e.g., a sheikh or murshid in Sufism. These guides are tasked with helping to interpret the experience and discern its source. Communal discernment. The broader faith community, particularly its trusted elders or leaders, may play a role. Does the experience and its effects edify the community, foster unity, and inspire faith, or does it create discord, scandal, or division? Formal inquiry. In some cases, particularly if the claims are public and influential, religious authorities might conduct a more formal investigation, e.g., diocesan inquiries in the Catholic Church for reported apparitions or miracles. Absence of self-seeking, deception, or fraudulent motives. Disinterestedness. Is the individual seeking personal gain, wealth, fame, power, or followers through their claims? Authentic mystics are often portrayed as being detached from such worldly ambitions. Truthfulness and consistency. Are there clear signs of dishonesty, fabrication, or significant inconsistencies in the claimant's accounts or behavior? Obedience and teachability, particularly in hierarchical traditions. A willingness to submit one's experience and its interpretation to the discernment and judgment of established religious authorities can be seen as a sign of humility and authenticity. Stubborn insistence on one's own interpretation against the counsel of the tradition might be viewed negatively. Complexities and limitations. It's important to acknowledge that these criteria are not applied mechanically, nor are they foolproof. Subjectivity. The application of these criteria still involves human judgment, which can be fallible or influenced by personal or institutional biases. Risk of institutional rigidity. Established institutions may sometimes be resistant to novel or challenging mystical expressions that don't fit neatly within existing categories, potentially leading to the dismissal of genuine experiences. History shows instances where mystics initially rejected by authorities were later vindicated. Ineffability. The deeply personal and often ineffable nature of mystical experience makes it inherently difficult to communicate and objectively assess. Cultural variation. The specific criteria and their weighting can vary significantly between different religious traditions and even within the same tradition over time. Conclusion. Religious communities develop criteria for discerning mystical experiences as a vital means of navigating the profound and often ambiguous territory of human encounters with the perceived divine. These criteria typically revolve around doctrinal consistency, observable moral and spiritual fruits, the psychological state of the claimant, conformity with tradition, and the judgment of experienced spiritual guides and the wider community. While these processes aim to separate genuine spiritual insight from delusion, psychological disturbance, or fraud, they are complex human endeavors that require wisdom, humility, and a careful balance between openness to the spirit and the prudent safeguarding of faith and community. Explore the concept of communal mysticism or shared intense religious experiences, e.g., in charismatic worship. How does the collective context shape these experiences compared to solitary ones? While mysticism is often stereotypically associated with solitary figures seeking union with the divine in isolation, the phenomenon of communal mysticism, or shared intense religious experiences, is a significant and vibrant aspect of many spiritual traditions. These collective encounters, such as those found in charismatic worship, Sufi Dikr ceremonies, revival meetings, or even some group meditation retreats, are profoundly shaped by their communal context, leading to experiences that differ in notable ways from typically solitary mystical paths. Defining communal mysticism/shared intense religious experiences. Communal mysticism involves a group of individuals simultaneously or interactively undergoing experiences perceived as direct encounters with the divine, sacred power, or heightened spiritual states. These experiences often feature collective ecstasy or effervescence, a shared feeling of intense emotion, euphoria, or spiritual fervor that seems to permeate the group. Emil Durkheim's concept of collective effervescence describes this heightened emotional energy generated in group rituals. Shared phenomena, manifestations such as speaking in tongues, glossolalia, prophecy, group trance states, collective visions, less common but reported, weeping, laughter, or a palpable sense of divine presence felt by many simultaneously. Emphasis on immediacy and participation, a focus on direct, experiential engagement with the sacred, rather than solely on intellectual understanding or formal liturgy. How the collective context shapes these experiences compared to solitary ones. The collective setting introduces dynamics that significantly influence the nature, expression, and interpretation of these intense religious experiences. Social facilitation and emotional contagion. Amplification of emotion. The presence of others engaged in expressive worship or spiritual practice can amplify individual emotional responses. Joy, awe, fervor, or even grief can spread rapidly through a group via emotional contagion. Witnessing others deeply moved can lower inhibitions and intensify one's own affective state. Solitary context. In solitude, while emotions can be profound, they are generated more internally without the immediate amplifying feedback loop of a group. Shared interpretive framework and validation. Collective meaning-making. The group provides a ready-made and continuously reinforced interpretive framework for the experiences. Sensations, emotions, or unusual phenomena are quickly understood and labeled according to the group's belief system, e.g., the anointing of the Holy Spirit, baraka, energy flow. Validation. When others report similar experiences, it validates one's own, reinforcing its perceived reality and spiritual significance. This can be powerfully affirming. Solitary context. The solitary mystic often grapples more intensely with interpreting their experience alone, relying on sacred texts, personal reflection, or a spiritual director, if they have one. Validation may be less immediate. Rhythm, synchrony, and embodiment. Collective entrainment, rhythmic music, chanting, clapping, dancing, and synchronized movements are common in communal worship. These can induce altered states of consciousness and a powerful sense of unity and shared embodiment. Solitary context. While solitary mystics might use chanting or specific postures, the element of group synchrony and its powerful psychophysical effects are absent. Reduced inhibition and heightened suggestibility. Safety in numbers. The collective environment can create a sense of safety and permission to express emotions or engage in behaviors, like ecstatic utterances or movements, that might be inhibited in other settings. Influence of expectation. The shared expectations within the group and the influence of charismatic leaders can heighten suggestibility, making individuals more prone to experiencing what is anticipated or encouraged. Solitary context. The solitary individual may face their inhibitions more directly or be less subject to immediate external suggestion, though they are still influenced by their own expectations and the teachings they follow. Focus on immanent presence and communal union. God with us. Communal experiences often emphasize the immanent presence of the divine within the gathered community. The sacred is experienced as palpably present and active among the participants. Union with the group. A powerful sense of bonding, love, and unity with fellow participants is often a key outcome, sometimes described as a form of mystical union with the community itself, seen as the body of Christ or the Ummah. Solitary context. Solitary mysticism often, though not exclusively, emphasizes union with a transcendent absolute, a formless ground, or an ascent beyond the created order. The other in the union is typically the ultimate divine rather than fellow humans in a direct, immediate sense. Expression and catharsis. Outward manifestation. Communal experiences frequently involve more outward, expressive manifestations of religious fervor compared to the often silent, interior, and subtle experiences of contemplative solitary mystics. Emotional release. The group setting can facilitate cathartic release of pent-up emotions, which can be experienced as spiritually liberating. Solitary context. While catharsis can occur, the expression is typically more contained or processed internally. Leadership and guidance. Orchestration of experience. Charismatic leaders often play a crucial role in initiating, guiding, and interpreting communal ecstatic experiences. Their words, prayers, and actions can significantly shape the collective event. Solitary context. The solitary mystic relies on self-discipline, texts, or a more distant spiritual director. Differences in depth and nature of insight. Solitary mysticism, often associated with sustained periods of silence, deep introspection, apophatic, negative theology, approaches, and the potential for radical insights into the nature of self, consciousness, and ultimate reality that may require significant deconstruction of ordinary conceptual frameworks. The path can be one of profound stillness and unknowing. Communal mysticism, while deeply transformative and providing powerful feelings of divine connection and presence, the insights gained may be more often framed within the existing explicit theology of the group. The emphasis might be more on effective union, divine empowerment for service, or confirmation of shared beliefs rather than a radical deconstruction of cognitive structures or exploration of ultimate formlessness. Conclusion. The collective context profoundly shapes intense religious experiences, making communal mysticism distinct from its solitary counterpart. The social dynamics of emotional contagion, shared interpretation, validation, rhythmic entrainment, and leadership contribute to experiences that are often more outwardly expressive, emotionally amplified, and focused on the immanent divine presence within the group and a sense of communal union. These experiences are vital for fostering faith, building strong communities, and providing individuals with powerful affirmations of their beliefs and a direct sense of connection to the sacred. While the phenomenological texture and typical insights may differ from the often more quiet, interior, and ontologically radical explorations of solitary mystics, communal intense religious experiences represent a valid and powerful mode of encountering the sacred, deeply molded by the power of shared human interaction and collective spiritual aspiration. If mystical experience provides a sense of ultimate reality, How does this integrate with or challenge the findings and methods of empirical science? The relationship between mystical experiences, with their claims of apprehending ultimate reality, and the findings and methods of empirical science is complex, multifaceted, and often characterized by a degree of tension alongside possibilities for dialogue and mutual broadening of perspectives. It's not a simple matter of direct integration, as these two domains approach knowledge and reality from fundamentally different epistemological standpoints. Different domains and epistemologies. Mystical experience offers a subjective, first-person pathway to knowledge. It's often described as a direct, intuitive, and unitive apprehension of reality, concerned with questions of ultimate meaning, the nature of being, consciousness, and fundamental interconnectedness. Its truths are experiential and often considered self-validating by the experiencer. Empirical science relies on objective, third-person observation, measurement, experimentation, and falsifiability. It seeks to understand the natural, measurable world through testable hypotheses and theories. Its findings are public, replicable, and subject to peer review. Science is primarily concerned with how the universe works, not necessarily with ultimate why questions or subjective meaning. Areas of potential challenge or tension. Ontological claims. Nature of reality. Mystical traditions often posit that consciousness is fundamental or coextensive with reality, that all things are interconnected in a profound, non-obvious way, or that non-material dimensions or beings exist. These claims can challenge a strictly materialistic or physicalist worldview often presumed in science, which tends to see consciousness as an emergent property of complex physical systems like the brain. Ultimate explanations. Mysticism might offer ultimate explanations rooted in a transcendent principle, God, Brahman, Tao, ground of being, while science seeks naturalistic explanations for phenomena. Epistemological differences. Ways of knowing. Mysticism values direct intuition, gnosis, or unitive knowledge as valid paths to understanding ultimate reality. Science prioritizes empirical observation, reason, and methodological naturalism. Claims arising from purely subjective, private experience, however profound, are not directly verifiable by scientific methods and may be met with skepticism. Ineffability versus public data. The ineffable quality often ascribed to mystical insights contrasts sharply with science's requirement for publicly accessible and quantifiable data. Causality. Mystical worldviews may include notions of divine agency, synchronicity, or non-physical causes influencing events. Science operates by seeking natural causal explanations within a closed system of physical laws. The hard problem of consciousness. While neuroscience can identify neural correlates of consciousness and mystical states, it struggles to explain subjective awareness, qualia, itself the hard problem. Mystical traditions often place consciousness at the center of their cosmology, viewing it as primary rather than derivative, which is a significant departure from many mainstream scientific views. Areas for dialogue, complementarity, or loose integration. Despite the challenges, there are avenues for interaction and potential, albeit often indirect, forms of integration or mutual enrichment. Scientific study of mystical experience. Neurotheology/contemplative neuroscience. Science can and does study the phenomenon of mystical experience, its physiological and neurological correlates, e.g., brain activity during meditation or under the influence of psychedelics, and its psychological and behavioral effects, e.g., changes in well-being, compassion, values. This research doesn't validate the metaphysical claims of mysticism, but can explore its natural basis and impact. Psychology of religion/spirituality. This field examines the role and function of religious and mystical experiences in human life, their development, and their relationship to mental health. Reevaluation of scientific assumptions. Limits of current science. profound mystical experiences, with their consistent themes across cultures, might prompt a humble recognition of the limits of current scientific methods to address all aspects of reality and human experience, particularly regarding subjective consciousness and ultimate meaning. Challenging reductionism, the holistic and interconnected view of reality often reported by mystics, can challenge overly reductionist approaches in science, encouraging more systemic or holistic perspectives in fields like ecology or even medicine, e.g., mind-body connections. Inspiration and hypothesis generation, cautiously. Historically, some scientists have reported that intuitive or mystical-like insights played a role in their creative thinking. While not a substitute for rigorous testing, such experiences could theoretically contribute to new hypotheses, though this is a controversial area. Quantum physics parallels, highly debated. Some authors, often outside mainstream physics, draw parallels between mystical concepts of oneness, interconnectedness, the role of the observer, and certain interpretations of quantum mechanics, e.g., non-locality, entanglement. Most physicists argue these are superficial analogies or misapplications of quantum concepts. However, these discussions continue to fuel popular interest in a potential consonance. Ethical and value frameworks. Science describes the world, but does not inherently provide a system of ethics or values. Mystical experiences often lead to the cultivation of compassion, empathy, a sense of responsibility for others and the planet, and a desire for peace. These values can inform how scientific knowledge is applied and the direction of technological development. Models of relationship. Ian Barber proposed 4 ways religion, which can include mystical aspects, and science can relate. Conflict. They are seen as irreconcilable, offering competing truth claims. Independence. Noma, as articulated by Stephen Jay Gould, non-overlapping magisteria, science and religion, or mystical inquiry, occupy distinct domains of teaching authority. Science deals with the empirical realm. Religion/mysticism with ultimate meaning and morality. They don't overlap, so they can't conflict. Dialogue. Science and mysticism can engage in constructive conversation, where each can learn from the other's perspective and methods, leading to a richer understanding of reality without attempting to merge. For example, scientific studies of meditation can inform contemplative practices, and ethical insights from spiritual traditions can inform the application of science. Integration. This seeks a closer partnership, sometimes involving the reformulation of traditional religious doctrines in light of science, or the development of a unified metaphysical framework that incorporates insights from both, e.g., some forms of process theology, integral theories like Ken Wilber's. This is the most challenging and often contentious model. Conclusion. A direct, seamless integration of the ultimate reality perceived in mystical experience with the current findings and methods of empirical science is difficult, primarily due to their fundamentally different epistemologies and domains of inquiry. Science cannot empirically verify the ultimate metaphysical claims arising from subjective mystical experiences. However, this does not necessarily imply outright conflict or irrelevance. Instead of a forced fusion, a more fruitful approach often involves science studying the phenomenon, investigating the neurobiological, psychological, and behavioral aspects of mystical experiences. Dialogue, fostering conversations about the nature of reality, consciousness, and human values from these distinct perspectives. Mutual humility, recognizing the limits of both scientific inquiry in addressing ultimate meaning and subjective experience, and mystical claims in providing empirically testable descriptions of the natural world. Mystical experiences may not alter the established laws of physics, but they can profoundly alter the individual's perception of reality, their place within it, and their values. Science provides a powerful map of the physical territory. Mystical experience often speaks to the nature of the mapmaker and the ultimate context in which that territory exists. The challenge lies in holding both perspectives in a way that enriches our overall understanding of the cosmos and ourselves. How does the concept of spiritual but not religious SBNR relate to the distinction between religious and mystical experience? Are these individuals prioritizing personal mystical-like encounters over traditional religious forms? The concept of spiritual but not religious SBNR has gained prominence in contemporary discussions of belief and practice. It highlights a growing cohort of individuals who affirm a spiritual dimension to life, but distance themselves from the institutions, doctrines, and communal practices of organized religion. The SBNR orientation relates closely to the distinction between broader religious experience and more specific mystical experience, often indicating a prioritization of personal, direct, and mystical-like encounters over adherence to traditional religious forms. Understanding spiritual but not religious SBNR. SBNR individuals typically believe in a transcendent dimension, a higher power, a universal spirit, or the sacredness of life/nature/consciousness. Emphasize personal experience, intuition, and individual autonomy in matters of belief and practice. Seek meaning, purpose, connection, and self-transcendence. Often feel alienated by or critical of the dogma, hierarchy, exclusivity, or social/political stances of organized religions. May engage in a variety of spiritual practices cherry-picked from different traditions or developed personally, e.g., meditation, yoga, nature connection, mindfulness, journaling. Relating SBNR to religious versus mystical experience. Religious experience, broadly defined, encompasses a wide spectrum of human experiences that occur within the context of an established religious tradition. This includes participation in communal rituals, adherence to specific doctrines, prayer to a defined deity, engagement with sacred texts, and the experience of community with co-religionists. While it can include mystical experiences, much of religious life is also about shared identity, moral frameworks, and communal practices that may not always be intensely mystical in nature. Mystical experience refers more specifically to a direct, often unmediated, and intensely personal encounter with what is perceived as ultimate reality, the divine, or a transcendent state of consciousness. Key characteristics often include a sense of unity or oneness, ineffability, a noetic quality, deep insight, transcendence of the ordinary self and spatiotemporal categories, and profound positive emotions like awe or peace. While mystical experiences can occur within religious traditions and are often the wellspring of these traditions, their core phenomenological features can be considered distinct from general religious observance. SBNR individuals and the prioritization of mystical-like encounters. It can be argued that SBNR individuals often, implicitly or explicitly, prioritize personal, mystical-like encounters and the values derived from them over traditional religious forms. Here's why. Emphasis on direct, personal experience. The very definition of SBNR underscores a preference for first-hand spiritual experience rather than accepting truth based on external authority, scripture, clergy, tradition. This resonates deeply with the mystic's emphasis on direct apprehension of reality. SBNR individuals often seek to feel or know for themselves. Search for transcendence and connection. Many SBNR individuals are looking for experiences that take them beyond the mundane, fostering a sense of connection to something larger than themselves, be it nature, humanity, the cosmos, or an undefined universal spirit. These desired states, awe, wonder, interconnectedness, peace, are hallmarks of mystical and mystical-like experiences. Rejection of mediation and dogma. A common reason for SBNR individuals disaffiliating from organized religion is a rejection of perceived intermediaries, priests, gurus, institutions, and fixed doctrines that they feel constrain or distort direct spiritual understanding. They often prefer a more personal, unmediated path, which is characteristic of the mystical quest. Eclectic and individualized practices. The practices SBNR individuals often adopt: meditation, mindfulness, yoga, nature immersion, introspective arts, are frequently those known to facilitate altered states of consciousness, heightened awareness, and feelings of peace, unity, or self-transcendence, experiences that fall into the mystical-like spectrum. Focus on inner life and well-being. SBNR spirituality often centers on inner transformation, personal growth, emotional healing, and a sense of inner peace. These goals are frequently outcomes associated with mystical experiences and contemplative paths. Valuing mystical virtues, concepts such as interconnectedness, universal compassion, mindfulness, and reverence for life, often highlighted in mystical traditions, are frequently central to the SBNR worldview, even when detached from their original religious doctrinal frameworks. Caveats and nuances. Spectrum of experience. Not every SBNR individual is actively seeking or having full-blown, classical mystical experiences comparable to those of renowned mystics. The term mystical-like is often more appropriate, encompassing a range of profound subjective experiences that share some characteristics with classical mysticism, e.g., awe in nature, flow states, deep empathy. Individual variation. The SBNR category is very broad and heterogeneous. Motivations, beliefs, and practices vary widely. Some may be more philosophical, others more focused on well-being, and others actively pursuing deep transcendent states. Need for interpretation and community. While SBNR individuals prioritize personal experience, they still often seek frameworks for understanding these experiences and may form informal communities or networks with like-minded seekers, indicating that the need for shared meaning and belonging isn't entirely absent. Conclusion. This spiritual but not religious orientation reflects a significant shift in contemporary spirituality, characterized by a deep valuation of personal, direct experience over adherence to the doctrines, rituals, and institutional structures of traditional organized religion. In this sense, SBNR individuals can be seen as prioritizing mystical-like encounters and the pursuit of individual spiritual insight and connection. Their quest often resonates with the core impulse of mysticism, the desire for an unmediated, first-hand apprehension of what is perceived as ultimately real, meaningful, or sacred. Even if the language used to describe these experiences and the paths taken to achieve them are diverse, eclectic, and largely detached from established religious forms. They are, in essence, often choosing the experiential core over the institutional container. What is the role of silence and stillness in facilitating these profound encounters? How do different traditions utilize these elements? Silence and stillness, both external and internal, are widely recognized across diverse religious and spiritual traditions as fundamental elements in facilitating profound religious and mystical encounters. They are not merely absences of noise or movement, but are often cultivated as potent environments for introspection, heightened awareness, and receptivity to the subtle dimensions of reality or the divine. The role of silence and stillness in facilitating profound encounters. Reducing external and internal distractions. External silence minimizes sensory input from the surrounding environment, allowing attention to turn inward and focus on more subtle experiences that are usually drowned out by the noise of daily life. Internal silence. Mental quietude. This refers to the quieting of the incessant chatter of the discursive mind, the stream of thoughts, worries, plans, and judgments. This inner stillness is often considered more crucial than external silence. When the monkey mind is calmed, deeper layers of consciousness can be accessed, creating receptivity and openness. Silence and stillness can cultivate a state of profound receptivity. By emptying the mind of its usual preoccupations and stilling the body's restlessness, an individual can become more open to perceiving subtle spiritual realities, divine presence, intuitive insights, or what some traditions call grace. It's akin to creating a quiet, empty vessel ready to be filled. facilitating self-awareness and introspection. In the absence of external stimuli and internal noise, individuals can observe the workings of their own minds and hearts with greater clarity. This self-observation can lead to insights into one's own conditioning, attachments, and egoic patterns, which is often a crucial step on the path to spiritual liberation or union. Accessing deeper layers of consciousness. Many traditions posit that beneath the surface of ordinary waking consciousness lie deeper, more fundamental states of being. Silence and stillness are seen as the gateway to these realms, where mystical experiences and direct apprehensions of truth are more likely to occur. Conserving and concentrating spiritual energy. Some spiritual systems view excessive outward activity, speech, and mental agitation as dissipating vital or spiritual energy. Practices involving silence and stillness are thought to help conserve, gather, and concentrate this energy, making it available for deeper spiritual work. Mirroring the divine or ultimate reality. In certain theological or philosophical frameworks, the ultimate reality or the divine essence is conceived as a profound stillness, silence, or an unmanifest void from which all creation arises. By cultivating inner silence and stillness, the individual seeks to align with or enter into resonance with this ultimate nature, allowing this still, small voice to be heard. Metaphorically, divine guidance, inspiration, or wisdom is often described as a still, small voice, a reference from the story of Elijah in the Hebrew Bible. External and internal silence create the conditions necessary for such subtle communications to be perceived. How different traditions utilize silence and stillness. Christianity. Contemplative prayer. Traditions such as hesychasm in Eastern Orthodoxy emphasize hesychia, stillness, quiet, and the silent repetition of the Jesus prayer to achieve inner silence and union with God. Western contemplative practices like centering prayer also focus on consenting to God's presence and action in interior silence. Monasticism. Many monastic orders, e.g., Carthusians, Trappists, Benedictines to varying degrees, incorporate significant periods of communal and personal silence as essential for prayer, reflection, and fostering a deeper connection with God. The Great Silence observed overnight in many monasteries is an example. Quakerism, religious society of friends worship, is often based on expectant silent waiting, where individuals collectively seek divine guidance and presence without programmed liturgy. Biblical roots. Passages like Psalm 46 verse 10, "Be still and know that I am God," underscore the importance of stillness. Buddhism. Meditation. Bhavana core Buddhist practices like Samatha Vipassana, calmness and insight meditation, and Zazen, Zen sitting meditation, are fundamentally based on cultivating mental stillness, observing the breath, and developing non-reactive awareness in silence. Noble silence. During intensive meditation retreats, participants typically observe noble silence, refraining from speech, eye contact, and other communication to minimize distractions and deepen practice. Shunyata, emptiness, the profound realization of emptiness, a central Mahayana concept, can be seen as an ultimate form of conceptual silence, a going beyond all mental constructs. Hinduism. Yoga and meditation. Dhyana Patanjali's Yoga Sutras describe the goal of yoga as Chit Vritti Nirodha, the cessation of the fluctuations of the mind, leading to a state of profound inner stillness and realization of the true self, Purusha or Atman. Mauna. The practice of mauna, a vow of silence, is undertaken by sages and seekers for various periods to conserve energy, deepen introspection, and attain inner peace. Advaita Vedanta. This non-dual school emphasizes the realization of Brahman, the ultimate reality, which is described as silent, unchanging, and beyond thought. Deep meditation in silence is a key practice. Islam, Sufism. Muraqabah. Sufi meditative practices often involve silent contemplation, focusing the heart on God and striving for inner stillness to experience the divine presence. Khalwa. Spiritual retreat. Many Sufi orders encourage periods of solitary retreat, often in silence, for intensive spiritual practice and seeking divine intimacy. Listening heart. Sufism emphasizes the importance of a silent, receptive heart to hear the subtle inspirations and communications from the divine. Taoism. Wu Wei, non-action/effortless action, implies a state of inner stillness and alignment with the Tao, the natural order of the universe. Sitting and forgetting. Zhuowang, a Taoist meditation practice that involves emptying the mind of all distinctions and conceptual thought, returning to a state of primordial stillness and unity with the Tao. Indigenous traditions. Vision quests often involve prolonged periods of fasting, solitude, and silence in nature to seek spiritual guidance, visions, and a deeper connection with the spiritual world. Deep listening. Many indigenous cultures emphasize the importance of silent observation and deep listening to the natural world as a way of learning and receiving wisdom from the earth and its spirits. Conclusion. Across a vast array of spiritual paths, silence and stillness are not viewed as mere absences, but as potent, actively cultivated states that are conducive, if not essential, to facilitating profound religious and mystical encounters. They serve to quiet the distractions of the external world and the internal chatter of the mind, fostering a heightened receptivity, deeper self-awareness, and an opening to the transcendent or the innermost depths of being. Different traditions have formalized the use of these elements in distinctive practices, yet all point to their fundamental role in creating the sacred space within which the ineffable can be experienced. How might the intensity of emotional experiences in both religious and mystical contexts impact memory and the subsequent retelling of the event? The intense emotional experiences frequently associated with religious and mystical contexts, ranging from profound awe, bliss, and unconditional love to overwhelming fear, desolation, or a sense of the numinous, have a significant impact on memory formation, recall, and the subsequent retelling of these pivotal events. Emotions act as a powerful modulator of memory, often enhancing certain aspects while potentially influencing the narrative construction over time. Here's how emotional intensity can shape memory and its retelling. Enhanced memory for central aspects, the gist or core event. Vividness and durability. Intense emotional arousal generally leads to memories that are perceived as exceptionally vivid, clear, and long-lasting. Events accompanied by strong emotion, whether positive or negative, tend to be better remembered than neutral events. This is partly due to the release of stress hormones, like adrenaline and cortisol, during emotional experiences, which can signal the brain that an event is important and enhance memory consolidation. Flashbulb memory analogy. While typically applied to public events of high consequence, e.g., 9/11, the vividness and confidence associated with flashbulb memories can be analogous to how individuals recall intensely personal religious or mystical experiences. The core of the experience often feels indelibly etched in memory. Focus on emotionally salient details. The mind tends to prioritize and better encode the aspects of the experience that are most emotionally charged. Potential for peripheral detail inaccuracy. While the central, emotionally significant details are often well remembered, intense emotion can sometimes narrow attentional focus. This means that peripheral details or the broader context surrounding the core emotional event might be less accurately recalled or even distorted. The memory is sharp for the emotional core, but potentially fuzzy around the edges. Increased confidence in memory, not always equating to accuracy. Strong emotions often lead to a high degree of confidence in the accuracy and detail of one's memory. The vividness makes it feel incredibly real and precise. However, psychological research shows that confidence in a memory does not always correlate perfectly with its objective accuracy, especially for all details. Impact on narrative construction and retelling. Centrality of emotion in the narrative. In retelling the event, the emotional peak often becomes the narrative GS central anchor. The story is structured around conveying this emotional intensity and its perceived cause or significance. Selective emphasis. Individuals are likely to emphasize the most emotionally powerful moments of the experience, as these are most salient in their memory and are often seen as the essence of the encounter. Other, less emotionally charged aspects might be downplayed or omitted over time. Emotional contagion in retelling. A vivid, emotionally charged retelling can evoke similar emotional responses in listeners, making the story more impactful and memorable for them too. The speaker's conviction, fueled by the remembered emotion, lends power to the narrative. Evolution of emotional interpretation. Reframing negative emotions. Initial emotions like fear, confusion, or a sense of annihilation, e.g., during ego-death experiences, might be vividly remembered but reinterpreted in subsequent retellings through the lens of later positive outcomes, e.g., profound peace, liberation, insight. The narrative then frames the negative emotion as a necessary prelude or a transformative trial, rather than simply a terrifying event. Nuancing positive emotions. Conversely, an initially overwhelming positive experience, e.g., intense ecstasy, might be retold with more nuance over time as the individual integrates it and reflects on its meaning beyond the immediate emotional high. Solidification and simplification. Each retelling helps to solidify the memory in a particular narrative form. However, this can also lead to a degree of simplification. Complex or paradoxical emotional states might be smoothed out to create a more coherent and communicable story. The narrative may become more polished and conventionalized with repeated tellings. The ineffability factor. Given that many mystical experiences are described as ineffable, the remembered emotional intensity often serves as a key testament to the experience's profundity, even if the cognitive content cannot be fully articulated. The feeling tone becomes a crucial carrier of meaning. I can't describe what I saw, but I can tell you how it felt, and that feeling was the most real thing I've ever known. Role of subsequent events and beliefs. The original emotional impact can be reinforced or altered by subsequent experiences, interpretations, and the individual's evolving belief system. If an experience of profound peace is followed by positive life changes attributed to it, the memory of that peace and the retelling of it will likely be further enhanced and positive. If a community validates the emotional experience as a sign of divine favor, this social reinforcement also shapes its remembered significance and narrative form. Conclusion. The intense emotional charge of religious and mystical experiences plays a crucial role in how they are encoded in memory and subsequently recounted. Generally, such emotions lead to vivid, lasting, and confident memories of the core event, making these experiences feel particularly significant and readily accessible for narration. The retelling is often characterized by an emphasis on the emotional peaks, delivered with conviction. However, these memories, while subjectively powerful, are not static imprints. They are dynamic reconstructions influenced by the initial emotional intensity, the subsequent process of interpretation, the demands of narrative coherence, and the social context of the retelling. The emotional impact ensures the experience is remembered as highly significant, but the narrative used to convey this significance can evolve, sometimes simplifying or reframing the original complex emotional tapestry while seeking to preserve its perceived core truth. Consider experiences of evil or absence of the sacred. How do these negative depths within the religious landscape compare to or contrast with the positive, sacred depths of peace or unity? Experiences of evil or a profound absence of the sacred represent the negative depths of the religious and spiritual landscape. These stand in stark contrast to the positive sacred depths characterized by peace, unity, love, and bliss, yet they can be equally profound and impactful in shaping an individual's worldview and spiritual journey. Defining negative depths. Experiences of evil. These can range from personal encounters with malevolence. feeling the presence of a hostile, corrupting, or demonic spiritual force, experiencing intense, seemingly unprovoked hatred or malice from others, or grappling with one's own capacity for profound wrongdoing or sin. Witnessing or being victim to overwhelming systemic evil, experiencing or observing acts of genocide, torture, extreme cruelty, or gross injustice that shatter one's sense of moral order and human decency. Phenomenology often involves feelings of terror, dread, horror, defilement, spiritual oppression, or an encounter with something perceived as actively anti-divine or anti-life. Experiences of the absence of the sacred, spiritual void/desolation. This is more than just spiritual dryness or doubt. It's a profound and often terrifying sense of the utter meaninglessness of existence, the death of God, in a personal experiential sense, a complete inability to feel divine presence or connection, or the conviction that the universe is ultimately empty, indifferent, or absurd. Phenomenology, characterized by desolation, existential dread, profound alienation, spiritual barrenness, a crushing sense of cosmic loneliness, and the collapse of any ultimate meaning or purpose. This is distinct from the fertile void or sacred darkness like shunyata in Buddhism or the apophatic Godhead, which, though beyond concepts, is ultimately liberating or full. This negative void is perceived as truly empty and horrifying. Comparing and contrasting with positive sacred depths. Feature: positive sacred depths, peace, unity, love. Negative depths, evil, absence of sacred. Emotional valence. Predominantly joy, peace, bliss, unconditional love, awe, gratitude. Predominantly terror, dread, despair, hatred, horror, profound desolation, anguish. Sense of connection. Unity with divine/ultimate reality, interconnectedness with all beings, profound belonging. Extreme alienation, isolation, fragmentation, separation from self/others/world. Meaning and purpose. Revelation of ultimate meaning, purpose, cosmic order, inherent goodness. Experience of radical meaninglessness, absurdity, chaos, cosmic indifference, or active malevolence. Nature of reality. Perceived as inherently good, sacred, luminous, intelligent, loving, unified. Perceived as potentially hostile, corrupt, empty, indifferent, or fundamentally flawed/evil. Impact on self. Integration, wholeness, expansion of self, ego transcendence, empowerment, healing. Disintegration, fragmentation, spiritual injury, ego annihilation, in a terrifying sense, defilement, paralysis. Perceived source/agency. Divine, ultimate reality, ground of being, inherent goodness, love. Malevolent entities, human depravity, inherent flaw in existence, fundamental void, absence of God/good. Ineffability. Often difficult to express the fullness of joy, love, unity. Often difficult to express the depth of horror, despair, or emptiness. Transformative potential, immediate. Generally leads to positive transformation, increased compassion, wisdom, faith, well-being. Often leads to crisis, spiritual trauma, loss of faith, cynicism, despair. Sense of reality. Feels intensely real, often more real than ordinary reality. Can also feel intensely, horrifyingly real. Key contrasts. Unity versus fragmentation. The hallmark of positive sacred depths is often a move towards unity and integration. Negative depths are characterized by fragmentation, separation, and disintegration. Love/benevolence versus malice/indifference. Positive depths reveal a reality infused with love, compassion, or at least benevolent order. Negative depths reveal a reality that can seem actively malevolent, cruelly indifferent, or utterly devoid of care. Luminosity versus oppressive darkness. While some mystical traditions speak of a divine darkness that is full and beyond light. The darkness of negative depths is typically experienced as oppressive, devoid of light or hope, and terrifying. Fulfillment versus annihilation. In a negative sense, positive mystical union can involve a blissful annihilation of the separate ego into a larger whole. Encounters with evil or profound absence can feel like a destructive annihilation, a crushing of the spirit into nothingness or corruption. Interpretive frameworks for negative depths. Religious and philosophical traditions have offered various ways to understand these experiences. Theodicy, attempts to reconcile evil and suffering with a benevolent, omnipotent God, e.g., free will defense, soul-making theodicy. Dualism. Some systems, like Manichaeism or Zoroastrianism, posit a cosmic struggle between roughly co-equal good and evil powers. Privatio boni, the Augustinian view that evil is not a substance in itself, but a lack, privation, or corruption of the good. Demonic realities, belief in literal demonic or malevolent spiritual entities that actively oppose the divine and seek to harm or corrupt humanity. Human shadow/sin, understanding profound evil as originating from the dark aspects of human nature, the misuse of freedom, or collective sin. Spiritual trials/tests, some experiences of divine absence, like aspects of the dark night of the soul, are interpreted as painful but necessary trials or purifications on the path to deeper union, though these are usually distinguished from experiences of pure malevolence or ultimate meaninglessness. Transformative potential. Positive sacred depths are inherently transformative in a way that aligns with spiritual growth, fostering virtues and a deeper connection to the perceived good. Negative depths are not inherently spiritually constructive in the same way. Their immediate impact is often damaging. However, if an individual manages to navigate and integrate such experiences, often a long and arduous process, sometimes requiring significant support, potential, though not guaranteed, long-term outcomes can include a profound and sober understanding of the reality of suffering and evil, leading to deeper compassion. A more resilient and tested faith, if faith survives. A greater appreciation for the good, the beautiful, and the sacred, precisely because their absence or opposition has been so keenly felt. A strong motivation to combat evil and alleviate suffering. However, it is crucial to acknowledge that many are simply broken or scarred by such experiences, leading to lasting despair, cynicism, or a complete rejection of any spiritual framework. Conclusion. Experiences of evil or the absence of the sacred represent a journey into negative depths that are phenomenologically and qualitatively distinct from the positive sacred depths of peace and unity. While both types of experiences can be intensely real and transformative, they point towards radically different perceptions of ultimate reality, the nature of the self, and the meaning of existence. Positive depths affirm a reality that is fundamentally good, unified, and loving, leading to integration and spiritual flourishing. Negative depths confront the individual with realities of malevolence, fragmentation, or an ultimate void, often leading to crisis and spiritual struggle. Understanding these negative depths is a crucial part of any comprehensive religious or spiritual landscape, as they address the persistent and troubling problem of evil and suffering in human experience. How does the development of empathy and compassion from these experiences translate into sustained, practical social action or justice work? Profound religious or mystical experiences are frequently reported to cultivate deep-seated empathy, the ability to feel with others, and compassion, the drive to alleviate the suffering of others. These arise from core insights often associated with such experiences, such as a felt sense of interconnectedness, an experience of universal love, or the dissolution of rigid ego boundaries. However, the translation of these powerful inner states into sustained, practical social action or justice work is a dynamic and multifaceted process, not an automatic outcome. It involves shifts in motivation, perception, and commitment, often supported by conducive personal and communal factors. Mechanisms of translation from inner experience to outer action. Shifted identity and expanded sense of self. Realization of interconnectedness. When an individual experientially grasps that they are not separate from others, but part of an interconnected web of being, the suffering of others is no longer perceived as solely their problem. It becomes, in a sense, our suffering or even my suffering. This intrinsic connection provides a powerful and enduring motivation for action that transcends mere altruism or duty. Universal love. Agape/Karuna experiences of unconditional divine love or boundless compassion can inspire a deep desire to embody and manifest that love in the world. This love often extends beyond one's immediate circle to embrace all beings, particularly those who are marginalized, oppressed, or in pain. Diminished egoism, as the preoccupation with the narrow, separate self lessens through mystical insight, more psychic energy and resources become available for addressing the needs of the wider world. The focus shifts from self-preservation or self-aggrandizement to collective well-being. Enhanced moral sensitivity and vision. Heightened awareness of injustice, profound spiritual experiences can sensitize individuals to the subtle and overt forms of suffering and injustice in the world, making it more difficult to remain indifferent or complicit. A moral imperative or calling, the experience, may impart a clear vision of a more just, compassionate, and harmonious world, coupled with a strong sense of personal responsibility or a spiritual calling to contribute to its actualization. This isn't just an intellectual ideal, but a deeply felt imperative. Development of courage, resilience, and hope. Inner peace and strength, the deep sense of peace, meaning, or connection to something larger and more enduring than oneself, e.g., God, ultimate reality, the Tao, can provide immense inner strength, courage, and resilience. This allows individuals to engage in challenging, often frustrating, long-term social action without succumbing to despair or burnout. Unshakable hope, a conviction rooted in profound experience that love, justice, or goodness are fundamental to reality, can sustain hope even in the face of significant obstacles and setbacks. Non-attachment to outcomes, focus on right action. Some mystical insights emphasize selfless action performed without attachment to the fruits of the action, as in the Bhagavad Gita's concept of karma yoga. This allows individuals to persevere in justice work even when immediate results are not apparent, focusing instead on the intrinsic rightness of the action itself. Factors influencing the translation into sustained action. The translation from inner compassion to outer action is not guaranteed and depends on several factors. Nature and interpretation of the experience. Some experiences might be interpreted in a way that leads to quietism or withdrawal from the world to cultivate inner states. The theological, philosophical, or ethical framework used to understand and integrate the experience is crucial. Traditions that explicitly link spiritual realization with ethical responsibility and worldly engagement, e.g., engaged Buddhism, prophetic traditions in Abrahamic faiths, liberation theology, are more likely to foster this translation. Personal dispositions, skills, and resources. An individual's personality, innate talents, acquired skills, education, social position, and available resources will shape how their compassion is expressed. Action can manifest in diverse ways: direct service, community organizing, advocacy, political activism, education, art, compassionate entrepreneurship, or simply embodying presence and kindness in daily interactions. Supportive community and structures, Sangha, Muma, church, sustained social action is rarely a solitary endeavor. A supportive community that shares similar values and goals can provide encouragement, accountability, resources, and opportunities for collective action. Religious or spiritual groups dedicated to social justice play a vital role here. Integration of the experience. The initial compassionate impulse needs to be integrated into one's ongoing life and worldview. Without conscious effort to embody the insights of the experience, it can fade into a mere memory. Regular spiritual practice, reflection, and intentional living help to keep the connection between inner realization and outward behavior alive. Education and awareness of social issues. Empathy and compassion need to be informed by an understanding of the root causes of suffering and injustice. Education about social, economic, and political systems allows for more effective and targeted action. Dealing with obstacles and compassion fatigue, the path of social action is fraught with challenges, setbacks, and the risk of compassion fatigue or burnout. The spiritual resources gained from profound experiences, e.g., equanimity, forgiveness, hope, become essential for sustaining long-term commitment. Examples of spiritually motivated social action. History and contemporary society offer numerous examples of individuals and groups whose profound spiritual experiences and convictions fueled their commitment to social justice. Mahatma Gandhi, his spiritual beliefs, rooted in Hinduism and influenced by other faiths, were central to his philosophy of nonviolent resistance, satyagraha, in India's independence movement. Martin Luther King Jr., his Christian faith and profound spiritual experiences provided the moral and spiritual foundation for his leadership in the American Civil Rights Movement. Dorothy Day, co-founder of the Catholic Worker Movement, her deep Catholic faith and commitment to the poor led to a life of voluntary poverty and activism. Thich Nhat Hanh, a Zen master who coined the term engaged Buddhism, emphasizing the application of mindfulness and compassion to social and political issues. Quakers, religious society of Friends historically involved in movements for abolition, prison reform, peace, and human rights, driven by their belief in the inner light in all people. Liberation theology, a movement within Catholicism, particularly in Latin America, that emphasizes the liberation of the oppressed as central to the Christian gospel. Conclusion. The development of empathy and compassion from profound religious or mystical experiences can be a powerful wellspring for sustained, practical social action and justice work. This translation occurs as the inner realization of interconnectedness, universal love, and diminished egoism reshapes an individual's identity, motivations, and moral vision. However, this is not an automatic process. It is significantly influenced by the interpretation of the experience, personal factors, the presence of supportive communities that value and facilitate such action, and the ongoing, intentional integration of spiritual insights into the fabric of daily life and engagement with the world. When these elements align, the fire of mystical experience can indeed ignite a passionate and resilient commitment to alleviating suffering and co-creating a more just and compassionate society. If mystical experience provides a glimpse of non-duality, how do individuals who have these experiences navigate returning to and functioning within a predominantly dualistic, everyday world? Glimpses of non-duality, the profound realization of oneness, where the distinctions between self and other, subject and object, or mind and matter dissolve, are among the most transformative and challenging aspects of mystical experience. Returning from such an experience to function effectively and authentically within a predominantly dualistic everyday world requires a significant process of integration, reorientation, and often a sophisticated understanding of how ultimate truth and conventional reality interrelate. The challenge, non-dual insight meets dualistic reality. Non-dual experience, characterized by a sense of fundamental unity, interconnectedness, and the transcendence of binary oppositions. The feeling is often one of all is one, or I am that, where the separate, individual self seems illusory or secondary. Dualistic everyday world, our ordinary lives are structured around dualities. We experience ourselves as distinct individuals interacting with a world of separate objects and other people. Language, thought, social structures, and practical tasks largely operate on this subject-object framework. The immediate challenge upon returning from a non-dual state can be disorientation. The ordinary world might temporarily feel unreal, dreamlike, or even absurd. Alienation, a sense of being out of sync with others who operate solely from a dualistic perspective. Difficulty in communication. The ineffable nature of non-dual insight makes it hard to share or explain. Practical impairment. Initially, the profound sense of oneness might, for a short period, make it difficult to engage in tasks requiring sharp self-other distinctions or goal-oriented action. Navigating and integrating non-dual insight. Individuals and spiritual traditions have developed various ways to navigate this return and integrate non-dual wisdom into dualistic living. The Two Truths framework. Prominent in Buddhism, but with parallels in other traditions, this distinguishes between ultimate truth, Paramartha Satya. From this perspective, reality is non-dual, empty of inherent self-existence, shunyata, and all phenomena are interconnected. Conventional/relative truth, Samvriti Satya. This is the everyday reality of distinct forms, selves, and causal relationships. It is acknowledged as functionally real and necessary for navigating the world. Integration. The wisdom lies in understanding that these are not contradictory but complementary perspectives. One learns to operate effectively within the conventional world while being informed by the ultimate truth of non-duality. This allows for functional engagement without being diluted by the apparent finality of dualistic appearances. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. This famous line from the Heart Sutra, Mahayana Buddhism, encapsulates a key integration. Non-duality, emptiness, is not found by rejecting or escaping the world of form, duality, but is realized within and as the world of form itself. Integration. The task becomes seeing the non-dual nature inherent in all dualistic appearances. The sacred is not separate from the mundane. The ultimate is immanent in the relative. Embodiment and grounding. After profound transcendent experiences, grounding practices become crucial. These can include connecting with the physical body, e.g., mindful walking, eating, physical labor, engaging with nature, fulfilling simple, everyday responsibilities with presence and care. Integration. These practices help bring the expansive awareness back into the tangible reality of daily life, preventing dissociation or spiritual escapism. Compassion as a bridge. The realization of interconnectedness inherent in non-dual experience often gives rise to profound empathy and compassion. This compassion naturally motivates engagement with others who, from the ultimate view, are not separate within the dualistic world, seeking to alleviate their suffering. Integration. Compassionate action becomes a way of living out the non-dual insight in a world that still experiences suffering based on perceived separation. Gradual reacclimatization and reinterpretation. The initial impact of a non-dual glimpse can be jarring. Over time, through reflection, meditation, and perhaps guidance, the individual learns to reconcile the insight with the demands of everyday life. The understanding of self is transformed. One still functions as an individual person, but with an underlying awareness that this individuality is not the ultimate or only reality. Chopping wood, carrying water, Zen, and other traditions. This aphorism signifies that enlightenment, or the realization of non-duality, does not mean ceasing to participate in ordinary life. Rather, it means engaging in everyday activities with a transformed awareness, with full presence, without egoic attachment, seeing the ultimate in the ordinary. Integration. The non-dual insight is expressed not through extraordinary feats, but through the quality of presence and wisdom brought to mundane tasks. The play of existence, Lila. Some traditions, e.g., Hinduism, view the phenomenal world of multiplicity and duality as a divine play or dance, Lila, of the ultimate non-dual reality. Integration. This perspective allows for participation in the world with a sense of freedom, lightness, and even enjoyment, recognizing its conventional nature without being ultimately ensnared by its illusions. Role of a teacher and community. An experienced spiritual teacher or a supportive community familiar with non-dual paths can provide invaluable guidance, context, and practices for integrating such profound experiences. They can help navigate potential pitfalls like spiritual inflation or withdrawal. Long-term effects on functioning. When non-dual insight is well integrated, individuals may report reduced reactivity, less attachment to outcomes, and less emotional disturbance from the ups and downs of life. Increased spontaneity and flow, acting more freely and intuitively, in harmony with situations as they arise. Deep-seated peace and equanimity, an underlying sense of calm and acceptance that perdures even amidst challenges. Authentic action. Actions arise more from a sense of wholeness and compassion rather than from egoic needs or fears. Skillful navigation of dualities, an ability to engage with dualistic distinctions, e.g., right/wrong, self/other for practical purposes, with wisdom and flexibility, without being rigidly bound by them. Conclusion. Returning to a predominantly dualistic world after a glimpse of non-duality is a profound integrative challenge. It involves learning to live with what can seem like a paradox, functioning as an apparently separate individual while knowing, at a deeper level, the truth of fundamental oneness. Successful navigation typically relies on frameworks like the Two Truths, practices that embody the insight in everyday life, the cultivation of compassion, and often, the support of wisdom traditions and communities. The ultimate aim is not to escape the dualistic world, but to inhabit it more freely, wisely, and compassionately, recognizing the non-dual reality that underpins and permeates all of existence. What is the long-term effect of profound religious or mystical experiences on an individual's sense of identity and personal agency? Profound religious or mystical experiences can have significant and often enduring long-term effects on an individual's sense of identity, who they believe they are, and personal agency, their capacity to act and influence their lives and the world. While the specifics vary based on the nature of the experience, the individual's psychology, and their cultural/interpretive framework, common themes emerge that point towards a fundamental reorientation of selfhood and action. Long-term effects on sense of identity. Expansion and deepening of identity. From egocentric to transpersonal/universal, a common outcome is a shift from a narrow, ego-defined identity based on personal history, roles, achievements, possessions, to a more expansive, transpersonal, or even universal sense of self. Individuals may feel deeply interconnected with others, humanity, nature, the cosmos, or a divine reality. This isn't necessarily a loss of individuality, but an understanding of that individuality within a much larger context. Grounding in inner experience, identity becomes less dependent on external validation and more rooted in inner spiritual experience, core values, and a perceived connection to something ultimate or sacred. Increased authenticity. Many report feeling more aligned with a true self or core essence, shedding layers of socially conditioned or inauthentic selfhood. The experience provides a new reference point for what feels genuinely me. De-identification and liberation. Reduced identification with the problematic self. There can be a de-identification with past traumas, negative self-concepts, or limiting personal narratives. While these aspects of personal history are not erased, they no longer define the core of who the person is. This can bring profound liberation and healing. Seeing through the constructed self and understanding of the ego as a construct, rather than an absolute entity, can lead to less attachment to its demands and anxieties. Integration of non-dual perspectives, for some. For those whose experiences involve profound non-dual insights, the long-term sense of identity might incorporate the understanding that the separate self is, in an ultimate sense, illusory or a conventional appearance of a larger, unified reality. This doesn't mean they cease to function as individuals, but their ultimate identity is not confined to that individuality. Shift in core values and life purpose. The experience often instills a new set of core values, e.g., compassion, service, love, truth, peace, that become central to one's identity. Life purpose may be reevaluated and reoriented around these spiritual values rather than purely material or egoic ambitions. Potential for initial confusion, eventual clarity. In the immediate aftermath, the breakdown of old identity structures can be disorienting. However, with time and integration, a new, more stable, and often more resilient sense of self tends to emerge, one that is broader and more deeply anchored. Long-term effects on personal agency. The impact on personal agency can seem paradoxical, often involving both a sense of empowerment and a profound surrender. Empowered and purpose-driven agency. Alignment with a larger will/purpose. Individuals often report feeling empowered to act in ways that are aligned with a perceived higher purpose, divine will, or a deep sense of truth experienced during their encounter. This can lead to courageous action, creativity, and a strong sense of mission, e.g., in social justice, healing, teaching. Intrinsic motivation. Agency becomes less driven by external rewards or fears and more by intrinsic motivation rooted in the values and insights gained from the experience. Increased resilience. A connection to something perceived as eternal or ultimate can provide a deep well of resilience, enabling individuals to persevere in their actions despite obstacles or setbacks. Transformation of egoic agency into surrender and flow. Letting go of absolute control. There is often a reduced need for rigid personal control and a greater willingness to surrender to the flow of life, a perceived divine guidance, or an ultimate order. This is not passive resignation, but an active, trusting engagement with reality. Thy will be done. For theistic mystics, agency becomes about discerning and aligning with God's will, which can feel deeply empowering rather than diminishing of self. Reduced striving. The anxious, effortful striving driven by egoic desires often diminishes, replaced by a more graceful and less attached mode of action. Agency as co-creation or participation. Individuals may experience their actions not as solely their own, but as a co-creation or partnership with a divine or cosmic intelligence. Efforts feel supported, guided, or augmented by a force beyond the personal self. Transpersonal agency, acting through me. The locus of agency can shift. Actions may feel less like I am doing this and more like life, spirit God is acting through me. This experience of being a vessel or instrument for a larger purpose can be profoundly liberating and effective. Ethical responsibility. Profound experiences of interconnectedness or divine love often lead to a heightened sense of ethical responsibility and a more compassionate form of agency, directed towards the well-being of others and the planet. Potential negative outcomes if poorly integrated. It's important to note that without proper integration or in vulnerable individuals, there can be negative long-term effects. Identity, persistent identity confusion, spiritual grandiosity, inflated ego, or alienation from previous social roles without finding new, healthy ones. Agency, passivity or fatalism if surrender is misinterpreted as inaction. Irresponsibility if the idea of not my will is taken to an extreme without ethical grounding, or conversely. Authoritarianism if one believes their actions are divinely mandated without question. Conclusion. The long-term effects of profound religious or mystical experiences on identity and personal agency are typically transformative, leading to a significant redefinition of who one is and how one acts in the world. Identity often expands beyond the narrow confines of the ego to embrace a more transpersonal, interconnected, and authentic self, grounded in deeper spiritual values. Personal agency is frequently reconfigured, moving from ego-driven control towards a more surrendered yet empowered participation in life, often aligned with a perceived higher purpose or the flow of a larger reality. While the initial stages of integrating such experiences can be challenging, the enduring impact for many is a more resilient, purposeful, compassionate, and deeply meaningful engagement with existence, where the sense of self and the capacity to act are both profoundly enriched and reoriented. How do artistic or creative expressions, music, poetry, visual art, function as both products of and potential pathways to religious and mystical experiences? Artistic and creative expressions, such as music, poetry, visual arts, dance, and architecture, share an intimate and dynamic relationship with religious and mystical experiences. They function powerfully both as deeply personal or communal products born from such encounters and as potent pathways that can lead individuals towards them. This reciprocal relationship has been a cornerstone of spiritual traditions across cultures and throughout history. Artistic expression as a product of religious/mystical experience. When an individual has a profound religious or mystical experience, the drive to express, record, understand, or share that encounter often finds an outlet in creative forms, especially given the ineffable nature of many such experiences. Communicating the ineffable, mystical experiences frequently transcend ordinary language and conceptual understanding. Art, with its capacity for symbolism, metaphor, evocation, and non-discursive communication, offers a richer palette to hint at the nature of these encounters. Poetry, mystics like Rumi, Hafiz, St. John of the Cross, and Mirabai used poetry to convey the longing, ecstasy, desolation, and union experienced in their spiritual journeys. The metaphorical language of lover and beloved, a drop in the ocean, or divine intoxication attempts to capture the unitive state. Visual arts, painters like William Blake or Hilma A.F. Clint sought to depict their visionary experiences and spiritual cosmologies. Mandalas and thenkas in Tibetan Buddhism are visual representations of enlightened states and cosmic principles, often based on meditative visions. Fra Angelica's frescoes were considered acts of prayer and visual sermons. Music, composers like Hildegard of Bingen, who also had visions she depicted visually, created music she believed was divinely inspired, aiming to convey celestial harmonies. Johann Sebastian Bach famously dedicated his works Soli Deo Gloria, to God alone be glory. Recording and transmitting spiritual insights, art serves as a vessel to record and transmit the insights, emotions, and transformative power of religious and mystical experiences to others within a community or across generations. Sacred stories, iconography, and ritual music all play this role. Catharsis, integration, and personal understanding. The creative process itself can be a vital means for the experiencer to process, integrate, and make personal sense of an overwhelming or transformative spiritual encounter. Giving form to the formless through painting, writing, or composing can be a healing, grounding, and clarifying act. Acts of devotion and celebration. Much religious art is created as an act of worship, praise, thanksgiving, or devotion in response to an experience of the divine. The creation itself becomes a prayer or offering. Artistic expression as a potential pathway to religious/mystical experience. Engagement with artistic and creative expressions, both as a creator/performer and as an audience member, can facilitate or induce states conducive to religious and mystical experiences. For the creator/performer, inducing flow and altered states, the intense concentration, focused attention, and deep immersion required in the creative act, e.g., a musician lost in performance, a painter absorbed in their work, a writer in a state of inspired flow, can lead to altered states of consciousness. These states can share characteristics with mystical experiences, such as timelessness, loss of self-consciousness, a sense of oneness with the activity, and intrinsic joy. Repetitive and rhythmic practices. Certain art forms, like sacred chanting, e.g., Gregorian chant, curtain, drumming, or ritual dance, utilize rhythm and repetition to quiet the discursive mind, unify group energy, and facilitate trance-like or ecstatic states. For the audience, observer, listener, evoking transcendent emotions, music, in particular, has a profound capacity to evoke powerful emotions such as awe, reverence, joy, sorrow, and a sense of the sublime, which can open individuals to a feeling of transcendence or spiritual connection. Think of the impact of a majestic organ piece in a cathedral or the devotional intensity of qawwali music. Focusing contemplation. Visual arts, sacred visual arts like icons in Eastern Christianity, mandalas and yantras in Hindu and Buddhist traditions, or Islamic calligraphy are often designed as aids to meditation and contemplation. Gazing upon these forms can still the mind, focus attention, and draw the viewer into a deeper spiritual awareness. Icons are sometimes referred to as windows into heaven. Symbolic resonance. Poetry and literature, sacred poetry, and religious narratives can awaken spiritual intuition and understanding through their use of evocative language, metaphor, and archetypal themes. Reading these texts can trigger profound personal insights, emotional resonance, and a sense of connection to perennial truths. Creating sacred space and atmosphere. The combined artistic elements of architecture, iconography, music, incense, and lighting in temples, cathedrals, mosques, and other sacred sites are intentionally designed to create an atmosphere conducive to prayer, contemplation, and encounters with the sacred. These spaces are themselves works of art that shape experience. Cultivating imagination for spiritual perception. Engaging with art that explores spiritual themes can cultivate the true imagination or symbolic thinking, which some traditions view as crucial for perceiving and interpreting spiritual realities. The interplay and virtuous cycle. Often, these two functions of art create a dynamic and enriching cycle within spiritual traditions. A mystic has an experience and expresses it through poetry or music. Generations later, individuals engaging with that art find themselves moved, inspired, and perhaps open to their own direct spiritual encounters, which may, in turn, lead to new creative expressions. Conclusion. Artistic and creative expressions are inextricably linked with the religious and mystical dimensions of human life. They are not mere decorations or peripheral activities, but serve as fundamental modes of communication for experiences that defy ordinary language, acting as powerful products that record, transmit, and help integrate these encounters. Simultaneously, they are potent pathways capable of inducing altered states, focusing contemplation, evoking transcendent emotions, and creating environments where individuals can be drawn closer to experiencing the sacred or mystical for themselves. Through this dual role, art continuously enriches and revitalizes the human quest for spiritual understanding and connection. Explore the different metaphors used across cultures to describe the unitive mystical experience, e.g., ocean/drop, lover/beloved, light, void, and what these metaphors reveal about the experience. Unitive mystical experiences, those profound moments of perceived oneness with ultimate reality, the divine or the cosmos, are notoriously difficult to articulate in literal language. Their ineffable nature necessitates the use of metaphors, figures of speech that draw on familiar concepts to hint at the unfamiliar and transcendent. Examining these recurring metaphors across cultures reveals both the diverse facets of the unitive experience and some of its underlying, commonly perceived characteristics. Here are some prominent metaphors and what they reveal. The ocean and the drop. Description: the individual self, like a drop of water, merges into or realizes its essential identity with the vast, boundless ocean of ultimate reality or divine consciousness. Prevalence: common in Sufism, e.g., Adar, Rumi, Hinduism, Advaita Vedanta, where Atman, the individual self, is Brahman, the ultimate reality, and echoed in some Western mystical writings. What it reveals about the experience. Loss of separateness. A primary characteristic is the dissolution of the sense of an isolated, individual ego. The boundaries between self and other, or self and other, dissolve. Immensity and all-encompassing nature, the ultimate reality is experienced as vast, infinite, and all-encompassing, far beyond the confines of the individual. Identity of essence. The drop and the ocean are both H2O. The metaphor suggests that the essential nature of the individual soul/consciousness is identical to that of the ultimate reality. Transformation/absorption. The experience involves a transformation where the limited is absorbed into the unlimited. This can be felt as both a death of the small self and a birth into a larger existence. The lover and the beloved, mystical marriage, spiritual eros. Description. The soul, the lover, experiences an intense yearning, seeking, and ultimately an ecstatic union with the divine, the beloved. This is often described in terms of passionate, intimate love. Prevalence. Central to Bhakti traditions in Hinduism, devotion to Krishna, Radha, etc., Sufism, Rumi, Rabia al-Adawiyya, and Christian mysticism, St. John of the Cross's spiritual canticle and living flame of love. St. Teresa of Avila's interior castle, Bernard of Clairvaux's sermons on the Song of Songs. What it reveals about the experience. Intense affective dimension, profound love, desire, longing, and ecstatic joy are central to this type of unitive experience. It's deeply emotional and passionate. Relationality within unity. Even in union, a subtle sense of relationship or loving exchange can persist, or the path to union is framed in relational terms. Intimacy and immediacy. The connection is deeply personal, intimate, and direct. Transformation through love. Love is the driving force and the medium of transformation and union. The soul is purified and elevated through its love for the beloved. Light, uncreated light, illumination, radiance. Description. The experience is characterized by an encounter with or immersion in a brilliant, often overwhelming, spiritual or divine light. This light is typically associated with truth, knowledge, purity, and bliss. Prevalence. Found across many traditions, Christian mysticism, the Tabor light in Eastern Orthodoxy, experiences of illumination, Platonism and Neoplatonism, the good as a source of intellectual light, Islamic philosophy, Illuminationism, yoga traditions, Jayatir Darshan or vision of inner light, and frequently reported in near-death experiences. What it reveals about the experience. Noetic quality. The experience is often one of profound insight, revelation, and clarity. The light dispels ignorance and illuminates truth. Purity and goodness. Light symbolizes spiritual purity, holiness, and the ultimate good. Overwhelming presence. The light can be gentle or overwhelmingly intense and glorious. Transformation from darkness implies a shift from a state of spiritual darkness, ignorance, or confusion to one of understanding and enlightenment. The void, emptiness, nothingness, divine darkness, desert, abyss. Description. Ultimate reality is experienced not as a something, but as a profound emptiness, a nothingness that is paradoxically full, or a divine darkness that is beyond all light and concepts. This is not a nihilistic void, but an unconditioned, formless ground from which all being arises. Prevalence. Central to Buddhism, shunyata or emptiness, Taoism, the Tao as nameless and empty yet the source of all. In Christian apophatic mysticism, figures like Pseudo-Dionysius the Areopagite speak of the divine darkness, Meister Eckhart of the desert of the Godhead, or still wilderness. And the author of The Cloud of Unknowing emphasizes going beyond all concepts into a cloud. What it reveals about the experience. Transcendence of concepts. Ultimate reality is beyond all human categories, attributes, and mental constructs. The mind must be emptied of all concepts to approach it. Liberation. Realizing this emptiness can be profoundly liberating, freeing one from attachment to conditioned phenomena and illusory notions of self. Primordial ground. This nothingness is not absence, but the unmanifest potential from which everything emerges, the ultimate source. Apophatic path suggests a spiritual path that involves unknowing and stripping away rather than accumulating knowledge or attributes. Fire, consuming flame, living flame. Description. The divine presence or love is experienced as an intense, purifying, and transformative fire that can consume the ego or the impurities of the soul. Prevalence. Used by Christian mystics like Saint John of the Cross, the living flame of love, some Vedic hymns to Agni, the fire god, and an imagery of Pentecost, tongues of fire. What it reveals about the experience. Intensity and power. The encounter is overwhelmingly powerful and dynamic. Purification. Purgation. The fire burns away dross, sin, attachments, and the old self, leading to spiritual refinement. Transformation. The individual is fundamentally changed by this consuming encounter. Divine love as active and potent. God's love is not just gentle but a powerful, active force. What the diversity of metaphors reveals. Ineffability of the core experience. The sheer variety and often paradoxical nature of these metaphors underscore the fundamental difficulty of capturing the unitive mystical experience in words. No single metaphor is adequate. Multifaceted nature of the encounter. The unitive experience may not be monolithic. Different individuals, or the same individual at different times, may experience various facets or qualities of this ultimate reality or union. One metaphor might highlight the cognitive aspect, light, void, another the affective, lover/beloved, and another the ontological, ocean/drop. Influence of cultural and theological context, while some metaphors, like light, are remarkably widespread. The specific choice and elaboration of a metaphor are often influenced by the mystic's cultural background and the symbolic and theological resources of their particular religious tradition. Subjective emphasis, the mystic's own temperament, psychological disposition, and the specific nature of their spiritual path might lead them to resonate more with certain metaphors over others. Pointing to paradox, many of these metaphors embrace paradox, e.g., the void is fullness, the darkness is illuminating, the drop is the ocean while remaining a focal point of experience, reflecting the non-dual nature of the experience which transcends ordinary either/ or logic. In conclusion, metaphors are essential tools for mystics attempting to communicate the unutterable. They are not literal descriptions, but evocative pointers that illuminate different dimensions of the unitive experience, its immensity, its intimacy, its illuminating power, its transcendence of form, and its transformative fire. The rich tapestry of these metaphors across cultures speaks to both the shared human capacity for such profound encounters and the diverse ways in which these encounters are perceived, felt, and made meaningful within the vast landscape of human spirituality. How does the perceived source of the experience, internal consciousness versus external divine agency, influence how it is classified and integrated into an individual's worldview? The perceived source of a profound subjective experience, whether it is attributed primarily to internal consciousness or to an external divine agency, plays a pivotal role in how that experience is classified, interpreted, and ultimately integrated into an individual's worldview and life path. This attribution shapes the meaning ascribed to the event, the authority it carries, and the subsequent actions or beliefs adopted by the experiencer. Perceived source, internal consciousness. If an experience is perceived as arising primarily from the depths of one's own consciousness, psyche, or untapped human potential, without necessarily involving an external, independent divine being. Classification. Psychological. It might be classified as a peak experience, Maslow, a flow state, an emergence of archetypal content from the unconscious, Jungian psychology, a profound psychological insight, or a particularly vivid dream or imaginative event. Transpersonal. seen as an experience that transcends the individual ego but is still rooted in a broader human consciousness or a collective unconscious. Spiritual, non-theistic/immanent, classified as a spiritual awakening, a realization of one's true self, an insight into the interconnectedness of all things, or an encounter with an immanent divine presence within consciousness itself. Pantheistic or panentheistic views. Some forms of Buddhist enlightenment or Advaita Vedanta realization might fall here, where the ultimate is found within. Neurological/cognitive, understood as an unusual state of brain activity, perhaps triggered by meditation, stress, sensory deprivation, or other factors, leading to altered perceptions and insights. Integration into worldview. Focus on personal growth and self-understanding. The experience often leads to increased introspection, a desire for greater self-awareness, psychological healing, and personal development. Empowerment of inner resources. It can foster a belief in the inherent capacity of the human mind for profound insight, creativity, and resilience. Agency is often seen as internal. Shift in understanding consciousness. It may lead to a worldview where consciousness is seen as more fundamental or mysterious than previously thought, perhaps even primary. Ethical frameworks from insight. Ethical behavior is often derived from the insights gained into interconnectedness, empathy, or the nature of well-being, rather than from external divine commands. Practices. Integration might involve further meditation, mindfulness, psychotherapy, journaling, philosophical inquiry, or engagement with practices that cultivate inner exploration. Meaning and purpose. Meaning is often found in self-actualization, contributing to humanity based on personal insights, or living in harmony with the perceived nature of reality as understood through inner experience. Perceived source. External divine agency. If an experience is perceived as initiated by, or an encounter with, a being, power, or reality that is distinct from and external to the individual's ordinary self, e.g., God, a specific deity, an angel, spirits, a universal transcendent power. Classification. Religious. Clearly classified as a religious experience within the framework of a particular faith. Theistic mystical, an experience of union with, or direct encounter with, a personal or transpersonal God/divine. Revelation/divine communication, seen as a message, vision, prophecy, or direct guidance from the divine source. Miraculous/supernatural event, an intervention or manifestation of divine power. Sacred encounter, an experience of the holy, the numinous, or the sacred as an objective reality. Integration into worldview. Reinforcement/deepening of theistic belief, often confirms or profoundly deepens faith in the existence and activity of that divine agency. The worldview becomes more centered on this relationship. Divine authority and will. The experience and any accompanying insights are often given high authority, seen as objective truth or divine will. Life may be reoriented around discerning and following this will. Devotional practices leads to increased prayer, worship, participation in rituals, and adherence to the tenets and moral codes associated with that divine agency and its religious tradition. Meaning and purpose. Life events, both positive and negative, may be interpreted through the lens of a divine plan or as part of an ongoing dialogue with the divine. Purpose is often found in serving God or fulfilling a divine calling. Communal integration. Integration typically occurs within a religious community that shares and validates belief in that external divine agency, providing a shared language, rituals, and support system. Ambiguities and overlapping perceptions. The distinction between internal and external sources is not always clear-cut and can be quite fluid. The immanent divine. Many traditions speak of a God or divine reality that is both transcendent, external and beyond, and immanent, indwelling within creation and consciousness. An experience of the God within can thus have qualities of both internal realization and encounter with a perceived otherness. Interpretation can evolve. An individual's interpretation of the source can change over time with further reflection, new experiences, or exposure to different interpretive frameworks. What initially felt like an internal psychological event might later be recontextualized as divinely orchestrated, or vice versa. Non-dual experiences. Profound non-dual mystical experiences often transcend the internal/external dichotomy altogether. In these states, the source is realized as identical with the deepest self and the ultimate ground of all reality, collapsing the distinction. Cultural framing. The cultural and religious background of the individual strongly predisposes them to attribute the source in one way or another. Conclusion. The perceived source of a profound experience is a crucial fork in the road for its classification and integration. Attributing an experience to an external divine agency typically anchors it firmly within a religious, often theistic, framework. Its authority is seen as derived from the divine, and it's integrated through prayer, worship, and adherence to the perceived will or teachings of that divine source, usually within a faith community. Conversely, attributing an experience to internal consciousness leads to a wider, sometimes more secular or individually constructed, range of classifications, psychological, transpersonal, or immanently spiritual. Its authority stems from personal insight and its power to transform understanding and well-being. Integration often involves introspection, personal development practices, and aligning one's life with the internally derived wisdom. Ultimately, this attribution profoundly shapes the narrative the individual constructs about the experience, its significance for their life, and how they subsequently orient themselves towards reality, purpose, and practice. Are there developmental stages in the capacity for profound religious or mystical experience over a person's lifetime? The question of whether there are distinct developmental stages in the capacity for profound religious or mystical experience over a person's lifetime is complex, with insights offered by developmental psychology, spiritual traditions, and theological reflection. While there isn't a rigid, universally applicable timetable tied strictly to chronological age, many frameworks suggest an evolving potential, readiness, and ability to understand, integrate, and perhaps even facilitate such experiences as a person matures. Theoretical perspectives on developmental stages. Stages of Faith, James Fowler. Fowler's influential model outlines 6 stages of faith development, from intuitive projective faith in early childhood to universalizing faith, which is rare and often appears in mid to late life. While not directly measuring mystical capacity, the later stages describe a cognitive, affective, and relational openness that would arguably be more conducive to and capable of integrating profound mystical experiences. Conjunctive faith, Stage 5, characterized by the ability to hold paradoxes, appreciate diverse traditions, and integrate an awareness of the unconscious. This stage might foster a readiness for experiences that transcend simplistic dualisms. Universalizing faith, Stage 6, individuals in this stage often embody a radical decent ration from self, a deep sense of oneness with all beings, and a commitment to universal compassion and justice, often fueled by profound spiritual experiences. They live in the world, but are not of it in a way that reflects mystical insight. Spectrum of consciousness, Ken Wilber. Wilber's integral theory proposes a spectrum of consciousness development, moving from pre-personal, infancy, to personal, egoic development, to transpersonal stages, psychic, subtle, causal, and non-dual. Mystical experiences are explicitly mapped onto these transpersonal stages. For example, nature mysticism might be associated with the psychic level, deity mysticism with the subtle, formless mysticism with the causal, and radical non-dual experiences with the ultimate non-dual ground. According to this model, as an individual matures through these levels of consciousness, which can be facilitated by practices like meditation, their capacity for and the nature of their mystical experiences also evolve and deepen. And radical non-dual experiences with the ultimate non-dual ground. Stages in contemplative traditions. Many specific mystical traditions, e.g., Christian mysticism, Sufism, yoga, Buddhism, describe their own developmental paths or stages. These are less about chronological age and more about the progression of spiritual practice, purification, and insight. Saint Teresa of Avila's interior castle describes 7 mansions or stages of prayer and union with God. Sufi Maqamat stations and Awal states outline a progressive journey towards God. Yogic and Buddhist paths detail stages of meditation, ethical development, and wisdom leading towards enlightenment or liberation. These frameworks imply a developing capacity for deeper and more stable mystical consciousness through dedicated practice and inner transformation. Lifespan considerations and influencing factors. While formal stage theories offer valuable frameworks, other lifespan factors influence the capacity for these experiences. Childhood. Children often possess a natural sense of wonder, awe, and a less rigidly defined ego, which can lead to experiences described as peak experiences or having mystical-like qualities, e.g., feeling at one with nature. Imaginative spiritual encounters. However, their cognitive ability to interpret, articulate, and integrate these experiences in adult terms is limited. Their understanding is heavily shaped by their immediate environment and caregivers. Adolescence and young adulthood. This is often a period of intense identity exploration, idealism, existential questioning, and openness to new ideas and experiences. It can be a fertile time for initial profound religious or spiritual openings, conversions, or questioning that leads to a deeper search. The development of abstract thinking allows for engagement with more complex theological or philosophical ideas that might contextualize mystical insights. Midlife. For many, midlife brings a reevaluation of life's meaning and purpose, a confrontation with mortality, and often a search for something beyond material success. Carl Jung's concept of individuation emphasizes spiritual development in the second half of life. This can create a renewed or deepened openness to spiritual and mystical experiences. Accumulated life experiences, joys, sorrows, relationships, challenges can cultivate empathy, wisdom, and a richer inner landscape, potentially increasing receptivity. Later life. Facing mortality, reflecting on one's life legacy, and often having more time for contemplation can lead to significant spiritual deepening and a greater interest in transcendent experiences. Erik Erikson's final stage, Ego Integrity versus Despair, involves finding meaning and acceptance, which can be profoundly aided by spiritual insight. Some research indicates an increase in spiritual concerns and practices in later adulthood. Caveats and nuances. Spontaneity. Profound mystical experiences can occur spontaneously at any age to individuals with or without extensive spiritual practice or a particular developmental readiness according to any model. Individual variability. People differ vastly in their innate predispositions, temperament, psychological openness, and life circumstances, all of which influence their propensity for such experiences. Capacity is multifaceted. Capacity to have an experience. This might be more universally present, albeit latent. Capacity to recognize an experience as spiritual or mystical. This depends on one's conceptual framework. Capacity to interpret an experience. This is influenced by cognitive development, education, and cultural/religious background. Capacity to integrate an experience constructively. This involves psychological maturity, emotional intelligence, and often supportive guidance. These different aspects of capacity may not develop in perfect lockstep. A child might have a powerful raw experience, but lack the adult's capacity for nuanced interpretation and long-term integration. Role of grace/external factors. Many religious traditions would assert that such experiences are not solely dependent on human development, but are gifts of divine grace, potentially bestowed at any time. Conclusion. While there isn't a fixed, age-determined schedule for the development of the capacity for profound religious or mystical experiences, various developmental frameworks suggest an evolving potential. As individuals mature cognitively, emotionally, and through dedicated spiritual practice, their ability to access, understand, and integrate such experiences often deepens. Life stages from childhood wonder through adolescent seeking, midlife reevaluation, and later life reflection can all present unique opportunities and sensitivities for spiritual opening. However, the spontaneous nature of some mystical events, individual differences, and the concept of divine grace in many traditions mean that such experiences can and do occur across the entire lifespan, sometimes independently of any discernible stage. Perhaps it's more accurate to say that while the potential for such experiences might be ever present, the capacity to recognize, interpret, and constructively integrate them into a coherent and transformed life tends to develop and mature over time and with intentional effort. How do power dynamics within religious institutions influence the recognition, acceptance, or suppression of individual mystical claims? Power dynamics within religious institutions play a crucial and often decisive role in how individual mystical claims are recognized, accepted, interpreted, or suppressed. These institutions, as organized social structures with established doctrines, hierarchies, traditions, and interests, inevitably engage with spontaneous individual spiritual experiences through the lens of their existing power configurations. Here's how these dynamics influence the process. Alignment with established doctrine and authority. Acceptance/recognition. Mystical claims that affirm, reinforce, or can be seamlessly integrated into the institution's existing theology, rituals, and hierarchical structures are far more likely to be recognized and accepted. If the mystic's experience is interpreted as validating current leadership or core tenets, it may be promoted. Suppression, conversely, claims that challenge or contradict established doctrines, question the authority of the religious leadership, or suggest a path to the divine that bypasses institutional channels, e.g., sacraments, clergy, are often viewed as threatening and may be suppressed. The institution has a vested interest in maintaining its role as the primary arbiter of spiritual truth and access. The role of gatekeepers, ecclesiastical authorities. Validation, recognized spiritual authorities, bishops, senior monastics, respected theologians, gurus, etc., act as gatekeepers. Their endorsement or validation of a mystical claim lends it legitimacy and facilitates its acceptance by the wider community. These authorities often control the processes of discernment. Suppression. If these authorities perceive a claim as unorthodox, potentially disruptive, or a challenge to their own power, they can use their influence to discredit, silence, or formally condemn the mystic. Usefulness and threat to institutional stability and goals. Acceptance/recognition. If a mystical claim can be harnessed to serve institutional goals, such as revitalizing piety, attracting new followers, increasing donations, strengthening communal cohesion, or enhancing the institution's prestige, e.g., a Marian apparition leading to a popular pilgrimage site, it is more likely to be recognized and even managed by the institution. Suppression. Claims that threaten to cause division, schism, invite external persecution, undermine the institution's moral standing, or challenge its social or political alliances are likely to be suppressed to maintain stability and protect the institution's interests. The mystic's social location and conformity. Acceptance/recognition. Mystics who are already part of the established order, who demonstrate obedience and humility towards authorities, and whose lives conform to the institution's ideals of piety are often viewed more favorably. Their gender, social class, education, and ethnicity can also, unfortunately at times, play a role in their credibility within certain power structures. Suppression. Mystics from marginalized groups, those perceived as rebellious or overly independent, or those whose lifestyles deviate from accepted norms may find their claims more readily dismissed or viewed with suspicion, unless their charisma becomes too powerful to ignore or can be co-opted. Control of charisma. Weber's routinization of charisma. Acceptance/recognition. Controlled religious institutions often arise from the charismatic experiences of founders, but then develop into more bureaucratic structures. Max Weber's concept of the routinization of charisma describes how institutions attempt to manage and channel subsequent charismatic bursts. New mystical claims might be accepted if they can be incorporated into this routinized system, e.g., by canonizing a mystic and carefully curating their message. Suppression. Uncontrolled spontaneous. Uncontrolled charismatic authority arising from individual mystical experience can be deeply unsettling to established power because it represents an alternative source of spiritual legitimacy and loyalty that the institution cannot directly manage. This often leads to attempts to either co-opt or suppress it. Methods of recognition, acceptance, and suppression. Recognition/acceptance can involve formal approval, e.g., beatification/canonization in Catholicism, dissemination of the mystics' teachings, incorporation of their insights into theological discourse, or the establishment of new practices or orders inspired by them. Suppression can range from subtle methods like ignoring the claim, private warnings, and encouraging silence, to more overt actions like formal investigation, censorship of writings, public condemnation, accusations of heresy, excommunication, and, in historical contexts, imprisonment, exile, or even execution, e.g., Marguerite Porete, Al-Hallaj. Reinterpretation/co-optation. Sometimes, challenging aspects of a mystical claim are reinterpreted or downplayed by institutional authorities to make them fit more comfortably within orthodox boundaries, effectively neutralizing their radical potential while still acknowledging a core, acceptable experience. Fear of error and protecting the flock. While power preservation is a factor, institutional authorities often genuinely believe they are acting to protect the faithful from error, delusion, or dangerous spiritual paths. Their understanding of truth is shaped by the institution's tradition, and deviations are seen as genuine threats to salvation or spiritual well-being. This perceived pastoral duty, filtered through existing power structures, influences their response. Conclusion. Power dynamics are an intrinsic and influential element in how religious institutions engage with individual mystical claims. The need to maintain doctrinal coherence, social order, institutional authority, and continuity means that such claims are rarely received in a vacuum. They are assessed, interpreted, and acted upon based on their perceived alignment with, or challenge to, the existing structures of power and belief. While institutions can play a vital role in validating, preserving, and transmitting genuine mystical insights that enrich the tradition, their inherent conservatism and mechanisms of self-preservation can also lead them to marginalize, reinterpret, or suppress experiences and voices that are deemed too radical, disruptive, or threatening to their authority. The history of mysticism is filled with figures who navigated this complex interplay, some being celebrated and others condemned, often revealing as much about the institution's power dynamics as about the mystical experiences themselves. Consider the role of surrender or passivity in facilitating mystical experiences. How does this relate to agency and will in other areas of religious life? The role of surrender or a certain kind of passivity is often highlighted as crucial in facilitating mystical experiences. Yet this concept exists in a dynamic and sometimes paradoxical relationship with the active agency and will emphasized in other areas of religious life. Understanding this interplay requires a nuanced view of what surrender means in a spiritual context. The role of surrender/passivity in facilitating mystical experiences. In the context of mysticism, surrender or passivity does not typically imply apathy, weakness, or mere inaction. Instead, it refers to a profound letting go, a yielding of the egoic will, and an active receptivity to a reality or presence larger than oneself. Transcending the ego, the ordinary, ego-driven consciousness, with its constant striving for control, its conceptual limitations, and its sense of being a separate, autonomous self, is often seen as the primary obstacle to mystical union or transcendent insight. Surrender involves letting go of egoic control, relinquishing the attempt to manage, direct, or achieve the mystical experience through personal effort alone. Quieting the conceptual mind, moving beyond discursive thought and preconceived notions about reality or the divine. Dissolving boundaries, becoming open to experiences where the sense of a separate self diminishes or dissolves into a larger whole. Opening to grace or the transcendent. Many mystical traditions posit that ultimate spiritual realization or union with the divine is not something that can be manufactured solely by human will, but is, in a significant sense, a gift, an influx of grace, or a revelation from a transcendent source. Surrender creates the necessary openness and receptivity for such grace to be received. Point 1. It's an active waiting, a listening posture. Creating inner stillness and receptivity. Kenosis. The act of surrendering mental and emotional striving promotes the inner silence and stillness that are widely considered prerequisites for deep mystical awareness. This self-emptying, akin to the theological concept of kenosis, allows the vessel of the self to be filled by a deeper truth or presence. Non-resistance and acceptance. Surrender can involve a profound acceptance of what is, both internally, one's thoughts and feelings without judgment, and externally. Point 2. This non-resistance can paradoxically lead to a deeper engagement with reality, stripping away illusions and opening pathways to understanding its more profound nature. The via negativa or apophatic path, in traditions that emphasize the negative way apophysis to the divine, understanding God or ultimate reality by negating all concepts and attributes. Surrender of the intellect and its attempts to define the ultimate is paramount. The experience arises in the cloud of unknowing or the divine darkness when the will ceases its assertive conceptualizing. Relationship to agency and will in other areas of religious life. Religious life, in its broader scope, often appears to emphasize active agency, will, and effort. This creates an interesting dynamic with the concept of surrender. Active agency in religious life. Ethical striving and moral discipline, adhering to moral commandments, cultivating virtues like compassion, justice, honesty, resisting temptation, and performing good works all require conscious effort, self-discipline, and the exercise of will. Religious observance and practice, engaging in prescribed rituals, regular prayer, fasting, pilgrimage, study of sacred texts, and specific contemplative techniques, which often require intense focus and perseverance, are all acts of will and agency. Faith is a choice. In many contexts, maintaining faith, especially in times of doubt or adversity, is seen as a deliberate act of will and commitment. Service and social transformation, working to alleviate suffering, promote justice, build community, or spread the religious message involves active engagement and directed effort. The interplay, not necessarily contradictory. Active preparation for passive reception. Often, active discipline and the exercise of will are seen as necessary preparations for the state of surrender where mystical experience can occur. For example, St. John of the Cross describes the active night of the senses and active night of the spirit, where the individual actively works to purify attachments and quiet the mind, as preliminaries to the passive nights, where God's purifying action and deeper union are received in a state of surrender. Reorientation of will, not annihilation. Mystical surrender is typically not about annihilating the will altogether, but about reorienting it. The goal is to move from an egocentric will, driven by personal desires and fears, to a will aligned with a perceived divine will, ultimate truth, or the deepest, most authentic self. Effortless effort or transformed agency. Some traditions, like Taoism with Wu Wei or actionless action, or the concept of action in a state of grace, speak of a mode of being where, after profound surrender or realization, actions flow spontaneously, effortlessly, and effectively, guided by an intelligence or will larger than the personal ego. Point 4 agency is still present, but is transformed and no longer feels like egoic striving. Surrender as an act of will. The initial act of deciding to surrender, to let go of control, can itself be a profound exercise of will, particularly when the ego is resistant. Different phases or aspects of spiritual life. A religious life may involve phases where active effort is primary and other phases where surrender and receptivity are more central. These can also be coexisting aspects. One might actively pursue ethical living while simultaneously cultivating an attitude of surrender to God's overall guidance. Conclusion. Surrender, understood as a conscious letting go of egoic control and an active receptivity, plays a pivotal role in facilitating mystical experiences by creating the inner spaciousness and openness necessary for encountering transcendent realities or divine grace. Point 5 This might seem to contrast with the active will and agency required in many other areas of religious life, such as ethical conduct, disciplined practice, and communal service. However, these are often not mutually exclusive, but represent different facets or stages of a comprehensive spiritual path. Active effort can prepare the ground for surrender. Surrender can lead to a transformed understanding and reorientation of the will, and a renewed, more divinely aligned agency can then emerge. The ultimate aim is often a harmonious integration where the individual acts in the world with full capacity, yet from a place of deep inner yielding to a truth or power that transcends the limited self. How might a comparative study of the effects of profound religious and mystical experiences, e.g., on pro-social behavior, stress reduction, shed light on their underlying mechanisms or nature? A comparative study examining the effects of profound religious and mystical experiences, whether these experiences arise spontaneously, through contemplative practices within different religious traditions, or even via secular analogs like psychedelic-induced states or awe in nature, can provide significant insights into their underlying mechanisms and fundamental nature. By focusing on observable and measurable outcomes, such studies can help identify commonalities and differences, potentially revealing core processes at play. Here's how such comparative research could be illuminating. Identifying common psychological and behavioral outcomes. If diverse types of profound experiences, e.g., Christian mystical prayer, Buddhist meditation, Sufi dhikr, psychedelic sessions, nature-induced awe, consistently lead to similar outcomes, such as increased pro-social behavior, empathy, compassion, altruism, forgiveness, stress reduction, lower anxiety, depression, increased emotional regulation, enhanced well-being, greater life satisfaction, peace, resilience, shifts in values towards intrinsic goals, or a reduced fear of death. This suggests these experiences may tap into shared human capacities for psychological transformation, inferring underlying mechanisms. Neurobiological correlates. If similar positive effects are observed, researchers can look for common neurobiological changes associated with these diverse experiences. For instance, default mode network, DMN, modulation, many transcendent experiences, including those induced by meditation or psychedelics, are linked to decreased activity or altered connectivity in the DMN, which is associated with self-referential thought and egoic functioning. If this neural signature consistently correlates with outcomes like increased connectedness and reduced rumination across different experience types, it points to a key mechanism. Emotion regulation circuits. Lasting stress reduction might be linked to changes in the amygdala, prefrontal cortex, and their interplay, suggesting that these experiences recalibrate emotional responses. Neurotransmitter systems. Alterations in systems like serotonin, implicated in mood and psychedelic action, or dopamine, reward, and motivation might be common threads. Psychological processes. Common effects can point to shared psychological mechanisms. Self-transcendence/ego dissolution. Experiences involving a diminished sense of self or ego boundaries frequently report increased feelings of interconnectedness and compassion. Comparing experiences that vary in their degree of ego dissolution could clarify its role in pro-social outcomes. Meaning-making. Profound experiences often facilitate a reevaluation of life's meaning and purpose. Comparative studies could reveal how different types of experiences and their interpretations shape new meaning structures and how these relate to improved well-being. Cognitive reappraisal. The noetic quality, sense of insight, of these experiences might lead to a fundamental reappraisal of self, world, and others, which in turn drives behavioral changes. Understanding the nature of the experiences. Distinguishing core features from cultural overlays. By comparing experiences across different cultural and religious contexts, researchers can begin to disentangle potentially universal phenomenological features and their effects from those that are heavily shaped by specific belief systems or interpretive frameworks. For example, a feeling of profound love might be a common effect, but whether it's attributed to God, Brahman, or universal consciousness will vary. If the prosocial outcome is similar despite different attributions, it highlights the power of the core affective experience. Addressing the common core versus constructivist debate. If a wide array of experiences, interpreted differently, nonetheless produce a consistent set of positive psychological and behavioral changes, it might lend some support to the idea that there's a common core human potential for certain kinds of transformative states that can be accessed through multiple pathways. Conversely, if outcomes are highly dependent on the interpretive framework and specific practices, it might support a more constructivist view. Most likely, such studies will reveal a complex interplay between raw experience and interpretation. Functional significance. Identifying consistent positive outcomes, like enhanced cooperation or reduced stress, could also lead to hypotheses about the evolutionary or adaptive functions of the human capacity for such experiences, informing therapeutic and developmental applications. If certain types of experiences or specific components, e.g., sense of awe, ego dissolution, feelings of unconditional love, are found to reliably produce therapeutic benefits like stress reduction or overcoming addiction, this knowledge can inform the development of targeted interventions, e.g., refining psychedelic-assisted therapy protocols, designing specific contemplative exercises, or leveraging nature-based interventions. Refining definitions and taxonomies. By understanding the differential effects of various experiences that are often broadly labeled mystical or religious, researchers can develop more nuanced definitions and classifications, distinguishing between experiences based on their characteristic outcomes as well as their phenomenology or perceived source. Challenges and considerations. Methodological rigor, measuring subjective experiences and their long-term, multifaceted effects objectively is challenging. It requires robust methodologies, including validated questionnaires, behavioral measures, physiological recordings, and longitudinal designs. Confounding variables. It's crucial to control for factors like pre-existing beliefs, personality traits, social support systems, and the context in which the experience occurs and is integrated. Reductionism. There's a risk of reducing the profound meaning and existential significance of these experiences to mere neurochemical reactions or psychological traits if a purely mechanistic view is adopted. A balanced approach acknowledges both the measurable effects and the subjective richness. Conclusion. Comparative studies focusing on the effects of profound religious and mystical experiences offer a valuable empirical window into their nature and underlying mechanisms. By identifying consistent patterns in how these experiences impact individuals, for instance, by fostering pro-social behavior or reducing stress across different traditions and triggers, researchers can hypothesize about common psychological and neurobiological pathways involved. This approach can help to distinguish universal aspects of human transformative potential from culturally specific interpretations, refine our understanding of what constitutes such experiences, and potentially harness this knowledge for therapeutic and developmental purposes, all while respecting the profound subjective and existential dimensions of these encounters. If mysticism is seen as accessing a true original reality, how do mystics reconcile contradictory truth claims that may arise from different mystical interpretations across traditions? The claim that mysticism accesses a true original reality, or an ultimate, singular truth, when juxtaposed with the diverse and sometimes contradictory interpretations and doctrinal expressions found across different religious and mystical traditions, and even within them, presents a significant intellectual and spiritual challenge. Mystics and philosophers of mysticism have approached this apparent problem in several ways, often emphasizing the limitations of human language and conceptualization when faced with the ineffable. Here are some common ways mystics or mystical thinkers attempt to reconcile these seemingly contradictory truth claims. The ineffability of ultimate reality. Core argument. This is perhaps the most common approach. The ultimate reality or the core mystical experience is held to be ineffable, beyond the grasp of human language, concepts, and discursive thought. Reconciliation. If the true original reality is fundamentally inexpressible, then all interpretations, doctrines, and theological statements are, at best, partial, symbolic, and metaphorical approximations. They are fingers pointing to the moon, not the moon itself. Contradictions arise not from the reality experienced, but from the inherent inadequacy of different linguistic and conceptual systems trying to articulate it. Different traditions use different metaphors and symbols that may seem contradictory on the surface, but could be pointing towards the same transcendent mystery from varied perspectives. The common core with diverse cultural/linguistic overlays. Perennial philosophy. Core argument. Proponents of the perennial philosophy, e.g., Aldous Huxley, Frithjof Schuon, suggest that there is a universal, common core to mystical experiences across all traditions, a direct apprehension of the same ultimate, divine ground. Reconciliation. The diversity and contradictions in truth claims are attributed to the subsequent interpretation of this core experience through the specific cultural, linguistic, doctrinal, and symbolic filters of the mystic's particular tradition. The raw experience is one, but its expression and conceptualization are many and varied. Thus, a Christian mystic, a Sufi, and a Buddhist might have a fundamentally similar unitive experience, but will describe and understand it using the distinct theological language of their respective paths. Different levels of truth or understanding. Core argument. Some traditions or thinkers posit a hierarchy of truths or levels of spiritual understanding. What appears contradictory at one level may be resolved or seen as complementary from a higher, more inclusive vantage point. Reconciliation. Contradictory claims might be true relative to a particular stage of spiritual development, a specific mode of experience, or a certain level of reality. For example, a personal God might be a valid experiential reality at one level, while an impersonal absolute or formless void might be experienced at another, deeper level, with the latter perhaps seen as subsuming or transcending the former. Different facets of a singular, multidimensional reality. Core argument. The ultimate reality is conceived as infinitely rich and multidimensional, like a complex jewel with countless facets. Reconciliation. Different mystical traditions and individual mystics may apprehend different aspects or facets of this singular, multifaceted reality. Each perspective offers a valid, though partial, glimpse. Contradictions arise when one partial view is mistaken for the whole, or when different facets are described without recognizing their common source. One tradition might emphasize divine love, the beloved, another divine wisdom, light, another formlessness, void, all being aspects of the same ultimate. Emphasis on experiential transformation over propositional truth. Core argument. For many mystics, The primary significance of their experience lies not in its ability to generate infallible propositional truth claims, but in its power to bring about profound personal and ethical transformation, such as liberation from suffering, the cultivation of compassion, or a deep sense of peace and meaning. Reconciliation. If different mystical paths, despite their doctrinal differences, lead to similar positive transformations in human character and behavior, e.g., increased love, wisdom, nonviolence, then the specific truth claims might be seen as less important than their shared soteriological or transformative efficacy. The focus shifts from doctrinal agreement to pragmatic and ethical congruence. Apophatic, negative, theology, and the path of unknowing. Core argument. This approach, particularly strong in traditions like Christian mysticism, e.g., Pseudo-Dionysius, Meister Eckhart, and aspects of Buddhism and Taoism, asserts that ultimate reality is so transcendent that it is best described by what it is not rather than what it is. All positive affirmations about God or the absolute are ultimately limiting. Reconciliation. From this perspective, all conceptual formulations, including those that appear contradictory, are eventually to be surpassed in a cloud of unknowing or a silent, non-conceptual apprehension. Doctrinal contradictions become less problematic when the ultimate goal is to move beyond all concepts into direct, unmediated presence. Esoteric versus exoteric interpretations. Core argument. Many traditions distinguish between an exoteric, outer, literal, public, dimension and an esoteric, inner, symbolic, restricted, dimension. Reconciliation. Contradictions that appear at the exoteric level of doctrine or ritual might be resolved or seen as symbolic pointers to a unified truth at the esoteric level, which is often understood through direct mystical experience and deeper contemplative insight. Limitations to reconciliation. It's also important to note, not all seek universal reconciliation. Some mystics and traditions maintain the unique and superior truth of their own revelations and interpretations, viewing other claims as mistaken, incomplete, or inferior. Genuine differences. Some differences in claims may reflect genuinely different types of experiences or insights, not just varied descriptions of the same thing. Conclusion. For mystics who believe they access a true original reality, yet are confronted with contradictory interpretations across traditions, reconciliation typically hinges on emphasizing the profound limitations of human language and intellect in the face of the ineffable. Strategies include viewing doctrinal statements as metaphorical, distinguishing between a common experiential core and its culturally conditioned expressions, positing different levels of truth or facets of a single reality, and prioritizing personal transformation or apophatic unknowing over dogmatic certainty. These approaches allow for an appreciation of diverse spiritual paths as potentially valid avenues to, or expressions of, an ultimate reality that ultimately transcends them all. The focus often shifts from defending one particular set of truth claims to recognizing the shared human quest for an encounter with a profound, unifying mystery. How does the search for meaning, a core concept in positive psychology, manifest differently for someone seeking typical religious meaning versus someone drawn to mystical apprehension of ultimate reality? The search for meaning, a fundamental human drive to find purpose, significance, and coherence in life, as highlighted by positive psychology, e.g., Viktor Frankl's logotherapy, manifests in distinct yet sometimes overlapping ways for individuals seeking typical religious meaning versus those drawn to the mystical apprehension of ultimate reality. While both are pursuing a life imbued with depth and significance, their paths, sources of meaning, and the nature of the meaning found often differ. Search for meaning in typical religious contexts. For individuals primarily seeking meaning within established religious frameworks, the quest often manifests as source of meaning. Divine purpose and revelation. Meaning is often derived from a belief in a transcendent being, God, deities, who has a plan or purpose for humanity and individuals. Sacred texts, traditions, and divine revelations are considered primary sources for understanding this purpose. Established doctrines and moral codes. Religious doctrines provide a coherent worldview, explaining life's origins, suffering, and ultimate destiny. Moral codes offer clear guidelines for right living, contributing to a sense of order and purpose. Framework for meaning. Communal narrative. Meaning is found within a shared narrative provided by the religious community, which includes stories of founders, saints, historical events, and a collective identity. Ritual and worship. Participation in communal rituals, sacraments, and worship services reinforces belonging, connects the individual to the sacred, and reaffirms the core tenets of the faith, providing regular infusions of meaning. Activities and expression of meaning. Adherence and participation, living in accordance with religious laws, precepts, and traditions, actively participating in the life of the faith community. Prayer and relationship with the divine, cultivating a personal relationship with God or divine figures through prayer, devotion, and supplication. Service and role fulfillment, finding purpose in serving the religious community, fulfilling divinely ordained roles, e.g., as a parent, a leader, a good steward, or engaging in charitable works prescribed or encouraged by the faith. Nature of meaning found. Clearly articulated and prescribed, meaning is often clearly defined, structured, and transmitted through teachings and tradition. Comfort and security provides a sense of security, comfort in established truths, solace in suffering, and hope, often for an afterlife or ultimate justice. Belonging and identity offers a strong sense of identity and belonging within a community of shared values and beliefs. Moral guidance provides a clear framework for ethical decision-making and behavior. Search for meaning for someone drawn to mystical apprehension of ultimate reality. For individuals drawn to a more mystical path, the search for meaning takes on a different character. Source of meaning. Direct, experiential insight. The ultimate source of meaning is sought through direct, personal, and often transformative experiences of unity, transcendence, or the fundamental nature of being/reality. While tradition or texts might guide the way, the direct apprehension is paramount. Inner authority. The insights gained from these experiences often carry a profound, self-validating authority that can sometimes supersede or reinterpret external religious doctrines. Framework for meaning. Experientially derived, while often starting within or later integrating with a spiritual tradition, the core framework for meaning is profoundly shaped and often radically reoriented by the mystical experience itself. This can lead to a highly personalized understanding. Transconceptual and paradoxical. The meaning apprehended can be ineffable, beyond simple rational explanation, and may embrace paradox in ways that established doctrines might try to systematize. Activities and expression of meaning. Contemplative practices. Deep engagement in practices like meditation, contemplative prayer, yoga, or profound introspection designed to quiet the discursive mind and open pathways to direct experience. Inquiry into self and reality. A profound questioning of the nature of the self, consciousness, and existence. Embodiment of realized truth. Meaning is expressed less through adherence to external rules and more through embodying the qualities realized in the mystical state, e.g., compassion born of experienced unity, peace arising from inner stillness. Potentially unconventional paths. The journey may be more solitary or involve engagement with a variety of teachings and practices that resonate with the individual's inner quest. Nature of meaning found. Profoundly personal and intrinsic, meaning feels deeply intrinsic to the nature of reality as experienced, not merely accepted from an external source. Transformative and liberating, often leads to a fundamental shift in identity, a sense of liberation from previous limitations or suffering, and a feeling of profound peace or unconditional love. Sense of oneness and interconnectedness, A core meaning often revolves around the realization of unity with all existence, the divine, or a deeper self. Purpose in being and realization. Purpose may be less about doing specific things ordained by an external authority and more about being in a state of awakened consciousness, or simply realizing and living from one's true nature. Key differences in manifestation. Locus of authority for meaning. Religious, primarily external, divine revelation, sacred texts, tradition, religious authorities. Mystical, primarily internal, direct personal experience, intuitive insight, though often later correlated with or understood through traditional wisdom. Nature of meaning sought/found. Religious, often prescribed, doctrinal, communal, providing structure and clear guidance. Mystical, often ineffable, experiential, transconceptual, leading to fundamental shifts in perception of self and reality. Path to meaning. Religious, often involves belief, adherence, participation in communal practices, and following established guidelines. Mystical, often involves deep introspection, contemplative discipline, seeking direct encounter, and transcending ordinary states of consciousness. Relationship with established forms. Religious, meaning is typically found through and within established religious forms, doctrines, and communities. Mystical may find established forms to be pointers or initial supports, but the ultimate meaning derived from direct apprehension can sometimes lead to a reinterpretation, a deepening, or even a moving beyond the conventional understanding of those forms. Overlaps and spectrum. It's crucial to recognize that this is not a rigid dichotomy. Many individuals integrate both dimensions. Religious individuals can have profound mystical experiences that deepen their faith and understanding of their tradition. Mystical seekers often find support, guidance, and a valuable interpretive framework within established religious traditions. The search for meaning can evolve, with someone initially finding meaning in a more conventional religious way later being drawn to deeper mystical inquiry, or vice versa. Conclusion. While both the individual seeking typical religious meaning and the one drawn to mystical apprehension are engaged in the fundamental human quest for significance and purpose, their approaches and the nature of the meaning they discover manifest differently. The former often finds meaning through the framework, community, and divine narrative provided by an established religion, emphasizing belief, participation, and adherence. The latter seeks meaning through a direct, personal, and often transformative encounter with ultimate reality, where the experience itself becomes the primary source of profound, intrinsic significance. This experiential knowing then shapes their understanding of life's purpose, often leading to a deep sense of unity and a life lived from that realization. What is the ethical responsibility, if any, of individuals who believe they have accessed profound truths through mystical experience to share or act upon those insights? The question of the ethical responsibility of individuals who believe they have accessed profound truths through mystical experience is complex, with varying perspectives found across spiritual traditions and philosophical discussions. There isn't a monolithic answer, as the perceived responsibility often depends on the nature of the truth experienced, the individual's capacity and context, the potential impact on others, and the guiding principles of their ethical or spiritual framework. Arguments for an ethical responsibility to share or act. Compassion born of interconnectedness. Many mystical experiences reveal a profound sense of interconnectedness with all beings and a dissolution of the illusion of a separate self. This realization often gives rise to deep empathy and compassion. If others are perceived as suffering due to ignorance of this interconnectedness or these truths, a compassionate response might compel the individual to share insights or act in ways that alleviate that suffering. The Bodhisattva ideal, e.g., in Mahayana Buddhism, this ideal explicitly posits a responsibility. Having attained insight or enlightenment, the Bodhisattva vows to postpone their own final nirvana to remain in the world and work for the liberation of all sentient beings. Sharing wisdom and engaging in compassionate action are central to this vow. Stewardship of truth/wisdom. If the profound truth is perceived as a universal insight or a gift of grace, there might be a felt responsibility not to hoard it, but to act as a steward, making it available for the benefit of others, much like one might share a life-saving resource. Prophetic traditions. In many religious traditions, especially Abrahamic ones, individuals who receive divine revelations or profound spiritual insights are often understood to have a prophetic calling. This frequently involves an imperative to speak truth to the community, challenge injustice, call for repentance or reform, or guide others towards a more righteous path, even at personal risk. Potential for positive transformation. If the insights have the potential to inspire positive change, foster peace, heal divisions, or elevate human consciousness, there can be a strong ethical pull to share them or to act in ways that embody them, thereby contributing to the collective good. Gratitude and generosity. A profound sense of gratitude for the transformative experience can motivate a desire to give back or share the fruits of that experience with others as an act of generosity. Considerations and caveats regarding sharing/acting. While a compelling case can be made for responsibility, there are equally important considerations that call for wisdom, humility, and discernment. Ineffability and risk of misinterpretation. Mystical truths are often ineffable or transconceptual. Attempts to articulate them in language can lead to simplification, distortion, or misunderstanding by both the speaker and the listener, potentially doing more harm than good. Humility and the limits of understanding. Genuine mystical experience often fosters profound humility and an awareness of the vastness of mystery. This can temper the urge to proclaim definitive or absolute truths, recognizing that one's own understanding is still partial. Avoiding imposition and respecting autonomy. There's an ethical need to avoid imposing one's spiritual insights on others who may not be receptive, interested, or who are on different paths. Respect for individual autonomy and diverse ways of knowing is crucial. Risk of ego inflation and spiritual grandiosity. The desire to share profound truths can subtly be co-opted by the ego, leading to a sense of spiritual superiority, a desire for followers, or the misuse of perceived spiritual authority. Prudence and skillful means. Upaya wisdom traditions often emphasize the importance of skillful means, Sanskrit, upaya, in sharing spiritual teachings, understanding the right time, place, audience, and method. Direct proclamation may not always be the most effective or compassionate approach. Sometimes silence, subtle embodiment, or indirect teaching is more appropriate. The primary responsibility of personal embodiment. Many traditions stress that the first and foremost responsibility is to fully integrate and embody the insights in one's own life. Authenticity in living the truth is often seen as the most powerful form of sharing. Being the change precedes, or at least accompanies, telling about the change. Discerning personal insight from universal truth. It's a significant challenge to discern whether a personally profound insight is a universal truth applicable to all, or a truth primarily for one's own individual transformation and path. How ethical responsibility might manifest. If an ethical responsibility is felt, it can manifest in diverse ways beyond direct proclamation. Living embodiment. The most fundamental is to live one's life in accordance with the truths perceived, embodying peace, compassion, integrity, and wisdom in daily actions and relationships. Compassionate service. Engaging in selfless service to alleviate suffering and promote well-being. Teaching and guidance. For those with the appropriate training, maturity, and often within the context of a supportive tradition, offering guidance or teaching to those who genuinely seek it. Creative expression, using art, music, writing, or other creative forms to convey the essence or effective quality of the insights in a less dogmatic and more evocative way. Social action and advocacy. working to transform societal structures that perpetuate injustice or suffering, motivated by a vision of a more harmonious and equitable world. Being a transformative presence, simply by cultivating inner peace and wisdom, an individual can have a positive, healing, or inspiring influence on those around them. Conclusion. While there's no universally mandated "thou shalt proclaim" for all who have mystical experiences, a profound encounter with truths perceived as ultimate often carries a powerful internal impetus towards ethical engagement with the world. This arises from the compassion, interconnectedness, and sense of expanded responsibility that such experiences frequently engender. The ethical responsibility, then, is perhaps less about a rigid duty to preach and more about a call to authentically embody the insights in one's own life. Act with compassion and wisdom for the welfare of others. Share insights skillfully and humbly when and where appropriate, with deep consideration for the potential impact and the readiness of others. Ultimately, the ethical response is deeply personal but often guided by the universal values of love, wisdom, and service that the mystical experience itself illuminates. It's a call to translate inner revelation into outer action that contributes to the flourishing and liberation of all beings. How has the secularization of society in some parts of the world impacted the language used to describe intense subjective states that might have historically been framed as religious or mystical? Secularization, characterized by the diminishing social and cultural authority of religious institutions and beliefs in many parts of the world, has profoundly impacted the language used to describe intense subjective states that were historically often framed within religious or mystical contexts. As traditional religious narratives have become less dominant as the primary lens for interpreting all aspects of life, new vocabularies, drawn from psychology, neuroscience, generalized spirituality, and everyday vernacular, have emerged or gained prominence for articulating these profound human experiences. Here's how secularization has influenced this linguistic landscape. Shift towards psychological and therapeutic language. Experiences of profound insight, emotional release, or altered states of consciousness are increasingly described using psychological terms. For example, peak experiences Abraham Maslow to describe moments of intense joy, fulfillment, and transcendence. Flow states Mihai Csikszentmihalyi for deep absorption and loss of self-consciousness in an activity. Self-actualization, personal growth, trauma processing, or catharsis for transformative inner events. Even potentially challenging states that might once have been seen as spiritual crises, e.g., a dark night of the soul, may be framed as existential crises, anxiety disorders, depersonalization/derealization, or sometimes, unfortunately, pathologized if they don't fit neat therapeutic categories. The source and meaning of the experience are often located within the individual's psyche rather than in an external divine agency. Rise of spiritual but not religious SBNR terminology. As formal religious affiliation declines, many still seek and value transcendent experiences. SBNR language is often generalized. Terms like connection to nature, humanity, the universe, oneness, energy, vibrations, higher self, consciousness, or the universe, often capitalized to imply a diffuse sentience or power, are common. Eclectic and individualized. Individuals may borrow terms from various traditions or create their own idiosyncratic vocabulary to describe their experiences. Focused on immanence. Spirituality is often found in the immanent world, nature, relationships, inner awareness, rather than solely in a transcendent, external deity. Naturalistic and scientific explanations and language. There's a growing tendency to seek and use explanations rooted in neuroscience or other scientific fields. Descriptions might reference brainwave states, alpha, theta, neurotransmitter activity, dopamine, serotonin, altered states of consciousness, ASCs, as understood by cognitive science, or the effects of specific practices like meditation on brain structures, e.g., the amygdala, prefrontal cortex. Experiences of awe in nature might be described in terms of evolutionary psychology, biophilia, or the physiological responses to vastness and beauty, rather than an encounter with a creator. Emphasis on well-being, functionality, and human potential. The language used often highlights the pragmatic benefits of these intense states: stress reduction, enhanced creativity, improved focus, emotional regulation, and overall well-being. Terms like mindfulness, resilience, emotional intelligence, and human flourishing frame these experiences within a discourse of human potential and mental health optimization, rather than primarily in terms of salvation, divine communion, or ultimate metaphysical truth. Secular reappropriation or dilution of religious terms. Some terms with deep roots in religious traditions are adopted into secular discourse, often with altered or diluted meanings. Mindfulness, derived from Buddhist meditation, now widely used in secular therapeutic and corporate contexts. Zen, used colloquially to mean calm or minimalist, often detached from its rigorous practice tradition. Sacred may be used to describe anything held deeply precious or awe-inspiring, e.g., a sacred moment in nature, not necessarily linked to divine holiness. Soul, sometimes used metaphorically to mean deep character or essence, without theological implications of an immortal entity. Decline or marginalization of traditional religious vocabulary for general experiences. Language specifically tied to traditional theistic frameworks, such as God's grace, divine revelation, demonic influence, sin and redemption, angelic visions, or specific doctrinal interpretations of experiences, is less likely to be used or understood in broader, secularized public discourse when describing intense subjective states. Such language becomes confined more to specific religious subcultures. The rich, nuanced symbolic systems developed within particular faiths to articulate different types of mystical states may be lost or inaccessible to those unfamiliar with these traditions. Consequences of this linguistic shift. Potential benefits. Increased accessibility. Psychological or generalized spiritual language can make discussion of these experiences more accessible and acceptable to a wider audience, including those who are skeptical of or alienated by traditional religion. Reduce stigma. Framing these states in psychological or naturalistic terms can sometimes reduce the stigma that might have been associated with them if they were seen as irrational religious fervor or, conversely, pathologized by a society uncomfortable with non-ordinary states. Scientific exploration. A secularized vocabulary facilitates scientific investigation into the neurobiological and psychological correlates of these experiences. Potential drawbacks or changes in meaning. Reductionism. There's a risk that the profound, transcendent, or genuinely numinous quality of an experience, as perceived by the experiencer, may be flattened or reduced to mere neurochemistry, cognitive phenomena, or emotional states, stripping it of its deeper existential or spiritual significance. Loss of interpretive depth. Traditional religions often provide rich, multi-layered frameworks, theological, ethical, communal, for understanding, integrating, and cultivating these experiences over a lifetime. Secular language may lack this accumulated wisdom and depth. Fragmentation and idiosyncrasy. While personal interpretation is valued, a highly individualized vocabulary can make shared understanding and communal validation more difficult. Difficulty articulating the wholly secular language may struggle to capture the specific quality of the sacred or holy that is central to many religious and mystical experiences, often distinct from general well-being or even profound awe. Conclusion. The secularization of society has led to a significant diversification and, in many ways, a psychologization and naturalization of the language used to describe intense subjective states. While historically these experiences were predominantly framed within religious or mystical vocabularies, today they are often articulated through the lenses of psychology, neuroscience, generalized espionage spirituality, or a focus on human well-being. This shift has broadened the conversation and allowed for new modes of inquiry, but has also altered the perceived meaning, source, and ultimate significance of these experiences, sometimes moving away from traditional notions of divine encounter towards an emphasis on human consciousness and potential. The language we use not only describes our experiences, but also profoundly shapes how we understand and value them. What is the concept of deification or becoming like God in some religious traditions? How does this theological idea relate to the unitive experience of mysticism? The concept of deification, from Latin deificatio, or theosis Greek, theta omega sigma iota, meaning divinization, or becoming God/like God, is a profound theological idea found most explicitly in Eastern Orthodox Christianity, but with significant parallels and analogous concepts in other mystical traditions. It refers to the transformative process by which a human being, through divine grace and spiritual discipline, comes to participate in the divine nature and achieve an intimate union with God, thereby becoming godlike. This theological doctrine is deeply intertwined with and often serves as a framework for understanding the unitive experience at the heart of much mysticism. Understanding deification/theosis, from general well-being or even profound participation in divine nature, not essence, it is crucial to understand that deification generally does not mean that humans become ontologically identical with God in his transcendent, uncreated essence. Rather, it signifies a participation in God's divine energies or operations, his glory, love, wisdom, incorruptibility, and other communicable attributes. As Saint Athanasius famously put it, God became man so that man might become God. This is an assimilation to God, a sharing in the divine life. Synergy of grace and effort. Theosis is typically understood as a synergistic process. It is initiated and perfected by divine grace, but it also requires active human cooperation, involving faith, love, ascetic practices like prayer, fasting, vigilance, participation in sacraments, and the cultivation of virtues. Transformative process. It is not merely a legal declaration or an intellectual understanding, but a radical and holistic transformation of the entire human person, body, soul, and spirit into the likeness of God. Relationship to the unitive experience of mysticism. The theological idea of deification is intimately related to the unitive experience often described by mystics. In many ways, the mystical experience of union is the experiential core that the doctrine of deification seeks to articulate and make sense of. Unitive experience as the experiential goal/fulfillment, the unitive mystical experience, where the mystic feels a profound oneness with the divine, a merging of wills, or an interpenetration of their being with God's presence, can be seen as the experiential realization or foretaste of deification. It is the subjective apprehension of that participation in the divine life. Phenomenology of union resonates with deification. Mystics often describe their unitive states in terms that align with the concept of deification. Loss of separate self, a diminishing or transcendence of the limited ego self, leading to a sense of being absorbed in or permeated by the divine. Infusion of divine qualities, experiencing an infusion of divine love, peace, wisdom, light, and an incorruptible joy that seems to emanate from a divine source. Divine indwelling and action, a sense that God is living and acting within them, or that their actions are guided by a divine will, not I, but Christ lives in me, Galatians 2 verse 20. Deep intimacy and participation, an experience of profound intimacy and participation in the inner life of God. Deification as the process culminating in union, the mystical path, often described in stages such as purification, catharsis, illumination, theoria or photismus, and union, theosis or unio mystica, can be understood as the very process of deification. The unitive experience is the culmination or a profound moment within this transformative journey. Transformation of being. Both deification and unitive mysticism emphasize a fundamental change in one's being. It's not just about knowing about God, but becoming like God through participation. The unitive experience is often the catalyst or the most profound expression of this ontological shift. Ethical and virtuous living. The journey towards deification necessitates the cultivation of divine virtues, love, humility, compassion, purity of heart. Unitive mystical experiences often powerfully reinforce these ethical imperatives as the individual tastes the goodness of the divine and is inspired to embody it. Parallels in other traditions. While the term theosis is specific, analogous concepts exist. Sufism, Islam, the concepts of fana, annihilation of the self in God, followed by baka, subsistence or abiding in God, describe a state where the mystic, having died to their lower self, lives and acts through God, manifesting divine attributes. This is a profound form of union and transformation. Hinduism, especially Advaita Vedanta, the realization of Aham Brahmasmi, I am Brahman, or Tat Tvam Asi, thou art, that points to the ultimate identity of the individual self, Atman, with the ultimate divine reality, Brahman. While interpretations vary, this is a powerful expression of unitive consciousness and realizing one's divine nature. Buddhism, while not theistic in the same way, the realization of Buddha nature, the inherent potential for enlightenment within all beings, and the attainment of Buddhahood, a state of perfect wisdom and compassion, involves a radical transformation and realization of an ultimate, perfected nature, which can be seen as an analog to becoming perfected or awakened to one's ultimate potential. Neoplatonism, the concept of henosis or mystical union with the One, involves a return to and merging with the ultimate source, a state of deification through intellectual and spiritual ascent. Conclusion. The concept of deification, or becoming like God, provides a rich theological framework for understanding the ultimate aim and transformative power of the spiritual life, particularly as it relates to the unitive experiences of mystics. The mystical experience of union is often the direct, experiential heart of deification. It is where the soul tastes, participates in, and is transformed by the divine life and energies. Deification articulates the possibility of humans being raised to a state of intimate communion and likeness to God, a potential actualized and profoundly felt in the depths of unitive mysticism. While careful theological distinctions are typically made to preserve divine transcendence, especially regarding God's essence, the experiential reality for the mystic is one of profound interpenetration and transformation into the divine likeness. How do mystical traditions within larger religions function as subcultures with distinct practices, language, and ways of interpreting the core tenets of the main faith? Mystical traditions such as Sufism within Islam, Kabbalah within Judaism, Christian contemplative orders, or Zen within Buddhism often function as distinct subcultures within their larger, more exoteric parent religions. While typically affirming the foundational truths of the broader faith, these mystical streams develop unique characteristics, specialized practices, particular vocabularies, and distinctive interpretive approaches to core tenets, all aimed at fostering direct, experiential encounters with the divine or ultimate reality. Here's how they function as such subcultures. Distinct practices and disciplines. Emphasis on contemplation and meditation. Mystical subcultures place a strong emphasis on specific contemplative or meditative techniques designed to quiet the mind, cultivate inner awareness, and open the individual to transcendent experiences. These might include Christianity, centering prayer, hesychasm, Jesus prayer, Lectio Divina, silent retreats in monastic orders. Islam, Sufism Dhikr, remembrance of God through chanting, breathing techniques, movement, muraqabah, meditation, khalwa, solitary retreat. Judaism, Kabbalah's specific forms of meditation on divine names or sphirot, Dvikut, cleaving to God. Buddhism, e.g., Zen, Vipassana Zazen, sitting meditation, koan study, insight meditation. Hinduism, e.g., yoga, Vedanta, various forms of dhyana, meditation, pranayama, breath control, mantra repetition. Asceticism and lifestyle adjustments. Some mystical paths involve ascetic practices, fasting, celibacy, simplicity of life, or specific communal living arrangements, monasteries, Sufi lodges, or zawiyas, designed to minimize distractions and intensify spiritual focus. These practices are often more rigorous or specialized than those required of lay adherents of the main faith. Specialized language and symbolic systems. Unique vocabulary. Mystical traditions develop a rich, nuanced vocabulary to describe inner states, stages of spiritual development, altered states of consciousness, and the ineffable nature of mystical experiences. Terms like Fana and Baka, Sufism, Devakut and Tikkun Olam, Kabbalah, Theosis, and Dark Night of the Soul, Christian mysticism, or Satori and Kesho, Zen, are specific to these subcultures and carry deep meaning for initiates. Allegorical and symbolic interpretation. They often employ allegorical, metaphorical, and symbolic language to interpret scriptures and convey truths that are considered beyond literal expression. Parables, poetry, and complex diagrams, like the Kabbalistic tree of life, are common. Transmission of inner meanings. This specialized language helps to transmit the inner or esoteric meanings of the faith, which may not be readily apparent from a purely literal or exoteric reading of mainstream teachings. Distinct ways of interpreting core tenets of the main faith. Esoteric versus exoteric readings. Mystical subcultures often distinguish between an outer, exoteric, understanding of religious doctrines, laws, and rituals, accessible to all believers, and an inner, esoteric, understanding, which seeks the deeper, experiential, and symbolic significance of these same tenets. They don't necessarily reject the exoteric, but seek to penetrate to its spiritual core. Emphasis on direct experience. While mainstream religion may emphasize faith, belief in doctrine, and communal observance, mystical subcultures prioritize direct, personal experience of the divine or ultimate reality as a primary means of validating and understanding religious truths. Dogma might be seen as a map, but the mystical journey is about exploring the territory itself. Focus on unitive or transformative goals. Interpretations within mystical subcultures often highlight themes of union with God/the Absolute, spiritual liberation, enlightenment, or radical self-transformation as the ultimate aim of religious life. This can sometimes lead to a different emphasis compared to mainstream interpretations that might focus more on salvation through adherence to law, communal obligations, or belief in specific historical events. Reinterpreting key figures and texts, founders, prophets, saints, and core scriptures of the larger religion are often reinterpreted through a mystical lens, highlighting their contemplative practices, inner lives, and unitive experiences as exemplary. Social structures and modes of transmission. Master-disciple relationships. Guidance from an experienced spiritual teacher, guru, sheikh, rashi, spiritual director, starets, is often considered essential for navigating the subtleties of contemplative practice and interpreting inner experiences. This creates distinct lineages and relational bonds. Communities of practice. Mystical paths often foster the formation of specific communities, monastic orders, Sufi tariqas, orders, Kabbalistic study circles, Zen sanghas, which share a commitment to intensive practice and mutual support. Initiation and gradual instruction. Entry into and progression within these subcultures may involve specific initiations or a gradual unfolding of teachings and practices appropriate to the disciple's level of development. Relationship with the larger tradition. Source of renewal and depth. Mystical subcultures can act as the spiritual heart of a larger religion, constantly revitalizing it with experiential depth, profound insights, and examples of saintly lives. They often preserve contemplative practices that might otherwise be neglected. Potential for tension. At times, the emphasis on direct experience, esoteric interpretations, or the authority of individual mystics can lead to tension or conflict with the more dogmatic or hierarchical structures of the mainstream religion. Mystics may be viewed with suspicion if their claims or practices seem to deviate too far from established orthodoxy. Influence and integration. Over time, practices, concepts, and devotional forms originating in mystical subcultures can become integrated into and enrich the broader religious tradition, e.g., certain forms of prayer, devotional poetry. Theological insights. Conclusion. Mystical traditions within larger religions effectively function as subcultures by cultivating distinct environments characterized by specialized practices aimed at direct spiritual experience, unique linguistic and symbolic systems for articulating these experiences, and particular esoteric ways of interpreting the core tenets of their parent faith. They provide pathways for a more intensive, interior, and transformative engagement with religious life, often existing in a dynamic relationship of both preserving the esoteric core of the tradition and sometimes pushing its boundaries. These subcultures are vital for maintaining the experiential dimension of religion and for fostering individuals dedicated to the deepest exploration of its spiritual possibilities. What is the relationship between intellectual understanding, theology, philosophy, and experiential knowledge gained through profound religious or mystical encounters? The relationship between intellectual understanding, derived from theology, philosophy, and doctrinal study, and experiential knowledge gained through direct, profound religious or mystical encounters is complex, dynamic, and multifaceted. These two modes of knowing are often seen as distinct yet potentially complementary, sometimes existing in tension, but ideally working synergistically to foster a mature and holistic spiritual life. Defining the two modes of knowing. Intellectual understanding, conceptual knowledge. This involves reason, logic, conceptual analysis, study of sacred texts, doctrines, and philosophical arguments. It is often abstract, discursive, and acquired through learning, study, and reflection. It provides frameworks of meaning, ethical guidelines, and a systematic understanding of a tradition's beliefs. Examples include theological systems, philosophical ethics, scriptural exegesis, and doctrinal formulations. Experiential knowledge, gnosis, direct apprehension. This arises from direct, personal encounters with what is perceived as sacred, divine, or ultimate reality. It is often described as immediate, intuitive, self-validating, and ineffable, difficult to fully capture in concepts. It is deeply personal and can be profoundly transformative of one's being, values, and worldview. Examples include unitive mystical experiences, moments of divine revelation, profound satora or enlightenment experiences. The interplay and relationship. Intellectual understanding as preparation, guide, and framework. Provides a map. Theology and philosophy can offer a conceptual map of the spiritual journey, outlining potential paths, stages, goals, and pitfalls. This framework can inspire seeking and provide context for understanding experiences when they arise. Cultivates intention and focus. Study can clarify what one is seeking and help cultivate the intention and mental discipline necessary for certain contemplative practices. Ethical foundation. Intellectual understanding of ethical teachings provides a crucial foundation for spiritual practice, ensuring that the pursuit of experience is grounded in moral integrity. Tools for discernment. Knowledge of traditional teachings can help individuals and communities discern potentially authentic spiritual experiences from psychological disturbances or delusions, though this function also has a complex history regarding institutional power. Experiential knowledge as illuminator, validator, and transformer of intellectual understanding. Bringing concepts to life. A direct mystical experience can imbue abstract theological or philosophical concepts with vibrant, personal meaning. Doctrines about divine love, oneness, or grace move from being theoretical propositions to deeply felt, lived realities. Confirmation and deepening experience can confirm or provide a much deeper, intuitive understanding of intellectual truths. The aha moment of mystical insight can illuminate texts and teachings in a new and profound way. Catalyst for theological/philosophical reevaluation, profound experiences can also challenge, expand, or demand a reinterpretation of existing intellectual frameworks if those frameworks seem inadequate to contain the richness of the experience. Many theological developments have been spurred by the need to account for mystical insights. Potential for tension and conflict. The limits of intellect. Mystical experience often highlights the inherent limitations of discursive reason and conceptual thought to grasp ultimate reality. The intellect may be seen as a barrier if it becomes too rigid or if there's an over-reliance on concepts to the exclusion of direct knowing. Letter versus spirit and overemphasis on doctrinal purity or intellectual assent. The letter of the law can sometimes stifle the direct, living encounter with the divine, the spirit. Conversely, an uncritical embrace of all experience without intellectual discernment can lead to error. The ineffability challenge, the difficulty of translating direct, non-dual, or ineffable experiences into the dualistic and conceptual language of theology and philosophy inevitably creates a gap and potential for misunderstanding or distortion. The ideal of integration and mutual enrichment. Synergy. The most fruitful relationship involves a dynamic interplay where intellect and experience mutually inform, correct, and enrich each other. Experience provides the vital, existential data. Intellect helps to process, understand, articulate, integrate, and communicate that data. Faith-seeking understanding. Fides Quaerens Intellectum, a classical theological stance where faith, which can be deepened by experience, seeks rational understanding. Understanding seeking faith/experience. Conversely, intellectual inquiry can lead one to seek out practices that might facilitate direct experience. Mystical theology/philosophy. This entire field represents the endeavor to use intellectual tools to reflect systematically upon mystical experiences and their implications for understanding God, reality, and the human condition. Thinkers like Plotinus, Shankara, Meister Eckhart, and Ibn Arabi were often both profound mystics and highly sophisticated intellectual figures. Primacy of experience for many mystics. While not necessarily devaluing intellect, many mystics ultimately give epistemological primacy to direct experiential knowledge when it comes to ultimate truths. The lived encounter is often seen as more immediate, certain, and transformative than knowledge acquired solely through external sources or reason. As the saying goes, to know about honey is different from tasting honey. Conclusion. The relationship between intellectual understanding, theology, philosophy, and experiential knowledge gained through profound religious or mystical encounters is intricate and ideally synergistic. Intellectual frameworks can serve as essential guides, providing maps, ethical grounding, and tools for interpretation on the spiritual path. Experiential knowledge, in turn, breathes life into these frameworks, offering direct, transformative validation and often pushing the boundaries of conceptual understanding. While tensions can arise if one mode is disproportionately emphasized over the other, leading either to dry scholasticism or uncritical experientialism, a mature and integrated spiritual life often involves a dance between the two. Intellectual inquiry can prepare the ground for and help make sense of experience, while profound experience can illuminate, vivify, and sometimes radically reframe intellectual understanding, leading to a deeper, more holistic, and existentially grounded wisdom. Can an absence of experience or a feeling of spiritual dryness also be considered a form of sacred depth within the religious or mystical journey. Yes, counterintuitive as it may seem, an absence of positive or consoling religious experience or profound feelings of spiritual dryness and desolation can indeed be considered a form of sacred depth within many sophisticated religious and mystical traditions. While sacred depth is often associated with ecstatic unions, illuminating visions, or profound peace, these negative states, when properly understood and navigated, are frequently seen as crucial, transformative, and purificatory stages of a maturing spiritual journey. Here's how absence or dryness can be understood as a form of sacred depth. The dark night of the soul as a paradigm. St. John of the Cross's concept of the dark night of the soul is the most famous articulation of this idea in Christian mysticism. This is not mere sadness or doubt, but a profound spiritual crisis where God feels utterly absent, prayer seems barren, and former spiritual consolations vanish. Purification. This darkness is considered sacred because it is believed to be a divine purgation. Passive night of the senses. God actively weans the soul from attachment to sensory spiritual pleasures, e.g., sweet feelings in prayer, visions, so that its love and faith become more disinterested and mature, not dependent on experiential rewards. Passive night of the spirit, a deeper, more anguishing purification of the intellect and will, rooting out subtle egoic attachments, spiritual pride, and inadequate or idolatrous concepts of God. This carves out a greater capacity within the soul for true union with the incomprehensible God. The depth here is in the profound transformative work being done, even if it feels like absence to the experiencer. Cultivating disinterested faith, hope, and love. Spiritual dryness and the absence of sensible consolation provide a crucible for testing and strengthening the core theological virtues. To continue in faith, to hope in what is not seen or felt, and to love God for His own sake rather than for the feelings He provides, demonstrates a profound spiritual maturity. This perseverance in barrenness is a deep act of devotion, fostering profound humility. When spiritual consolations are withdrawn and personal efforts to feel God's presence fail, individuals can come to a stark realization of their own spiritual poverty and their utter dependence on divine grace. This breaks down spiritual pride and cultivates deep humility, which is foundational to spiritual growth. Detachment from spiritual experiences themselves. A subtle trap on the spiritual path is an attachment to spiritual experiences themselves, a spiritual materialism, where one seeks the highs or consolations. Periods of dryness teach detachment not just from worldly goods, but also from spiritual goods, shifting the focus from the experience of God to God Himself/itself, beyond any particular manifestation. The apophatic path, the way of negation. Many mystical traditions emphasize that ultimate reality or God is radically transcendent, beyond all human concepts, images, and sensory experiences. Spiritual dryness, a cloud of unknowing, as described by the anonymous phones, Christian mystic, or an experience of a sacred void, can be an entry into this apophatic dimension. In this knowing by unknowing, the absence of familiar spiritual markers is not a loss, but a drawing closer to the mystery that cannot be grasped by the intellect or senses. The depth is the depth of God's incomprehensibility, creating inner space and receptivity. When the noise of our own spiritual desires, expectations, and even previous positive experiences quiets down during periods of dryness, it can create a profound inner emptiness. This emptiness, rather than being a mere lack, can become a space of pure receptivity for a new and more authentic encounter with the divine, unmediated by our own projections. Intensification of spiritual longing, desire. The perceived absence of the divine can profoundly intensify the soul's longing and desire for God. This holy desire is itself a powerful spiritual force and a mark of a deep spiritual life in many traditions, e.g., Augustinian restlessness, Sufi yearning. Distinguishing sacred dryness. It's important to distinguish this potentially sacred dryness from spiritual laziness or aesthesia, sloth, a lack of spiritual effort or commitment. Clinical depression. While there can be phenomenological overlaps, clinical depression often lacks the underlying spiritual intentionality or framework of interpretation found in a dark night. However, discernment by wise guides is crucial. Simple loss of faith, a definitive rejection of the spiritual path without the element of underlying seeking or purificatory struggle. The interpretation within a spiritual framework and the individual's continued, albeit perhaps anguished, orientation towards the sacred are often key in discerning a sacred depth in these experiences. Conclusion. While seemingly contradictory to the usual notions of spiritual fulfillment, an absence of positive experience or profound feelings of spiritual dryness can indeed constitute a form of sacred depth. Within many contemplative traditions, these periods are not seen as failures or abandonments, but as integral, often necessary, stages of purification, maturation, and transformation. They serve to deepen faith beyond emotion, cultivate profound humility, teach detachment from experiential rewards, and open the soul to an encounter with the divine that transcends human comprehension and control. The spiritual journey, in its true depth, embraces not only the peaks of ecstatic experience, but also the valleys of perceived absence, where a different but equally profound work of the spirit can occur. How do experiences of beauty, either in nature or art, serve as pathways or triggers for both profound religious feelings and potentially mystical states? Experiences of beauty, whether encountered in the vastness and intricacy of nature or through the evocative power of art, have long been recognized as potent pathways or triggers for both profound religious feelings and, in some instances, genuine mystical states. Beauty possesses a unique capacity to arrest the ordinary mind, stir deep emotions, and point towards realities that transcend the mundane, thereby opening individuals to the spiritual dimensions of existence. Beauty as a pathway to profound religious feelings. Evocation of awe, wonder, and reverence. The grandeur of a mountain range, the infinity of a starlit sky, the delicate complexity of a flower, or the sublime power of a symphony can evoke a profound sense of awe and wonder. These emotions are foundational to religious sensibility, often leading to feelings of reverence for the perceived source or essence of that beauty. Perception of order, harmony, and design. The intricate patterns, harmonies, and perceived order within natural phenomena or masterful artistic creations can lead individuals to intuit an underlying intelligence, purpose, or divine creator. This perception can awaken or strengthen religious belief by suggesting a world imbued with meaning and intentionality. Symbolic representation and connection. Nature as theophany. Many religious traditions view nature as a book or a direct manifestation, theophany, of God's glory, power, and wisdom. Experiencing its beauty can thus feel like an encounter with divine attributes. Sacred art. Art has been a primary vehicle for religious expression, depicting sacred narratives, embodying spiritual ideals, and symbolizing divine qualities, e.g., light, purity, harmony. Engaging with such art can evoke devotion, inspire faith, and connect individuals to the sacred stories and figures of their tradition. Evocation of transcendent emotions. Beauty can thus feel like an encounter with divine attributes. Beauty can elicit powerful emotions such as profound joy, peace, love, gratitude, or a poignant sense of longing, sehnsucht. These emotions can feel transcendent, lifting the individual beyond everyday concerns and creating an effective bridge to what is perceived as sacred or divine. Gratitude for beauty, for instance, often naturally seeks an object, which for many is God or a divine source. Sense of something more, transcendence. The experience of being deeply moved or taken out of oneself by beauty can create a powerful sense of transcendence. It hints at a reality that is richer, deeper, and more meaningful than the purely material or utilitarian, opening the door to religious interpretation and feeling. Beauty as a pathway or trigger for mystical states. Beyond general religious feelings, experiences of beauty can sometimes act as direct triggers or pathways into mystical states of consciousness, quieting the discursive mind and inducing presence. Intense absorption in a beautiful object or scene can lead to a temporary cessation of the internal dialogue or monkey mind. This quieting of thought and full immersion in the present moment is a key preparatory stage for many mystical experiences. Loss of self-consciousness and ego dissolution. When one is completely captivated by beauty, the sense of a separate, observing ego can diminish or even temporarily dissolve. This experience of being lost in beauty, whether in nature, music, or art, mirrors the ego transcendence that is a hallmark of mystical states. The boundaries between the observer and the observed can become blurred, leading to a unitive awareness. Experience of unity and interconnectedness. Profound encounters with natural beauty, in particular, can evoke a powerful sense of oneness with the environment, with all life, or with the cosmos itself. Seeing the intricate web of relationships in an ecosystem or feeling part of the vastness of the universe can be a direct experience of the interconnectedness that mystics often describe. Ineffable joy, bliss, and ecstasy. The aesthetic delight evoked by beauty can, in certain moments of intensity, escalate into states of profound joy, bliss, or ecstasy that feel qualitatively different from ordinary pleasure. These states are often described as ineffable and share characteristics with the rapturous experiences reported by mystics. Noetic quality, beauty as a path to truth, the Platonic tradition. Philosophers like Plato and Plotinus, and mystical traditions influenced by them, have viewed beauty not just as a sensory pleasure, but as a manifestation of ultimate truth and goodness. The experience of sensible beauty can act as a ladder, drawing the soul upwards towards the apprehension of higher, intelligible, and ultimately divine beauty/truth. In this context, the aesthetic experience becomes a cognitive one, a direct intuition or gnosis of a deeper reality. Thin places and altered perceptions. Certain beautiful natural locations or sacred artworks can function as thin places where the veil between the ordinary world and a perceived spiritual dimension seems especially permeable. Encountering beauty in such contexts can facilitate shifts in perception and openings to mystical awareness. The role of attention and interpretation. While beauty has an intrinsic power to move us, its capacity to serve as a pathway to religious or mystical states is often amplified by focused attention and contemplation, deliberately and mindfully attending to beauty, rather than passively consuming it, deepens its impact. Openness and receptivity, an attitude of openness to the transcendent or willingness to be moved beyond the ordinary. Interpretive framework. While beauty can trigger such experiences even in secular individuals, who might then frame them as peak experiences or awe, a religious or spiritual framework can provide a specific context for interpreting these encounters as divine, sacred, or mystically significant. Conclusion. Experiences of beauty, whether discovered in the intricate forms of nature or the profound expressions of human artistry, serve as potent and often universal pathways to both deep religious feelings and potentially profound mystical states. Beauty has the power to evoke awe, wonder, and gratitude, pointing towards a perceived divine order or presence. Furthermore, by arresting the ordinary flow of thought, dissolving the sense of a separate self, fostering feelings of unity, and sometimes offering glimpses of ineffable joy or truth, beauty can act as a direct trigger for mystical consciousness. It reveals an intimate and essential connection between our aesthetic sensibilities and our capacity for encountering the sacred and transcendent dimensions of reality. Consider the role of ritual and symbolism. How do these mediated forms of religious expression relate to the desire for direct, unmediated mystical apprehension? Ritual and symbolism are foundational elements of nearly all religious traditions, providing structured, mediated forms of expression, worship, and connection to the sacred. However, the mystical impulse within these traditions often emphasizes a yearning for direct, unmediated apprehension of the divine or ultimate reality. The relationship between these mediated forms and the desire for unmediated experience is complex, dynamic, and can be viewed as complementary, preparatory, or sometimes even obstructive, depending on the context and the individual's spiritual orientation. Understanding ritual and symbolism as mediated forms. Ritual refers to prescribed, often repetitive, symbolic actions, ceremonies, or observances performed by individuals or communities. Rituals structure sacred time and space, commemorate key events, enact core beliefs, foster communal identity, and aim to facilitate an encounter with or participation in the sacred. Symbolism involves the use of objects, images, gestures, sounds, narratives, or specific persons to represent and evoke deeper spiritual meanings, divine attributes, or ultimate truths that often transcend literal or discursive expression. Rituals are typically saturated with symbolism. Mediation. Both ritual and symbolism are inherently mediated forms. They are structures, representations, and actions that stand between the individual and the ultimate or unmediated reality. They provide a language, a pathway, or a container for engaging with what is often considered transcendent or ineffable. The desire for direct, unmediated mystical apprehension. Mysticism, at its core, often involves a deep longing for and, in its culmination, an experience of immediacy, a direct encounter with the divine or ultimate reality, without intermediaries. Unitive consciousness, a sense of oneness or merging with this reality, where the subject-object distinction dissolves. Ineffability, an experience that is beyond concepts, words, and forms. How mediated forms, ritual/symbol, relate to this unmediated desire. Pathways and preparation, the scaffolding view. Rituals and symbols can serve as essential preparatory disciplines or skillful means upaya that train the mind and heart, cultivating qualities necessary for deeper mystical experience. For example, liturgical prayer can focus attention, ritual purification can foster a sense of readiness, and sacred symbols can orient the psyche towards the transcendent. They can act as scaffolding, providing structure and support for the developing spiritual life, which, once a certain level of inner realization is achieved, might be transcended or seen in a new, more symbolic light. The forms help to lead one towards the formless. Participation in ritual can create a sacred space and time, temporarily setting aside the mundane and opening a window for profound experiences to emerge. Embodiments or sacramental conduits of the sacred. In many traditions, e.g., sacramental Christianity, Hindu temple worship, specific rituals and symbols are not merely pointers, but are understood to actually embody, manifest, or convey the sacred reality they represent. Through these consecrated forms, the divine is believed to become present and accessible. For individuals within these frameworks, engaging authentically with these mediated forms is a way of encountering the divine, and such encounters can deepen into more direct, unmediated experiences. The mediated form becomes a transparent vehicle for the unmediated. Symbolic language for the ineffable, pre- and post-experience. Symbols can act as condensed expressions of complex spiritual truths, providing a non-discursive way to contemplate and approach the mysteries of faith. After a direct mystical experience, which is often ineffable, symbols and ritual narratives can provide a vocabulary and framework, however inadequate, for the mystic to begin to understand, integrate, and sometimes communicate aspects of their encounter. The experience can illuminate the symbols with new, profound meaning. Potential obstacles or substitutes, the critical mystical perspective. Some mystics or mystical movements have cautioned against an over-reliance on or misinterpretation of mediated forms. If ritual and symbolism become Empty formalism, performed mechanically without inner devotion or understanding, they can become dead letters, obscuring rather than revealing the sacred. Idolatry, if the symbol, image, or ritual act is mistaken for the ultimate reality itself, becoming an object of attachment rather than a pointer beyond itself. Distraction from inner work, an exclusive focus on external observance might lead individuals to neglect the crucial inner work of contemplation, self-knowledge, and ethical transformation necessary for direct apprehension. From this viewpoint, the intense desire for unmediated experience might lead a mystic to feel constrained by forms or to seek what lies beyond or within them. A dynamic tension and interdependence. In many healthy spiritual traditions, there's a dynamic tension and interdependence between mediated forms and the quest for unmediated experience. Rituals and symbols provide the communal container, the inherited wisdom, and the initial pathways. Mystical experiences, in turn, vivify these forms, prevent them from becoming sterile, and often lead to their reinterpretation or deeper appreciation. The mystic might participate in communal ritual with a profound inner understanding that transcends the literal actions, seeing the ritual as an outward expression of an inner, direct communion. Varying needs and temperaments. Individuals differ in their spiritual temperaments. For some, the aesthetic beauty, communal participation, and structured meaning provided by ritual and symbolism are deeply fulfilling and constitute their primary mode of connection with the sacred. For others, with a stronger innate mystical inclination, these forms may serve as a foundation, but their deepest spiritual hunger is for the direct, formless, unmediated encounter. Conclusion. Ritual and symbolism as mediated forms of religious expression have a complex and vital relationship with the desire for direct, unmediated mystical apprehension. They are not simply opposed to it. Instead, they can function as powerful preparatory tools, sacramental channels, and symbolic languages that orient, guide, and even facilitate the journey towards more direct encounters with the sacred. They provide the communal and traditional context within which individual mystical insights can be understood and integrated. However, if these forms become ends in themselves, performed without inner engagement or mistaken for the ultimate reality they signify, they can indeed become obstacles for those yearning for a deeper, unmediated experience. A mature spiritual path often involves a skillful navigation of this interplay, engaging with forms in a way that leads to the formless, and allowing the direct experience of the formless to infuse new life and meaning back into the forms. What are the challenges of studying these subjective experiences empirically? What methodologies are most appropriate, and what are their limitations? Studying profound religious and mystical experiences empirically presents significant challenges, primarily because empirical science traditionally focuses on objective, third-person, measurable, and replicable phenomena, whereas these experiences are inherently subjective, private, often ineffable, and deeply personal. Despite these hurdles, various methodologies have been developed to explore these states, each with its own strengths and limitations. Challenges of studying subjective experiences empirically. Subjectivity and privacy. The core of the experience is internal to the individual. It cannot be directly observed or accessed by an external researcher. Science relies on data that is, in principle, publicly verifiable. Ineffability. Participants frequently report that their experiences are beyond words or ordinary conceptual understanding. This makes it difficult to obtain accurate, comprehensive, and standardized verbal reports, which are often the primary data in psychological research. Uniqueness and spontaneity. Many profound religious and mystical experiences occur spontaneously and are unique to the individual and the context. This makes them difficult to predict, control, or replicate in a laboratory setting, which are hallmarks of experimental science. Operationalization and measurement, defining complex constructs like mystical union, divine presence, transcendence, or spiritual insight in ways that are precise, measurable, and valid across diverse individuals and traditions is a formidable challenge. How does one quantify an encounter with ultimate reality? Researcher bias. The researcher's own beliefs, disbeliefs, or assumptions about religion, spirituality, and mysticism can subtly or overtly influence study design, data collection, interpretation of findings, and interactions with participants. Participant bias and interpretation. Participants invariably interpret and report their experiences through the lens of their own cultural background, religious beliefs, or lack thereof, personality, and memory. Self-report can be influenced by social desirability, demand characteristics, or the reconstructive nature of memory. Ethical considerations. Inducing experiences. Attempts to induce profound experiences, e.g., through psychedelics, intense contemplative practices, or sensory deprivation, raise ethical concerns regarding informed consent, potential psychological risks, e.g., anxiety, disorientation, psychosis in vulnerable individuals, and ensuring appropriate support and integration. Respect for sacredness. These experiences are often deeply sacred and transformative for individuals. Researchers must approach them with sensitivity, ensuring that the study does not trivialize, pathologize, or exploit what participants hold in high regard. Risk of reductionism. A significant concern is that empirical methods, particularly those focused on neurobiological or cognitive correlates, might reduce the experience to nothing but brain activity or psychological processes, thereby devaluing or dismissing its existential, spiritual, or transformative meaning for the individual. Appropriate methodologies and their limitations. Given these challenges, a multi-method approach, often combining qualitative and quantitative techniques, is generally considered most appropriate. First-person methods focus on subjective reports, qualitative. Phenomenological research. In-depth interviews and detailed written accounts aim to capture the essence and structure of the lived experience from the individual's perspective. Techniques derived from philosophers like Husserl, e.g., bracketing researcher presuppositions, or specific methodologies like descriptive experience sampling, DES, or interpretative phenomenological analysis, IPA, are used. Strengths. Rich, detailed data prioritizes the participant's perspective, can uncover novel aspects of experience. Limitations. Relies heavily on the participant's articulateness and introspection, time-consuming data collection and analysis. Interpretation by the researcher is still involved. Generalizability can be limited. Surveys and questionnaires with open-ended questions allows for free-form responses capturing unique aspects. Strengths. Can gather data from larger samples, allows for individual expression. Limitations. Data can be difficult to systematically analyze and compare. Quantitative self-report measures, often used in conjunction with other methods. Standardized scales. Various scales have been developed to measure dimensions of mystical experience, e.g., Pink/Richard's Mystical Experience Questionnaire, MEQ 30, Hood's Mysticism Scale, Religious Orientation, Spiritual Well-Being, or specific feelings like awe. Strengths. Allows for quantification, statistical analysis, comparison across groups, and assessment of correlates, e.g., personality, mental health. Limitations. Can be reductionistic, forcing complex experiences into predefined categories, may not capture the full nuance or uniqueness of an experience, susceptible to response biases. Neuroscientific and psychophysiological methods. Third person. Neuroimaging, fMRI, PET, EEG, MEG used to study brain activity during states like meditation, prayer, or experiences induced by psychedelics, or when individuals recall past mystical experiences. Strengths. Provides objective data on neural correlates, can identify brain regions and networks involved, can track changes over time with practice. Limitations. Correlational, not necessarily causal, brain activity doesn't fully explain the subjective experience or its meaning. Expensive. Artificial laboratory environment can affect the experience. Risk of neuroreductionism. Psychophysiological measures. Heart rate, skin conductance, respiration, hormone levels, e.g., cortisol, oxytocin. Strengths. Objective measures of physiological arousal or relaxation. Limitations. Indirect indicators of emotional or mental states, not the specific content or quality of the spiritual experience. Behavioral studies, third person. Observing and measuring changes in behavior, e.g., pro-social actions, reduced addictive behaviors, engagement in religious/spiritual practices, following reported experiences or interventions designed to foster them. Strengths, objective and observable outcomes. Limitations. Behavior is often multi-determined. Isolating the specific impact of the subjective experience can be difficult. Second-person methods, intersubjective approaches. Neurophenomenology. Francisco Varela aims to bridge the gap between first-person subjective experience and third-person neurobiological data. It involves rigorous training for participants in introspective reporting and a collaborative dialogue between researchers and participants to correlate detailed phenomenological accounts with precise neural data. Strengths. Offers a sophisticated way to integrate subjective and objective data. Takes first-person accounts seriously as a source of scientific insight. Limitations. Extremely demanding for both researchers and participants. Requires highly trained individuals. Time-intensive. Contemplative inquiry. Involves researchers and participants, often experienced contemplatives, engaging in shared inquiry and dialogue about experience. Mixed methods research. Combining qualitative, e.g., interviews, textual analysis, and quantitative, e.g., questionnaires, physiological data, approaches within a single study or research program. Strengths. Can provide a more holistic, nuanced, and robust understanding by triangulating findings from different methodological perspectives. Limitations. Requires expertise in multiple methodologies. Can be complex to design and integrate. Conclusion. Studying subjective religious and mystical experiences empirically is fraught with challenges stemming from their private, ineffable, and often unique nature, as well as the difficulty of objective measurement and the risk of reductionism. No single methodology is perfectly adequate. However, a combination of rigorous qualitative methods that honor the richness of first-person accounts, carefully designed quantitative measures, and increasingly sophisticated neuroscientific and psychophysiological techniques can provide valuable insights. Mixed methods approaches and innovative frameworks like neurophenomenology are particularly promising for bridging the explanatory gap between subjective experience and objective data. While empirical study may not be able to prove or disprove the ultimate metaphysical claims associated with these experiences, it can significantly enhance our understanding of their phenomenology, their psychological and neurobiological correlates, their impact on individuals and communities, and their role as a fundamental aspect of human consciousness and culture. Ethical sensitivity and an appreciation for the profound meaning these experiences hold for individuals must always underpin such research. Reflecting on all the distinctions and overlaps, how does understanding both mystical and religious experience enrich our understanding of human consciousness and its capacity for encountering perceived transcendence? Reflecting on the multifaceted distinctions and profound overlaps between religious and mystical experiences offers a significantly enriched understanding of human consciousness, revealing its remarkable plasticity, its inherent drive towards meaning-making, and its profound capacity for encountering and being transformed by perceived transcendence. Enriching our understanding of human consciousness. Revealing the spectrum and plasticity of consciousness. Studying the vast range of religious experiences, from communal rituals and devotional prayer to moral conviction and social action, alongside the intense, often unitive, states of mystical encounters, like ego dissolution, oceanic oneness, or ineffable insight, demonstrates that human consciousness is not a monolithic or fixed entity. It possesses an extraordinary spectrum of potential states and modes of operation, far beyond ordinary waking awareness. This highlights its inherent plasticity and adaptability, challenging reductionist models of self and mind. Mystical experiences, in particular, with their common themes of self-transcendence, the dissolution of ego boundaries, and a sense of unity with a larger reality, directly challenge purely materialistic or overly simplistic models of the self as an isolated, brain-bound entity. They suggest that our sense of identity is more fluid and constructed than we might typically assume, and that consciousness might not be entirely reducible to neurochemical processes alone. This pushes us to consider more holistic or even panpsychist-leaning views of consciousness, highlighting the centrality of meaning-making. Both religious and mystical experiences are powerful engines of meaning-making. Religious frameworks provide comprehensive narratives and moral structures that give meaning to life, suffering, and death. Mystical experiences offer direct, often overwhelming, insights that can radically reorient an individual's understanding of reality and their place within it. Understanding these processes underscores the fundamental human drive to find coherence, purpose, and significance, and the diverse ways consciousness engages in this quest. From adopting established cultural narratives to forging meaning from deeply personal, ineffable encounters. Affirming non-discursive ways of knowing. The noetic quality often ascribed to mystical experiences, the sense of gaining direct, intuitive, and authoritative knowledge, along with the transformative power of religious faith and conviction, suggests that human consciousness has valid ways of knowing that extend beyond purely rational, analytical, or empirical methods. These experiences point to the importance of intuition, direct apprehension, and experiential learning in shaping our understanding of ourselves and the world, underscoring the importance of subjectivity. The deeply personal and subjective nature of these experiences, particularly mystical ones, highlights the limitations of purely third-person, objective approaches to understanding the full range of human awareness. They compel us to take first-person accounts seriously and to develop methodologies, like neurophenomenology, that can bridge the gap between subjective experience and objective correlates, thereby enriching our study of consciousness itself and tackling the hard problem of qualia. Enriching our understanding of consciousness's capacity for encountering perceived transcendence, suggesting an innate human capacity for transcendence. The widespread reporting of religious and mystical experiences across diverse cultures, historical periods, and individual backgrounds, including those with no prior religious affiliation, suggests that the capacity for self-transcendence and the perception of transcendent realities may be an inherent aspect of human consciousness, a mystical faculty or spiritual potential. Identifying diverse triggers and pathways. Understanding the variety of triggers from structured religious rituals, disciplined contemplative practices, and intense prayer to spontaneous encounters in nature, through art, during moments of crisis, or even via psychedelics, illuminates the diverse conditions under which this capacity for perceived transcendence can be activated. This suggests that while the expressions are varied, there might be common underlying neuropsychological pathways that allow consciousness to shift into these extraordinary states, mapping the phenomenology of transcendence. Detailed accounts of both religious and mystical experiences provide a rich phenomenology of what transcendence subjectively entails, transcending the ego, the limitations of ordinary space and time, conceptual frameworks, and the sense of fundamental separation. It shows that transcendence is not a vague concept but encompasses a range of distinct experiential qualities: unity, timelessness, sacredness, ineffability, profound peace, or overwhelming love, demonstrating profound transformative potential. The often radical and lasting transformations in worldview, values, behavior, e.g., increased compassion, reduced fear of death, greater life purpose, and overall well-being reported following such encounters with perceived transcendence underscore their profound impact. This demonstrates that these experiences are not mere epiphenomena, but can be pivotal events in human development, psychological integration, and spiritual maturation, revealing the interplay of universal and culturally specific elements. By comparing experiences across traditions, we can discern potentially universal themes in the encounter with perceived transcendence, e.g., a sense of awe, unity, or ineffable insight, while also appreciating how these core experiences are profoundly shaped, interpreted, and expressed through specific cultural, linguistic, doctrinal, and symbolic lenses. This shows a dynamic interplay between innate human capacities and the formative power of culture and belief. Conclusion. A nuanced understanding of both mystical and religious experiences significantly deepens our appreciation for the vast and largely uncharted territory of human consciousness. It moves us beyond purely mechanistic or reductionist views, revealing consciousness as inherently meaning-seeking, remarkably adaptable, and possessing a profound capacity for self-transcendence and for encountering what is perceived as sacred, ultimate, or transcendent reality. These experiences challenge us to broaden our epistemological frameworks, to value subjective insight alongside objective data, and to recognize the powerful role that such encounters can play in personal transformation, ethical development, and the perennial human quest for connection and understanding. By exploring these depths of human experience, we not only learn more about the varieties of religious and mystical life, but also gain invaluable insights into the fundamental nature and extraordinary potential of consciousness itself. References: a conceptual clarification of the experience of awe, an interpretative phenomenological analysis, ResearchGate. Are spiritual experiences just in your head? John Templeton Foundation. Archives, John Templeton Foundation. As a pathway to mental and physical health, PMC, PubMed Central. Beyond Belief, the landscapes of mystical and religious encounters. Beyond the Veil, profound sacred experiences in mysticism and religion. Can religious, mystical, or spiritual experiences reveal truth? Philosophy Stack Exchange. Can religious, mystical, or spiritual experiences reveal truth? Philosophy Stack Exchange. Consciousness, the brain and mystical experience, the Quad. Decoding the Divine, understanding mystical and religious experiences. Encounters with ultimate reality, mysticism versus religion. Experiencing God's grace in the everyday, rooted ministry. Faith versus belief, what is the difference? GotQuestions.org. From Awe to Oneness, the range of sacred experience. Glimpses of the infinite, religious versus mystical experience. Grace definition, description, Christianity, and beliefs Britannica. Grace EBSCO Research Starters. Grace in Christianity, Wikipedia. Grace is a mystical force, Caroline MYSS. How does one have a mystical experience? r/Christian Mysticism, Reddit. How to experience the inspiration of grace, deep spirituality. Inside the Sacred, a study of mystical and religious experience. Intuition and the Filter Theory of Consciousness, Dr. Natalie Dyer. Mapping the Sacred, a look at religious and mystical phenomena. Mind at Large, Wikipedia. Mystical Experience, Intro to Humanities, Vocab, Definition, Explanations 5able. Mystical Experiences qcc.cuny.edu. Mysticism, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Religious Experience. Mysticism, Conversion, Transcendence Britannica. Mysticism, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, Religious Experience. Mysticism, Conversion, Transcendence Britannica. Mystical Experience, Intro to Humanities, Vocab, Definition, Explanations 5able. Mystical Experiences qcc.cuny.edu. Mysticism. Wikipedia. Mysticism and faith. Two paths to the sacred? Philosophy of mysticism. Do mystical experiences justify religious beliefs? 1000wordphilosophy.com. Philosophy of mysticism. Do mystical experiences justify religious beliefs? 1000wordphilosophy.com. Philosophy of mysticism. Do mystical experiences justify religious beliefs? 1000wordphilosophy.com. Philosophy of mysticism. Do mystical experiences justify religious beliefs? 1000wordphilosophy.com. Philosophy of mysticism. Do mystical experiences justify religious beliefs? 1000wordphilosophy.com. Religious and mystical experiences as artifacts of temporal lobe function. PubMed. Religious experience. Mysticism, conversion, transcendence Britannica. Religious experience. Mysticism, conversion, transcendence Britannica lets explore the concepts of grace in a religious context and the givenness or spontaneity often associated with mystical states. While they share the idea that the experience is not solely a product of individual will, they differ in their typical explanations for the source and the nature of what is received. Religious experience, mysticism, conversion, transcendence Britannica. Religious experience, Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. Religious experience, Wikipedia. Religious experience definition, examples, types, and facts, Britannica. Rudolf Otto and the concept of the numinous Oxford Research Encyclopedia of Religion. Rudolf Otto's concept of the numinous www.2.kenyan.edu. Rudolf Otto's Mysterium Tremendum et Fascinans of the Numinous Experience magicenter.com. Sacred Awakenings, Exploring Mystical and Religious States. Sacred Depths, Distinguishing Mystical and Religious Experiences. Scholar, Otto, Philosophy Dungeon. Scholarly Approaches to Mysticism, Wikipedia. Scientific Approaches to Mysticism, Oxford Research Encyclopedia of Religion. Subjective Divinity, Comparing Mystical and Religious Experiences. The Heart's Journey, Religious Experience, and the Mystical Path. The Inner Sanctum, Mysticism, Religion, and Encounters with the Divine. The Mind Aflame, Religious and Mystical Experiences Explored. The Mystical Experience and its Neural Correlates Marjorie Woolacott. The Nature of Sacred Encounter, Religious Feeling and Mystical Union. The Power of Positive Emotions, Pursuing Awe, Thrive Center. The Science of Awe ggSC.berkeley.edu. The Science of Awe ggSC.berkeley.edu. The Soul's Frontiers, Mystical, Religious, and the Sacred. The Spectrum of the Sacred, from Religious Feeling to Mystical Union. Variations on the Sacred, Mystical and Religious Encounters. What is a mystical experience? Synthesis Institute Observatory. What is a state of grace? Institute for Intuitive Intelligence. What is grace? Beyond the Basic Definition, Logos Bible Software. What is religious experience? Bishop's Encyclopedia of Religion, Society, and Philosophy. What is religious experience? Bishop's Encyclopedia of Religion, Society, and Philosophy. What is the difference between a religion and mysticism? Reddit. What is the difference between faith and trust? GotQuestions.org. What is the spiritual meaning of grace? Manhood Journey. When the Ordinary Fades, Profound Sacred Encounters. William James on Mystical Experience, 1000-Word Philosophy, an Introductory Anthology. William James on Mystical Experience, 1000-Word Philosophy, an Introductory Anthology. William James on Mystical Experience, 1000-Word Philosophy, an Introductory Anthology. Winkelmann Neurophenomenology and Neuroepistemology Approaches to Integrating Constructivist, Perennialist, and Universalist Perspectives on Mystical Experiences Zagon, Journal of Religion and Science. About the researcher. Sachin J, Karnik is the CEO and founder of Energy and Personal Excellence, LLC, a pioneering organization dedicated to enhancing human potential through educational presentations and modules. These comprehensive offerings cover a wide array of topics, focusing on unraveling the complexities and mysteries surrounding the human condition. In his career, Sachin had amassed a list of credentials, though no longer active, that include a Master of Social Work, MSW, doctoral studies in social work, as well as past certifications as a licensed clinical social worker, LCSW, licensed chemical dependency professional, LCDP, international certified prevention specialist, ICPS, and a board-approved clinical consultant, BCC, in the field of problem gambling. Currently, Sachin works as a contractor with Premier Charities Incorporated, a nonprofit organization dedicated to alleviating food insecurity in Delaware, USA. He also is part of the Angel Wing, LLC, that promotes self-mastery, personal transformation, and human upliftment. Please visit www.theangelwing.com for more information. Sachin also conducts a daily Nitya online satsang, spiritual discourses and prayers, on a variety of topics related to Vedanta and related ideas. This is conducted daily from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. USA EST on Zoom. This online program is open to all without charge, and the Zoom link is https://us02web zoomed us/j/4327835551. To learn more about Sachin J, Karnik, and the transformative work of Energy and Personal Excellence, LLC, please feel free to reach out to him directly via email at sachinkarnik@yahoo.com or personal excellence1008@gmail.com. ISBN 9798284814147. Independently published on Kind Direct Publishing. Disclaimer. The content presented herein by the Angel Wing, LLC, and Sachin J, Karnik is intended solely for educational and informational purposes. It is not designed to serve as a substitute for professional counseling, clinical treatment, psychiatric evaluation, medical advice, or the diagnosis of any physical, mental health, or substance use disorder. Participants and readers are strongly encouraged to seek guidance from licensed healthcare providers, mental health professionals, or certified addiction specialists for the diagnosis or treatment of any personal health concerns. Please note that the development, organization, and composition of this presentation have been supported by advanced artificial intelligence platforms, including Google Gemini Advanced and OpenAI's GPT-4o. While every effort has been made to ensure clarity, accuracy, and alignment with best practices, the inclusion of AI-generated content necessitates an additional layer of discretion and critical evaluation on the part of the audience. By engaging with this material, the viewer acknowledges that the Angel Wing, LLC, and Sachin J, Karnik is not operating in a clinical capacity, and that no therapeutic relationship is established through participation in or review of this presentation. This publication is copyrighted. Copyright all rights are reserved. The author extends profound gratitude to the AI programs GPT-4o available at chat, OpenAI.com, and Gemini Advanced for their instrumental role in providing critical reference materials during the development of this book. The efficiency of the research process was significantly enhanced by the capabilities of GPT-4o and Gemini Advanced. It is imperative to acknowledge that the research was fundamentally guided by the author's original concepts. These concepts were inputted into AI programs, and the resulting output was meticulously reviewed. Following the author's approval, the refined output was integrated and edited, as appropriate, into the main body of the text. For any inquiries regarding this research methodology, please direct your communication to the author. Please be aware, when quoting from this book in other publications, presentations, or various forums, it is imperative to give proper attribution to the source. In light of the copyright protection afforded to this book, the contents contained within are not classified as public domain. Consequently, the replication of any material from this book is expressly prohibited, except as permitted under the principles of fair use law. For additional details, kindly reach out to the author. Please be advised that this document includes novel proposals regarding analogies, examples, and techniques for personal reflection. Should there be any inquiries, they should be addressed directly to the author. Contact information. Email sakinkarnik@yahoo.com. Email personalexcellence1008@gmail.com. Phone 302-268-4480. Text messages accepted. www.sachinkarnik.com. www.energyandpersonalexcellence.com.